Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Rowrah and welcome to Cumbria Karting Club and the Ultimate Karting Championship 2025. We're here for the fourth round of the 2025 season. It's great to be here in beautiful British summery weather, of course, in the great valley of Rowrah. We've had a steady morning of warm-up sessions and all the drivers getting ready to go. And I, Chaz Draycott, am delighted to be up here in the commentary box for today. My good mate Kev Harris will be doing some interviews for us over the course of the day as well. And we look forward to bringing you all the action from this fantastic UKC meeting. Here is the track itself, just over a kilometre in length with 12 turns. A lot of elevation here, actually, even though 19 feet doesn't sound like a lot from the graphic that we have there, but when you stand here trackside and you see the height of this place, you realise it really is an ultimate classic of a karting circuit. Some tight hairpins and very quick corners to deal with as well today, and it's up in the northwest of the UK, and a very convenient one for me, which I'll explain later. A bit of rain expected throughout the day, but then it's just cloud in the afternoon, and I think the drivers and teams will be quite grateful for the fact that it's only going to be a light shower here and there. We obviously have the 5 classes for you to be heading out onto the circuit today. The Junior Rotax, the Micro Max, Mini Inters, Rotax 177s, and the Senior Rotaxes. We're going to be bringing you all of the superheats very shortly. So Superheat B, the first heat of the race then in the Junior Rotaxes. And at the moment in their championship, it is Jacob Ashcroft that has been dominating the category so far. He's had a very solid run so far this season with many heat and final wins. It's Albie Lapper on pole position though, with Lucas Howell alongside him. Albie, one of the only drivers in the top 3 that's actually right near the front of the order. Charlie Wolfit is in 3rd position with Kian Bernard alongside him on the 2nd row. And Kian at the moment looking at the championship quite a bit further down actually. Matteo Palazzo though, he is 2nd in the championship with Riley Bishop just behind him on the 3rd row of the grid. Luke Sawyers is in 7th with Zach Starbuck joining him on row 4. Then it's going to be John Buchan in 9th place with Finley Buck in 10th. Rory Armstrong in the LN Kart team, Tony Kart I should say, in 11th place. Connor Large next up, he's hoping for a big haul of points. Daniel Kilpatrick joins Jake Grufferty on the next row of the grid, and the karts are now heading out onto the circuit. The first action of the day about to get underway here at Rowrah. As you can see, it isn't too slippery out there at the moment. It looks a little bit greasy in some of the earlier warm-up sessions, but the grip seems to have come to us in the last hour or so. It's very suddenly turned around how quickly it's all sort of dried out slightly. As you can see now, drivers just trying to get a bit of temperature into the tyres, just work the kart for themselves and get prepared. Like I say though, Jacob Ashcroft, he's won the 2nd heat of the day. Or I should say the 2nd heat of the weekend, sorry. He was 2nd in heat 1, won heat 2. But the likes of Matteo Palazzo, Albie Lapper, only with a 5th and a 15th place in their respective heats. So hence we have the Superheat B to sort out the final, which will come later on. The junior final will be around 2:30 this afternoon, which is when the gate opens. But we get B then A for each category in the juniors and the seniors. And then we have the Micromax, the Mini Rotax will be after that, then the Rotax 177 Superheat. Now you can see the grid forming up 2 by 2 for the start of this race. Pole position that of Lucas Howells. Albie Lapper alongside, hoping to get a bit of temperature in at least. Albie actually is the one that's on pole position, apologies. He's taking that inside line, ready to get us underway. First action of the day then gets underway here at Rowrah, and heading down towards the first corner. Albie Lapper tries to hold on, but Lucas Howell swooping around the outside of the number 19. Plenty of bumping and boring in the middle of the field. A little bit of three-wide action there, actually, as they head up the right-hander to the hairpin for the first time. But a fantastic start, that by Lucas Howell. He leads the way after a beautiful getaway to swoop around the outside of Albie Lapper. A little bit of action down the inside there. Some argy-bargy going on into the hairpin as well. Looked like the 222 was involved in that one, actually. Sorry, Riley Bishop in the 232 is further up the road. Even more bumping and boring there as well. That was 238. Sam Mott getting involved in that fight there. Swooping now over the crest of the hill, down towards the final sector of the lap. Riley Bishop was on our screens just there, actually, in the thick of all of this. Just behind him right now. Just trying to figure out who that was behind. It was Rory Armstrong just behind him, actually. Rory's jumped up quite a lot in the opening lap there. He's gained 4 positions in the opening exchange there. Lucas Howell still leading the way. Albie Lapper behind, 3 wide into the hairpin, and a big send down the inside by Eli Badan. Great run by him. Puts his arm up a little bit, almost as if to say, sorry, gents, but had to be done. I think that was a move on his teammate as well there, actually, that he made into the first of the hairpins. A little bit of movement behind and a bit of a spread in front of them already. Eli now opening up a gap in that battle pack, so to speak. Daniel Kilpatrick there looking to try and make a move. He's got Finley Buck right in front of him. Lovely shot there as you see the karts cascading this way and that way through this beautiful circuit. Top 3 breaking away here. It's Howell, Lapper and Palazzo. Palazzo just did the fastest lap of the race there. You can see him in 3rd position in the dark blue and white machine. A move down the inside there then by Albie Lapper, and there's contact and 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin. They all try and sort it out. He doesn't want to take the position with contact, but he wants to try it again down the inside. Needs to be careful of the nose cone, and look at that from Palazzo. Great opportunism. Back down the inside he goes. He looks back as if to say, where's he gone? Fantastic stuff by Matteo Palazzo. Now he's got to keep one eye over his shoulder, though, because Lucas Howell is not going to give that one up easily. Wonderful shots here as they fly over the crests this way and that. Palazzo looks right. Lapper goes left. Sorry, Howell goes left, and now they're side by side down the start-finish straight. Has he got the move done into the first corner? Yes, he has. Palazzo needs to fight back once more. All these races, 10 laps plus 1. Sorry, 10 minutes plus 1 lap. As more and more contact heading down towards the right-hand hairpin. This is getting a little bit scrappy between these two. And look, there's Albie Lapper back down the inside. Now, nowhere, John Buchan in kart number 13. Unlucky for some, but not for him at the moment. He makes his way back up now into 3rd. Riley Bishop in there as well, 232, and Rory Armstrong. Those two had great starts to the race and are now right in this battle pack. But look how hard the top 3 were fighting earlier. It's opened up the door for the others to come in, and biffed out of the race lead goes Lucas Howell. Big move down the inside, and suddenly Howell drops way down into 7th position. And it's once again Albie Lapper that's back at the front. A lap or so ago, just down here, he lost loads of places, but it's really tough stuff here in the Junior Rotax Superheat B. Looking over his shoulder one way, then the other. Palazzo wants to go down the inside, and a huge send by Riley Bishop. Takes the 2 of them out of the way, and Armstrong goes with him. Those two have been a unit together through the pack so far in this race, but Armstrong now back down the inside and into the race lead. There's not much room for them to switch this way. Then the other through there. Bishop holds on to 3rd, and it's the 155 of Eli Badan that's actually taken 2nd position. Fantastic racing to start the day here at Rowrah, and look at that, a big biff in the back there from Matteo Palazzo onto the back of John Buchan. Big slide around the last corner. Finley Buck now getting involved in all of this action as well. Incredible racing to start the day. We're not even halfway through this race yet. This is exactly what you can expect, though, from the Ultimate Karting Championship. Fantastic action, big names in the world of karting. Lots of promising stars making their way up through the ranks. Here's the lead duo then at the moment, Rory Armstrong and Eli Badan. Eli's gained 20 positions, started 22nd on the grid.
and is up into second place before the halfway point of the race. Great drive. Rory Armstrong up 10 places as well. He started 11th. Just behind them, Riley Bishop. It's not made as much progress, but he's up into third place. They cross the line again. Just over 5 minutes left on the clock. Love that shot there of them making their way through turn one. Little right kink over the hill. Never easy to get right. Oh, and there's a kart around there, actually, further down the order. Unfortunately, someone's day not starting off too strongly there. But once again, we have a lead trio here. And it looks like Eli wants to have a move down the inside. Riley Bishop all over the back of the pair of them now. Swooping back down into the final sector. Riley gets sideways, clips the right rear wheel of Eli Baden. You can see just how unfazed these drivers seem to be, though. They're not standing for it as, Eli pushes him off slightly there, moves over and says, no, I'm not a fan of that. You get out there, Bishop. See you later. Looks like Eli's not got as much pace at the moment. The kart really didn't seem to be going anywhere. And there is definitely an exhaust off because someone is making an absolute racket. Matteo Palazzo goes through, Bishop goes through. I think Eli Baden, I think he knows that he's in trouble here. He signals for the number 19 machine to go through, and then John Buchan back down the inside as well. Yeah, it is Eli. You can tell he's losing speed, he's losing time, but he's making a massive amount of noise doing it as well. I mean, I quite think it sounds fantastic, to be honest with you, but Eli, unfortunately, will not. We look here then at the number 19 machine as down the inside, a big wiggle there from Jake Grufferty. Welcome to the battle, Jake. So far he's gained 6 positions, started 14th on the grid in this race, so he's made some solid progress as well. 222 in there as well, trying to make a move one way then the other, a bit more contact from behind. That was the number 90 of Joseph Mills getting in there. Lucas Howell has really been through the wars in this race, hasn't he? Started second on the grid. Our pole sitter, Albie Lapper, has, well, pulled over. Albie Lapper is out of this race, unfortunately. Massive shame for Albie. He was really in the fight. Finley Buck gained 2 places on that previous lap. And the battles continue on here at Rowrah. 2 3/4 minutes left to go as they cross the line once again. It's Rory Armstrong, Matteo Palazzo, Finley Buck, Riley Bishop and John Buchan, the top 5. And what was an absolutely bonkers opening 5 minutes has slightly chilled out now for just a moment. The drivers all trying to find their own space and gain a bit more momentum into a battle pack once more. You can see adjustments being made there to the radiators on the right-hand sides, the intakes. Just trying to optimise the kart for each individual part of the race. Lovely shot there of John Buchan, right then left into the final sector, and then round the final corner. The entry speed into that final corner is amazing. I was overlooking that final corner when I arrived here this morning, and I thought, wow, they must really slow it down into there, but no. They fling these things through. The junior Rotax category absolutely flying here this morning. Riley Bishop then, all over the back of Finley Buck, starting to close in, hoping to take a podium place here. And he's got the very bright green, obviously bright green machine closing in, but little does he know, the visibility behind is minimal, as we've seen. 1 minute and 9 left on the clock here, and they're doing 46-second laps, so there should be another 2 laps to go. Are we going to see a move up the inside by Riley Bishop here? No, not quite yet. Is it going to be a send into the next hairpin? He's going to line it up. I think he's actually trying to work here with Finley Buck to move forward and catch up with second place Matteo Palazzo. Looks like Rory Armstrong is, I was going to say clear, but he's definitely not at the moment. It was a 47.06 on that last lap for him. 0.4 of a second slower than Palazzo and half a second slower than Finley Buck. So it's definitely not over yet with a couple of laps to go. Rory's got a decent gap of 1.7 seconds. Let's see what it is as he crosses line now. 47.09. No, he's lost another half a second to Matteo Palazzo. There's going to be one more lap after this one then. They cross the line with 20 or so seconds left. So once the clock hits 0, we have another lap left to go. There is John Buchan having a fight there with the number 19 of Lucas Howell. And unfortunately there, driver trackside, a bit dejected after a difficult race indeed. I believe that was Albie Lapper actually. Albie, the only driver so far to be out of the race. Thomas Harper is a lap down but has continued on. Howell getting back in front of Buchan there. Luke Sawyer's just behind them. And look at the huge send into the final corner there by Rory Armstrong. Across the line, Rory goes, and we're on to the final lap now. Rory hasn't taken a single heat win so far this season. Not even a podium, so this will go down really well for Rory. Only a handful of corners left to go now, and it looks like it's going to be a good solid start to the day here in Super Heat B. Although Palazzo is closing in, it's not over yet. Let's see, Palazzo's got one more opportunity here, looks down the inside into the final corner, gets the job done, and at the very final corner, Palazzo takes the victory from Rory Armstrong, Finley Buck, Riley Bishop, Lucas Howell, John Buchan next up, and Sawyers, Gruffity, Mills, Morgan, Luca Holmes-Belak. Wow. Busy stuff there at the end, and Matteo Palazzo takes his first heat win of the weekend. Last time we saw him take a win was in round 3 in his super heat there, actually, to be honest. But wow, busy stuff. Busy stuff to get the day underway for Junior Rotax. Fantastic fun, though, to start our day. And Charlie Wolfett there, just crossing the line to complete the field. I think Thomas Harper, even though he was a lap down, ended up crossing the line a bit before that. There you go then, the winner, Matteo Palazzo, ahead of Rory Armstrong and Finley Buck, completing the podium with Riley Bishop and Lucas Howell 4th and 5th. John Buchan was 6th, ahead of Luke Sawyers and Jake Gruffity, with Joseph Mills and Riley Morgan completing the top 10. Then it's Luca Holmes-Balak ahead of Connor Large, Daniel Kilpatrick and Hani Sadiq in 14th position. Cian Bernard 15th, Sam Mott 16th ahead of Zach Starbuck, Calvin Moffat in 18th position, Eli Badan and then Molly Mizzen, and Charlie Wolfett ahead of Thomas Harper and Albie Lapper, unfortunately out of the race in that one. So what a flamboyant start to our day here at Rowrah. Little tiny bit of rain coming down out the window by the look of it, but only a tiny drizzle, if that. I don't think it's going to affect play at all. I don't even think it'll affect tyre choice for the drivers. And as you see, the Junior Rotax Super Heat A is currently lining up just down there. There is championship leader Jacob Ashcroft. I mentioned earlier that he wasn't in the previous race. And that being the fact that they get this sort of dual opportunity to head into the final. Splits the groups up, gives a lot of opportunities to all drivers. It's the brutal nature of karting is that you are either the race winner or you're not in a lot of circumstances. And we just wait now for the drivers to be cleared to head out onto the circuit. Apologies, I think we just lost the that camera there for just a moment. But it happens, it's the world of technology. It's never a straightforward thing. But in just a moment, we will have Superheat A for the junior Rotaxes. And there they are waiting now on the pre-grid to head out. You can hear engines revving away in the background. Now, Superheat A was due to start at 10:13, so any moment now they will be ready to go. You can see final adjustments just being made there on the 116. That's Thomas Jackson on the right-hand side of your screen, with the very vibrant blue and pink helmet. I think the driver in the background there on the left-hand side of your shot, I don't think it's Jacob Jack that we have on the left-hand side of the screen there, just scrolling through all of the numbers. It's a humongous category. So far this season, we've seen 95 different drivers take part in this category. And let's get into it, shall we, for Superheat A for the junior Rotaxes. So here we go then, the grid for Superheat A. Jacob Ashcroft on pole position, Thomas Jackson alongside him on that front row. Then it's Jared Fox-Whiteley and Lewis Sumner in the TB kart machine on row 2. Daniel Minto lines up alongside Alfie McBain. Finley Smith and Charlie King make up row 4. Then it's Jensen Chalk and Max Colbert, Blair Smith, and apparently Blair Smith again on the 6th row of the grid. Louis Radcliffe is 13th with Nathaniel Gray 14th. Then it's Bella McConville and Loman Wilcox. Next up is Ed Spain and Henry James on the 9th row. Elliot Powell then behind in 20th. Maya Simpson and Kieran Stewart there on 11th row. Devin Taylor and Cody Lipatorel is 24th. We just had a spin there for the number 42 on the outlap here, actually. Number 42, Jared Fox-Whiteley, starting on the 2nd row of the grid. He needs to now crack on. And I'm not sure on the protocol here, whether he'll be allowed to rejoin in his original position, or whether he'll even have the time to make it back through, or whether it'll be a sort of back of grid start for Jared. But you could see the visual frustration from him there as he headed round. Bit of a bump into the hairpin even there for just a moment. Now, according to the timing, Jared has now hopped back up to the top of the order. As he's trying now to catch back up to the field. One thing I really love about these machines is you see there from the number 38 of Lewis Sumner just how quickly they change direction, but it's so quick and aggressive that they lift a rear wheel off the ground when they throw them in. So here we go then, we get underway for Superheat A, and it was a bit of a sideways slide there for our pole sitter Jacob Ashcroft. Oh, there's contact further down, and around goes the 34 machine having a spin. That's Finley Smith from 5th position. Further drama there on their way up the hill into the hairpin for the first time. The race definitely not under as much pace as we saw in Superheat B from the start. It's all a little bit tiptoey. Loads more contact into the hairpin there. A little bit of side-to-side action. The number 12 of Blair Smith having contact. And look at how slippy it is out there all of a sudden. The understeer into the hairpin, massive from the 45. Now into the final sector. It really is getting slippery out there. It doesn't look like it's raining particularly that much as, a driver off there at the side of the road. Jensen Chalk getting a contact warning. Hopefully chalks that one off, you could say. There's the 82 of Louis Radcliffe. He's in 12th position from the start of that. According to my producer James, he's going to dust himself down and continue on with his race there. Seems like I'm not the only one that does awful puns. Into the lead goes Jacob Ashcroft. And Thomas Jackson now losing that race lead as a result. Small shake of the head there from Thomas. Look at that climbing over the curb there, hoping to hook the car in, I imagine. The understeer seemingly massive into both of these hairpins there. An absolute train with the number 14, unfortunately getting caught up in that. Alfie McBain hit the back of the car in front and then got hit from behind as well. Everybody clinging to that inside line then as they head up to the top end of the circuit. And look how much they need to tiptoe their way through here. Not much tiptoeing going on there, more of a Glaswegian headbutt for the number 66 Elliot Powell on the receiving end of that contact. Lewis Sumner there holding on to third place, or is he? Well, hold on with your fingertips, Lewis. The 282 of Daniel Minto sends one up the inside, and Lewis says, no thank you, I'd rather have that back, please. You could see the rain coming down there, actually, on our turn one camera. Jacob Ashcroft has opened up a lead of 2.4 seconds, but in tentative style. Lots of contact warnings coming through. Jared Fox-Whiteley getting one of them. Not a race to remember for the 42 machine. As defensive move made there by Blair Smith. And look at how wide Max Colbert ran there. Max was almost all the way down the road at Wilton Mill. As they all screech to a halt at that hairpin at the top of the circuit. It's incredible how much they're having to slow it down into there. Number 28 there of Bella McConville making her way through. 7th position for her at the moment, just behind Blair Smith, and apparently just ahead of Blair Smith as well. Battle still on for second place. As Lewis Sumner, now he's made his way back into third, has clung to the back of Thomas Jackson in the 116, a number famously ran by Ash Sutton, the British touring car champion. As, again, look, Thomas caught out there by the understeer. He's been struggling to keep up with Jacob Ashcroft and now loses that place to Lewis. Lewis Sumner just holding on. The car wanting to break away there. As soon as he touches the brakes, you see the right-hand axle just skip out slightly before the hairpin. A hop, skip and a jump over the curbs. Another contact warning for Jared Fox-Whiteley. This race, not one for him to remember. Hopefully keeps his head screwed on here. It's easy to get frustrated in these scenarios. Blair Smith gaining ground here. The number 12 kart now up into 4th position. Daniel Minto in 5th. Great run this by Blair Smith. Started 11th on the grid now. Bella McConville also up from 15th into 7th, so a solid drive there. There's the 118 machine down the inside in the middle of this pack here. Kart 118 Jensen Chalk. And look at these 6 now. All together just in front is the number 45. Blair Smith continuing on this progress. Finley Smith doing the fastest lap of the race now. 51.9 as more and more contact in the hairpin. 262 right in the thick of it as well. Or is that actually Daniel Minto? I do apologise. There's a headbutt there to the back of the 74. Charlie King scooted off the road, encouraged off the road, you could say. Teammates now side by side into the first corner. It is Daniel Minto there with Alfie McBain just in front, his teammate in kart number 14. There's contact down into the hairpin. 2 karts almost locked together for a moment there. A slap of the steering wheel as well, bit of frustration. It is Daniel Minto there with Alfie McBain just in front, his teammate in kart number 14. There's contact down into the hairpin. 2 karts almost locked together for a moment. Frustration. But understandably so. Went for a move. Move didn't come off cleanly. And it was the number 118, Jensen Chalk. pushing his luck a little bit there down the price. Jacob Ashcroft continues to lead though, 2.2 seconds ahead of Lewis Sumner, then Thomas Jackson, Blair Smith fourth, Max Colbert number 42, and well, not much of a solid run there through the final corner for the leader of this battle, Charlie King in kart 74, sideways through turn 1. He's got the 14 of Alfie McBain all over him. Alfie throws it up the inside into the hairpin. Bella McConville wanting to take advantage of that as well in the white and black machine. There's a battle a little bit further down the order. Sorry, further up the order. Blair Smith into the grass. That was the battle for third place. He tries to get the kart moving. You can see the frustration. He says, oh, I've got to get up. I'm like that in the morning, mate. Throws it down into the hairpin. Has to get out of the kart and then push it along. Just a little bit too hot into the hairpin at the top. And again, pays the price. That now promotes Thomas Jackson up into third place. We look here at the 14 of Alfie McBain fighting away with Charlie King. The two of them both trying to hold that inside line as best they can to defend and attack all at once. They fly past my window here. Lovely sight of them out the window as they stream their way through the last corner. Here is the battle for second place though. Lewis Sumner, kart 38. He got ahead of Thomas Jackson, but he hasn't disappeared up the road, has he? He's made some good progress as Lewis, but not able to do anything more with it. He had a slow previous lap, actually, lost 2 seconds to Thomas Jackson. Just trying to see if I could figure out where he made that mistake, but I'm not sure. But he definitely made a mistake, and that has opened up more opportunity for Thomas Jackson here. Still in second place. As, oh, there is another mistake through turn 1. Jackson puts his nose down the inside. He's got nowhere to go through turn 3. Quick look over the shoulder there from Thomas, I think, just to check and see if anybody else was in close proximity. But these guys are, well, quite far away from anybody else. They're 3 seconds clear of Max Colbert, which in karting terms is quite the gap. But so is 6.3 seconds. That's Jacob Ashcroft's lead at the moment. Wonderful performance this by Jacob. Another contact warning there for Louis Redcliffe. Two of those come through so far. Kart 42 there, Gerard Fox-Whiteley started third on the grid, or would have done, trying to make his way back up the order. As, oh, is that McConville being shoved out of the way there? Kart 28, and again as well, Kart 118 going through, and now Kart 39 of Loman Wilcox. McConville there was a victim of a move down the inside that then just cascaded into more and more positions lost. That's how brutal it can be here in Ultimate Karting Championship as Big sends into the hairpin. Teammates side by side, and Daniel Minto not playing ball there with his teammate Alfie McBain. Says, nope, I'm going to look after number 1. There's a big gap in the field there, as you can see. Quite the gap indeed. Streaming over the hill once again, and Lewis Sumner having to fight his way back in front of Thomas Jackson. The two have swapped positions. There's a big lunge up the inside there by the 142. That was a massive, massive send. Sorry, it was not the 142, it was the 42 of Gerard Fox-Whiteley. Now there is second, third, fourth and fifth. With the battle for second going on, it's actually opened things up here to Max Colbert and Blair Smith in kart 45. Those two are well in touch now of podium positions. I wonder if Max can push through here. As, oh, big contact, and karts off further down the order. That's Loman Wilcox involved in that. I didn't quite see who the other driver was. We'll find out when one of them doesn't cross the line. There is Lewis Sumner second, Thomas Jackson third, Max Colbert fourth, then Smith in fifth. Trying to see who the driver was around Loman Wilcox. It was Jensen Chalk. Jensen hopped into the air by wheel-to-wheel contact and has plummeted down the order, I'm afraid. Yellow flag still out there, actually, up at the hairpin. Lewis holding on to that second place at present. Thomas Jackson third, and we move on to the final lap. Jacob Ashcroft leading the way, consistently now. 9 seconds clear. Still a little bit of rain coming down as well, which is affecting the grip. There's the battle for second position. Sumner, Jackson, Colbert and Smith. Can Colbert get onto a podium spot here? It certainly looks likely with his pace over the last few laps. But is he going to make the move cleanly enough to get down the inside there? You can still see off at the hairpin. Actually, Henry James, I think, has just come unstuck down there. But how about this for Jacob Ashcroft, championship leader at the moment, showing everybody how it's done here at Rowrah. A wonderful, wonderful drive this, absolutely untouchable. Leans into the final corner, and what a win for Jacob Ashcroft that is. Over 10 seconds clear of the rest on the previous lap. And nobody could get anywhere near. Round the final corner comes Lewis Sumner, and indeed Max Colbert did make it. Third place on the final lap for him. A solid, solid run indeed towards the end of the race. Okay, I'll just be back in a moment. We've got a slight technical we're going to change here. I'll be back in a moment. So Jacob Ashcroft taking the win, then Lewis Sumner and Max Colbert in second and third. Blair Smith in fourth. Thomas Jackson, fifth position ahead of Charlie King and Daniel Minto. Then Jared Fox-Whiteley, Alfie McBain and Louis Radcliffe completing the top 10. Maya Simpson 11th ahead of Blair Smith and Bella McConville, with Devin Taylor and Elliot Powell next up. Nathaniel Gray 16th, Ed Spain 17th. Kieran Stewart was 18th ahead of Henry James, and Finlay Smith completes the top 20. Loman Wilcox, Cody Lipatarel, Jacob Jack and Jensen Chalk complete the field. A bit of a difficult time there for, of course, the drivers towards the tail end of the order there. Jacob Jack, Jensen Chalk both having issues. Loman Wilcox off the road as well. I think it was Henry James might have had dramas in the final couple of laps just there. Now we prepare for the next race of the day. We're going to be heading now into the Senior Super Heat B. Due to start 10:31, so 2 minutes time. Very tight schedule here at Rowrah. And in all events of the UKC, I must add. They run a well-oiled machine here. Had only a brief appearance around the paddock earlier just to see everything, and it's a very well-polished outfit, all of this. My first time with the UKC, and hopefully doing it justice so far. Certainly enjoying myself here at Rowrah. Apologies for any slight technicals earlier on. It was very quickly resolved by the wonderful people here at Alpha Live. Doing a smashing job. It's great to be working with these guys once again. Done a number of broadcasts with them in the past on different championships and series, but great to be here for UKC. A new circuit and a new championship and organiser for me. I'm sure wherever he may be, Kev Harris is having a good old time in the paddock. He's getting some interviews and things for us, which we'll be showcasing over the course of the day. But now we're going to be moving on to the senior Rotax category. You can see the 79 there of Cian Geraghty. He currently leads the championship. He's not had a heat win, actually, since back at round 2. He won the super heat there. Hearing of a potential minor delay, but only minor, so we're not going to be sitting here for an hour, but this may be why. Bit of a briefing going on down there. I believe one of the carts that was off in that previous race just having to be recovered. I think it was Jensen Chalk that was down there, 118 that had gone off. A very busy race that was actually for Jensen as well. A lot of contact in multiple parts, but that's what happens. You know, it's incredibly close racing here. It's hard for anybody really to see too much around behind them. At the end of the day, these things don't have mirrors. You see the drivers a lot glancing left and right, trying to see what's going on around them. And very often when they're coming out of a corner, they'll figure out what the situation is. There is Jensen Chalk. Hopefully all okay. Now the cone's being moved here for Super Heat B of the Senior Supers. So let's get the senior Rotaxes underway, shall we? Cian Geraghty starts on pole position with Angus Scrivener alongside him. Joshua Turnbull third with Harrison Crowther on the second row. Then it's Morgan Hudson-Brown ahead of Max Taylor and Ewan Charman. Tristan Rennie will start alongside him on row 4. Alex Moody next up and Ethan Critchley with Callum Kinder and Jack Thompson starting in 12th position. Daniel Whitfield starts with Ethan Head on row 7. McGilvray, I believe it is, in 15th. Jamie Perrelly in 16th. Louis Harvey 17th alongside Molly Pugh on the 9th row. Ben Horner and Dominic Darling complete the top 20. Marcus King and Jack West on the 11th row. And Elliot Foster, last by no means least, on the 23rd spot of the grid. As mentioned though, Cian Geraghty leads the championship at the moment, but Tristan Rennie winning a heat earlier on this weekend, looking to be in good form at the moment. Macaulay Bishop, though, in this category for the weekend. He's made limited amount of appearances this season, only appearing in rounds 2 and 4 so far, but winning almost everything that he touches. He's won both heats so far this weekend. Going to be something that he's hoping to continue here, but no appearance in this race, of course. He's going to be in Super Heat A, which is due to start at 10:50. We'll have been live for an hour by then. It's incredible how quickly time flies when you're having fun, but a good day so far here at Rowrah. 2 very, very busy races, and that is not going to change a bit. The driver's now waiting, probably just looking at the rain, wondering, is that going to affect us here? I'm just checking out of the window, and there are still a few drops falling, but it's nothing much. It seemed to affect the grip at the start of that race there before the drivers could get a proper amount of heat into the tyres. But at the same time, they handled it really well in the later stages of the race, so I think it just comes down to how quickly they can get that heat generated and get the tyres working. You can see drivers in the background there, tyres and all sorts being taken back into the paddock. It's a very hilly paddock here at Rowrah, I can tell you that. On the way in, it is mighty busy. You make your way down into the circuit and have to swoop all the way down to the bottom to find the timing and the commentary box where I'm posted.
I can't see the ramp down from here.
And neither can we, Sunshine, I don't think. But like we mentioned, a slight delay here for the drivers. Car 74 being moved, and now the 21 machine being shifted as well, actually. 92 also being picked up and moved. Maybe a little shift in the order, potentially. Is that all this is? They seem to have all gotten the message at the same time for just a moment there. So a bit of shuffling going on in the pre-grid. A fantastic viewpoint here at the top of the circuit. There you can see the elevation. A very scenic place around here. Of Got Nigel Geraghty just off on our right-hand side there. You can see on the hat as well there, Geraghty branding, waiting for championship leader to head out onto the circuit. And he's going to be hoping to continue on winning form. In Heat 2 yesterday, he finished in 2nd position, scoring himself a sturdy 34 points, but obviously wanting the 40 points for a win. It's strange hearing myself back actually through somebody else watching the broadcast. It's something that you have to get used to as a motorsport commentator, but it happens. It happens. But it's the calm before the storm with the senior Rotaxes waiting for their heat to get underway. And there he is. It's finally gotten through with the delay. There we go, lovely stuff. Okay, so we were scheduled to start this one 10:31. Unfortunately, just running a few minutes behind here. I believe the delay was related to the 118 of Jensen Chalk, who was off the road in the previous race in the Junior Rotax Superheat A. There was a bit of a chat between the marshals and the personnel down there. And it might be quite tough mentally for the drivers, this. I mean, at the end of the day, when they've gotten to this point, obviously being in senior Rotaxes, it's highly likely they've been racing for a while. So they've sort of moulded their mindset quite a lot to not be affected by times like this. But when you've got a longer period of waiting to get racing, it can play on your mind a little bit, more time to overthink. But now the time for thinking is done, and they will now do the doing, so to speak, as they head out on track and look how slippery it is. It's very slippery, because the 141 is around. Daniel Whitfield showing you just how slippery it is as well. The thing doesn't want to move on that grass. Trying to get the rear axle onto that bit of concrete at least, so he can get some grip and get moving. But even on the concrete, there's not much grip, it seems. A very solid grid indeed, this one, with lots of big names and a lot of pressure for the drivers. Just starting to form up the grid now. You can hear the tyres screeching away, screaming for mercy already, and the race hasn't begun. They all form up now into the tram lines 2 by 2. And in stark contrast, we'll now speed up rapidly. And Superheat B in Senior Rotax is underway. Angus Scrivener gets a really good start, actually goes straight into the lead in kart 94. He was actually ahead at the line as well. So Angus Scrivener gets a really good start, actually goes straight into the lead in kart 94. He was actually ahead at the line as well. Certainly takes advantage of that. Bit of contact further down the order. Everybody surviving that one by the look of it. Bit more contact into the hairpin, but what can you expect? Bit more contact into the hairpin, but what can you expect? This is what we get. Scrivener making a great start. Then Harrison going for first, says Cleland there from Jamie Perrelly, I believe it is. The iconic Murray Walker line. Can't take copyright for that. But yeah, clearly, if it was Jamie Perrelly, I believe it was, very unhappy. Maybe after a little bit of contact there. Either that, or he was telling him that he'd hurt his finger in the contact. Harrison Crowther holding second place here, but I don't mean to call him a cork in the bottle with any disrespect, but right now he's got a pile of karts right up behind him. Don't know what the collective is for karts, to be honest. But Harrison ahead of Max Taylor and Joshua Turnbull. Ahead of Max Taylor and Joshua Turnbull. All way, way further back though. You can see they're still just stringing in behind. The move down the inside there, and the S of Max Taylor overtaken once again, losing another position on this lap actually. Up into third place now has gone Josh Turnbull. He's the first one to try and have a go at Harrison Crowther. A bit of a wiggle there on the exit of the left-hander by Callum Kinder. Across the line after another lap. Scrivener once again fastest lap. Crowther, Turnbull, Rennie, Taylor. Tristan Rennie making some solid progress from 8th on the grid up into 4th place. A move this way, a move that way, and down the inside goes Ethan Head into the hairpin. Still again Harrison Crowther holding on well here. Tristan Rennie makes another place up down the inside. He's trying to bring his teammate with him. Doesn't quite work this time round though, as the DHR machine of Joshua Turnbull tries to close off the inside line. Over the crest once more. Great pressure being put on here by Tristan Rennie. Cuts this way and that way. Crowther doesn't know where to look, but he's defending brilliantly so far. He's held on to second position from the very start, but it's not helping anybody other than Angus Scrivener. Louis Harvey lost a few places in that last lap. 4 positions lost for him. He's dropped down slightly. Look at them all wanting to stick to the inside line. Everyone wants to put a send down the inside, and there's a bit of contact further back. 2 karts coming to a stop. 75 machine off as well. I think one of them is Geraghty. Geraghty involved in that, potentially. We'll see. Get that confirmed in just a moment. I do not see the 79 in this fight anymore. Championship leader in trouble here. Daniel Whitfield in 21st place has done the fastest lap of the race. Contact warning for Tristan Rennie, but it was Ethan Head that was in that contact. We saw him put a move down the inside a lap or 2 ago, and you can see that Cian Geraghty is dropped. That Cian Geraghty is down, and Jamie Perrelly. So a few drivers coming unstuck on that lap. I think there might have been further contact behind as well, actually, where 2 of them came together initially, and then maybe 2 more getting it tied up in that. Cian Geraghty still running by the look of it. He's down in 17th position last time he crossed the line. Ewan Charman involved. Ewan Charman actually getting a contact warning as a result as well. But Scrivener still leading the way. A dominant drive so far. Tristan Rennie in 2nd position. Josh Turnbull 3rd. There is the move from Max Taylor though. Moves up into 4th place now, ahead of Hudson Brown Thompson. Crowther now ended up in 7th position after all of that wonderful defending earlier on. A look down the inside by Callum Kinder. Just under 5 minutes to go there. Families and friends viewing on as the senior Rotaxes make their way out of the 2nd of the 2 hairpins up at the top end of the circuit. So close together. Louis Harvey there in the white and green in the middle of all that. You can see here, look, the 65 of Jack Thompson wanting to get one over on Hudson Brown. Hudson Brown just keeping that car exactly where he needs it. Morgan wants to try and work together here to catch after Max. You can see him make a little bit of a gesture there as if to say, look, I'm trying to catch him as well, mate. Let's move forward. It's almost like having a bounty on your head with having a letter on your number board rather than... sorry, having a letter on your number board rather than a number. He wants to go chasing down Max Taylor and try and get the better of him. There's Josh Turnbull, 3rd position for him at the moment, just behind Tristan Rennie. Wanting to catch up with Angus Scrivener, of course. On the previous lap, these two were both 0.3 of a second faster than our race leader, but to no avail. Cian Geraghty, I can tell you, has moved up into 15th place now. Did a purple final sector on that last lap as well. Louis Harvey moving up into 8th position on that lap. Jack Thompson moving up into 5th place from 6th. You can see there are a few karts almost littering the circuit down there on the exit of the hairpin where they've all come to blows. This is the chase right now from Turnbull on the back of Rennie, and then 5 karts in behind, hoping to catch up. 53 and 62. Callum Kinder and Mac McGilvray right together as they lead a pair of teammates in the form of Harrison Crowther and, sorry, Ben Horner and Ethan Critchley, that is. No, it is Crowther and Critchley, apologise. Ben Horner has lost a place and now dropped behind the pair of them. All names and numbers I'm still getting used to here at Rowrah. I do apologise, but hope you're enjoying the broadcast at least still so far. Having a lot of fun with these first super heats of the day. These categories in junior and senior Rotax split into heats B and A, super heats B and A each. And then after that we get a singular super heat for Jack Thompson there, all over the back now of Max Taylor. They have caught up, but not without getting in front of Morgan Hudson-Brown, as Morgan was saying to him earlier, look, you know, I want to move forward as well. That's the plan. So he's not been able to just yet. That's the battle behind them. Callum Kinder second in this train here, chasing down Mac McGilvray. A little bit of a move there, actually. The 2 teammates, Ethan Critchley and Harrison Crowther, having a bit of a squabble. Just behind them, you've got Horner, Darling and Geraghty. Keane Geraghty moving back up, and a big headbutt there onto the back of Callum Kinder. Well, surprise. Goodness me. Absolutely shoveled off the road there. Nearly ended up the banking. Number 47 being overtaken there in that battle too. Dominic Darling being moved over into the hairpin. Ethan Critchley actually given a contact warning for that, and I'm not surprised. I imagine there's probably an invoice attached to that as well. He hit him that hard. Max Taylor second in this group, still trying to get back past Jack Thompson, but he's under pressure now from Morgan Hudson-Brown. Jack West has managed to make his way into this. Been a bit quiet about Jack West in this race so far, but solid performance. Started 22nd on the grid, actually. I think he's the biggest mover in the field as well. So, very stealthy Jack West making his way through the field. He's got Louis Harvey on the back of him right now, trying to take advantage. There's the natural check-up in a group like this where they all slow down, compensating for one another when they're chasing karts closely. A great quintet of them now making their way around the final corner. This will be, maybe not the penultimate lap of the race. I think we'll get 2 more after this. I think Angus Scrivener is due to cross the line with just a few seconds left, extending the race by another lap. Some great pace on show here. Great persistence from these drivers as well. Louis Harvey making a slight adjustment there as he heads towards our cameraman on post at the top of the circuit. A lot of momentum carried there by Max Taylor. He looked really good out of that little section. So he clings to the back of Jack Thompson's number 65 machine, cocking a wheel as it comes round. The last lap board is shown. I'm not sure they crossed the line as it went to 0 or what, but that was a very, very close call. Scrivener still leads. Rennie second, Turnbull third. They're getting closer and closer all of the time. Personal best on that last lap by Josh Turnbull in third. You can see Tristan Rennie just taking a slow look over his shoulder there, not to display too much body language to Joshua Turnbull. Josh is looking feisty into the final few corners. So too, though, is Angus Scrivener. Scrivener takes the win in Super Heat B in the senior Rotaxes, and Rennie holds off Turnbull until the end. Next across the line is Jack Thompson, Max Taylor, Hudson-Brown, West and Harvey. Mac McGilvray and Ethan Critchley through there as well to complete the top 10. Harrison Crowther, Kean Geraghty recovers into 12th position. But he will not be too pleased with that one. There is your winner, Angus Scrivener, taking victory ahead of Tristan Rennie and Joshua Turnbull. Jack Thompson finished in 4th. Max Taylor completes the top 5 in kart number 5. Morgan Hudson-Brown was 6th ahead of Jack West and Louis Harvey. Mac McGilvray 9th and Ethan Critchley in 10th position. Behind them was Harrison Crowther and Kean Geraghty, as mentioned, recovering back up into 12th. Ben Horner 13th. Callum Kinder 14th after being headbutted. Dominic Darling 15th ahead of Ewan Sharman. Ethan Head 17th. Molly Pugh 18th where she started on the grid. Elliot Foster 19th and Jamie Perrelly, despite his hand gestures, 20th position. Daniel Whitfield 21st and Marcus King, the final finisher, in 22nd place, albeit 2 laps down. So a busy start to the senior Rotaxes. And still the rain comes down here at Rowrah, but like I say, barely noticeable. The only drops I'm actually visibly seeing are from that camera. If I look out the window though, I can barely see anything coming down at all. It is the lightest of showers. Hopefully not affecting play too much. Let's head then into Superheat A, shall we, for senior Rotax. So we prepare then with the grid for this one. Macaulay Bishop, in his second appearance of the season, starts on pole alongside Gabe Fairbrother. Louis Merica is in third, with John Brown joining him on that second row. Alexander Cole is fifth, with Reece Bailey in sixth position. Stephen Napier alongside Maxim Smith on row 4. Then it's Joshua Graham and Kai Hunter on the 10th position. Kieran Ives is 11th, with Luca Palazzo in 12th place. Ben Donkin is 13th with Neo Clark, 14th. Neo currently 4th in the championship. David Mitchell 15th alongside Benjamin Lee. Harry Hurst Grover is 17th with James Philip King, completing a double-barrelled 9th row with Jack Baker and Jack Gillingham, and all Jack 10th row of the grid. Behind them, Caitlin Seabrook starts 21st with Sam Kelbrick 22nd. Deacon Russell in 23rd on that 12th row of the grid, completing the 46 drivers that we have here this weekend. As I said earlier, the senior Rotax category, just like the junior Rotax category, massive. Something's very funny down there by the sound of it. 79 drivers so far this season. There is the number 40 cart being removed. That's Jamie Perrelly. That is the slight delay reason. You can see that the front left on Jamie's cart was completely broken. Very tough stuff indeed. And there we see two of the teammates lining up alongside one another. Louis Merica, I believe, there, the 39, and Gabe Fairbrother, 05. You can actually, I mean, a key indicator to me of who that was would be the fact he's got the word Gabe written down his leg in massive letters. So if I was paying any sort of attention, I'd been able to pick that up. But Gabe and his teammate waiting for this one to get underway. This one scheduled to start at 10:50. But as is the case very often in motorsport, no matter what size the vehicles, what importance the race meeting, the delays will happen. It's a very tight ship that they run, though, like I said. And sometimes just takes a few moments or so to recover from the previous race, but there are breaks and things planned throughout the day. And all delays are now accounted for, and everybody heads out onto the circuit. I love the release of these machines and how effortlessly they slot in together. It's like an aerobatics team as they head down onto the track, floating this way and that way. You can see the difference in the kart's behaviour when they have very little tyre temperature. And from the middle of the grid, Josh Graham and Kai Hunter being tipped as two to watch here. Karts numbers 8 and 0. Kai Hunter wearing that number 0 with pride for this one, as a lot of drivers often do when they win a specific competition or event to earn an O plate or the S plate that we saw earlier on. They wear that with pride to sort of show their accolades as such. And right now, they're on their second green flag lap. Now you can see, look, adjustments being made, and look at the amount of weaving here. It's fantastic, the change of direction, and it actually makes these wonderful marks on the circuit. You can see them, look. The tyre marks are very unique to karting. They're making their way up towards the top end of the circuit. And before long they will be forming up side by side. And then we'll get into the tram lines and ready to go. Macaulay Bishop then starting on pole position, a name that we've all seen before. Don't you worry, son, you're not in the way. Alongside Macaulay on the front row, Gabe Fairbrother. 7th in the championship at the moment is Gabe, but had a heat win earlier on in the season back at round 2. Macaulay so far has had a 6th place and a 5th place, but other than that has won every race he's competed in so far this season. There's a driver off into the pits. We'll try and confirm who that is in just a moment. But we're underway for Superheat A in the senior Rotaxes, and well, Gabe Fairbrother sweeps around the outside into the lead ahead of Macaulay Bishop as everybody else shuffles their way through turns 2 and 3. Everyone clinging to the inside line into the hairpin, hoping to make the most of it. A nice tidy start by the Superheat A senior Rotaxes. And it's the 41 in the pit lane. 41 can't seem to find on my timing screen for some reason, but we'll come to that in a moment. I think my sight is going in my old age. But a very tidy first lap, that. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Great start by Gabe Fairbrother. He and Macaulay Bishop breaking away slightly at the moment. Is it still John Brown that's sat just behind them? It is. Then it's Louis Merrick. Alexander Culler's moved up. Kai Hunter next in the queue. As they all head up to the top end of the circuit. It's the lead duo that are starting to break away slightly. A little bit of a nod there. And it's Bailey in the pit lane. Unfortunately out of this race before it even began. Some adjustments being made there, and Macaulay Bishop sweeping round the outside of Gabe Fairbrother, much like Gabe did to him at the very first corner. He gets round now into the race lead. Macaulay wearing that number 1. Again, showing the prowess of accolades. 3rd position though, John Brown looking very strong at the moment in the bright pink and blue helmet. Little move just behind there, I think Alexander Cull and Kai Hunter. Looks like Bailey heading back out onto the circuit, which is good to see. And yes, Rhys Bailey now just popping up on the timing screen. I can confirm they're in 23rd place. Brown and Fairbrother side by side. Fairbrother looks over to the right, says, go on then, do it. He does it, and oh, look at that cutback by Fairbrother. Really well calculated, but nothing to worry about there. And I think, this is the thing. Fairbrother looked back there almost to say to John, look, let's go after Macaulay. Let's stay with him. Just as he did that, John was looking behind him as well, so I don't think he saw the signal. The wonderful art form that is karting there on display. It's mere milliseconds in all forms. There's the final corner and the view. Swig of the coffee to calm the nerves as well. Josh Graham doing the fastest lap as well. Josh and Kai, as I said at the start of this race, 2 to watch through the order from the middle of the grid. Josh up into 7th place, started 9th. Kai Hunter up into 5th from 10th on the grid. Kai in the number 0 machine, just up the road ahead of this. This is Neo Clark ahead of Steve Napier. 28 ahead of 229. And actually a move has been done there by Maxim Smith, although, sorry, Maxim has lost positions. So much shuffling going on, it's hard to keep up. But that's the joy of all of this. It's all fast-paced action, race after race, every single time we go racing. Especially here at Rowrah as well, a circuit that promotes a lot of overtaking and a lot of manoeuvres. With a wonderfully scenic backdrop as well, almost looks like a scale model diorama. Very picturesque place to go racing. The weather may not be on side today, but certainly always looks the part. Big train of them there, though. A bit further down the order. I believe that Luca Palazzo was leading that one with Kieran Ives, David Mitchell, Jack Baker in there as well. You look there to the 95 of John Brown, third position for him. Now that Gabe Fairbrother's got back in front, he's actually set the fastest lap of the race, and he's starting to break away slightly, trying to catch up with Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay showing fantastic pace here this morning, as down the inside goes Kai Hunter on Louis Merica. Lovely move. Nice and tidy. Louis gave him the room to do that one and slots in behind. A little bit of a signal this way and that to say, right, let's go. Alexander Kull is in there as well. Sideways from Merica into the hairpin. More pressure being put on by Joshua Graham as well. He did the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of 45.24. Not even at the halfway point of this race just yet. And the pace is ramping up lap after lap. As it does, you get a real idea of the speed that they're heading around that final corner there from that wide-angle shot with the spectators. Great pace, though, from Joshua Graham so far. He's setting his sights on Alexander Kull's 6th position. Just behind them, there's Maxime Smith ahead of Steve Napier. And there's the move. Down the inside goes Joshua Graham. And another move is made. 95 and 0. John Brown and Kai Hunter still close together for third position at the moment. Gabe Fairbrother in second place is now cleared off from those guys. Macaulay Bishop hasn't exactly cleared off from the field, though. Half a second is all his advantage. He's just done a personal best, though, 45.44. A number of personal bests coming in from the top 5 on that lap, actually. First, third and fifth all doing their best laps of the race. It may be a difference of only mere thousandths, but they did a great job of it all the same. John running a little bit deep into the hairpin there. The kart lifting the right rear wheel off the ground. And a move down the inside. There goes Kai Hunter. And by the look of the momentum on the exit, the Hunter will not become the hunted. You could see Joshua Graham there pointing. He's saying to Louis, as he saw him look back, he said, look, keep going, push, go forward. Get back after him. Sorry, I believe it was Kai Hunter pointing at John Brown. It was actually my mistake. Communicating to one another. The beauty of the karting is the fact that they are obviously so out in the open. You can see the body language, you can see the visual cues. Synchronized look back there from John Brown and Louis Merica. They know the score. Great battle this, though. Plenty of opportunities here for these drivers to still shake up the order a lot. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. And then another lap here at Rowrah in the senior Rotax Superheat A. As all lifting the rear of Louis Merica's kart there. Joshua Graham just puts his nose where it's not wanted. That opens up an opportunity to Alexander Kull and Neo Clark, who are right behind this fight as well. Just got a little bit too close for comfort there, did Josh. And I tell you, Louis did well to save that and not have a complete spin. Moved down the inside this time by Josh. A little bit of argy-bargy up to the next hairpin as well. Neo Clark trying to send a message. Oh, nearly pushed off the road there by Kull, but Neo got out of it at the right time. Love the golden tinted visor of Neo Clark. A lot of drivers tend to go for blue, but the yellow tint looks somewhat menacing. It looks almost military, doesn't it? As down the inside, that's a military maneuver for you. Have some of that, he says. There we go. No prisoners taken there by Neo Clark. Straight off the bat, Alexander Kull goes defensive with Stephen Napier not too far behind. Really do love that shot of turn one. See the karts hopping and skipping through that first corner. But at the moment, it's Macaulay Bishop, Gabe Fairbrother, Kai Hunter, John Brown. Top 4, Josh Graham up into 5th position now, hoping to continue hunting. With all the battles going on, their lap times have fluctuated quite a lot, but it's just still Josh Graham with the fastest lap of the race, 45.24. Most of them doing 45.4s, 45.5s on that previous tour. Macaulay Bishop was half a tenth of a second slower than Gabe Fairbrother, and as you can see, the gap is coming down. It was half a second earlier on, but Gabe has really wound it on in the second half of this race. Macaulay not looking phased at all. Not that we can see his facial expression, but you can see the way he's sort of relaxing his body in the kart slightly there, leaning it into the corners. He's making use of all of the weight transfer and the momentum, keeping things as smooth as he possibly can. But Gabe Fairbrother is pushing. Right, they cross the line with 49 seconds left to go, which says to me that we should get another 2 laps after this one. They will have a couple of seconds to go, I think, unless something happens to our 2 leaders, which is very unlikely that it will. You can see the way the bodywork was really flapping around there on Gabe's kart as he headed out of the hairpin. He just clipped the curb on the exit, and it was really, really bouncy. Macaulay Bishop, though, still leading this race, which is the fact at the moment. John Brown in kart 95 ahead of Josh Graham here. Josh hoping to try and gain a little bit more momentum into the final moments. One more position to add to this list. He's gained a few so far from 9th on the grid. Tries to go for a cutback, doesn't quite make it work this time around. Watch him here. Is he going to go over to the left? You can see now John Brown wanting to go defensive. John showing the body language. He's trying to look for where he is. He's got a fantastic run off the corner, though, as Josh Graham doesn't go for any sort of a push. He's keeping this nice and fair and clean. Let's see then. Timer ticks down to 0. And we will get just 1 lap after this. Last lap board is out. And it's the last opportunity board for Gabe Fairbrother. So he tries to get one over on Macaulay Bishop. Gabe currently 7th in the championship. As I said, he's had 1 heat win so far this season. That was heat 1 back at round 2. And with Macaulay only making 2 appearances so far this season, he might count this as a sort of a what if. You know, he would be classed as the winner if Macaulay wasn't here, but Macaulay is very much here and he's very much right in front of him. Just a few moments left to go in this race. Macaulay Bishop seems to have this all under control, as we'd expect. Round the final corner he goes. Bishop takes the win. Gabe Fairbrother second. Kai Hunter crossing the line in 3rd ahead of this absolute train. John Brown, great defensive drive throughout that race there. He finishes ahead of Joshua Graham, Louis Merricker, Neo Clark, Alexander Cole, Stephen Napier and Maxim Smith. Very solid stuff that by Macaulay Bishop. He takes another race victory. Gabe Fairbrother 2nd place. Solid stuff for his championship. Kai Hunter is next ahead of John Brown and Joshua Graham. Then Louis Merricker in 6th. Neo Clark ahead of Alexander Kull. Steve Napier and Maxim Smith completing the top 10 drivers in that one. Ben Donkin was next in 11th. Didn't see much of him in that one. Jack Baker 12th. David Mitchell 13th ahead of Kieran Ives. Deacon Russell 15th. Jack Gillingham 16th position ahead of Luca Palazzo. Benjamin Lee next up in 18th place. Caitlin Seabrook and Sam Kelbrick completing the 20. Then it's Harry Hurst Grover, James Philip King and Reese Bailey. Unfortunately, a lap down in that one after failing to make it out for the start of the race, having to peel off into the pits before we even got underway. Great action so far then. So we've had both of the junior and senior Rotax categories out on the circuit. The karts will drop slightly in size now as we head to Micromax for their superheat. And as the Micromaxes get ready to head out onto the circuit, I'm delighted to say, as a commentator, we're not allowed to have biases. I'll tell you about that gentleman on the right-hand side of your shot in just a moment. Dian Singh Pahal starts on pole position alongside Alfie Garrett, with Albert Farrow in 3rd place and Benedictas Masiokas in 4th position. Let's see if that one catches me out. Sebastian Crawford 5th, with Ralph Martin joining him on row 3. Teddy Murphy then alongside Ansel Murray. We then have Ethan Lloyd and Dimitar Uzanov alongside each other, with William Davison and Carter Jackson starting on the 6th row. Freddie Walker and Oliver Woodall making it a Tony Kart 7th row. The man on the right-hand side of the screen there is Luke Garrett, the father of Alfie Garrett. My usual tipple is commentating on the Goodyear FIA European Truck Racing Championship, and Luke, a driver in that series over all of Europe, racing in truck racing, 5-ton trucks with 1,200 horsepower, and very often on the broadcasts when Alfie is karting on his weekends, and unfortunately Luke's wonderful wife Lisa and Alfie are not at the circuit with them for the truck racing, I usually mention when Alfie is away karting, and this time obviously it's the other way around here, where we are mainly focusing on Alfie's karting here today, but we give the trucks a mention as well the other way around. I'm sure Luke will appreciate that. But they race for the wonderful squad of SFR. As you can see there, dark red and black and orange kart design there. A number of them wearing the same colours there, actually. I believe Alfie's teammate Albert Farrow, part of the squad as well. Alfie leads the championship at the moment from Masiokas in 2nd position. Pole sitter for this one, Dian Singh Pahal, is currently 3rd in the championship, but on a fantastic string of 1sts and 2nds. So really the driver in form at the moment, the number 23. Although Heat 2 earlier on in the weekend was won by Alfie Garrett. Albert Farrow finishing 3rd behind Dian Singh Pahal. It was only a 5th place for Benedictas Masiokas, 2nd in the championship. So we'll see how this one pans out. Slightly narrower tyres on these karts, as you see. Obviously a reduced pace compared to the 2 categories that we've just seen, but it's part of this fantastic ladder of karting. Many different categories to make your way through. And we've just seen, actually, from Kerry Probert in the chat, saying good luck to Alfie and a happy birthday for Tuesday. So we'll see what he can give him. Well, whether he can give himself an early birthday present, I suppose, with a victory. Apologies, by the way, for any technicals. We are having slight internet issues at the moment. Here we are. I mean, to be fair, with Rowrah is in a quarry. It is way out of the way. And I'm only just having it confirmed now that after saying Rowrah for most of the day, even though I asked Google, because you can never be too sure, it is Rowrah, apparently. So I do apologise, everyone. It's not the part of the world I'm from. I'll use that as an excuse. But still, we hope you're all enjoying the show so far, and hopefully the issues can be resolved quickly. It's a huge shame that the beautiful backdrop of this circuit is probably one of the contributing factors that makes it a difficult place to broadcast from, but it's a great circuit all the same. We are literally in a quarry. There is no exaggeration to that we are literally in one. There's a humongous backdrop here. Quite the cliff as, Alfie Garrett struggling to get away there from the pre-grid and slotting into what looks like 7th position before the karts make their way around. He's just making a bit more progress now to get back through, and you could see the other drivers knew that, so giving him a bit of leeway to make his way back up the order. 2 green flag laps to get that done before they line up. But the Micromax Superheat now on circuit, and it's Dian Singh Pahal on pole position, Alfie Garrett 2nd, Albert Farrow next up, and then Sebastian Crawford in 4th. First appearance of these drivers here today. And a bit more wiggle room on the circuit for these karts as well, which is one of the interesting factors here. Obviously the reduced size and width of these karts means that it does often promote more and more battling. They now move on to their 2nd green flag lap. We look there at the number 31 of William Davison. He's got the 33 of Freddie Walker just behind him. just looking to see there if Alfie has made any progress back towards the front. Still 6th on the road, I believe. Hoping to get back through before they line up for the grid. Obviously, they all slow down a lot before they get to the final corner, so it's highly likely that during those moments is where he will slot into position, and there we go. Just in time. Nicely choreographed. So, Dhyan Singh Pahal starting on the front row of the grid and on pole position here. Right up there in the championship, 3rd place. But a solid run of form at the moment. As fellow drivers watch on from the bench there, love to see that. Great stuff. It's awesome to see all the categories supporting one another. Let's get underway then, shall we? The first Micro Max race of the day. Superheat is underway, and Alfie Garrett side by side with his teammate to turn while actually losing a position there. Albert Farrow going down the inside, little bumping and barging over the curbs. Nice and tidy as they head down towards the hairpin for the first time, but Pahal, the race leader, pole sitter, doing well. Oh, contact further down. Bit of a sorry and a thank you from the 71 of Teddy Murphy, and I think that was Dimitar Uzanov that went into him there. But nicely resolved on the exit. Unfortunately, they'll have to work a little bit harder now to catch back up to the lead group. And it is Dhyan Singh Pahal leading the way, but the 3 teammates of SFR behind, Garrett, Farrow and Masiokas, I believe it is. It is Masiokas there in 4th position. A bit of bumping and barging as they head into the final sector. Garrett pushing his way through past Farrow. Masiokas there having a little bit of a contact with Ralph Martin as well. 7 of them now for the lead as they come across the line. Busy stuff as Alfie Garrett shuffles his way to the front. Farrow goes through. Masiokas wants to come through as well, round the outside at turn 2. And all of a sudden, our race leader, or previous race leader, has been shoveled out of the way and down into 4th place. It's the 3 teammates leading the way now. As they head up into the hairpin, there is Crawford down the inside of Ansel Murray. It remains to be Garrett, Farrow, Pahal leading the way. Number 66 of Ethan Lloyd in the fight there as well, wanting to take advantage. Let's see the teammates battle away now. SFR 1, 2, 3. Masiokas wearing the O plate, wanting to show exactly why he's got that and overtake his teammates there. A very big lean by Albert Farrow. You can see a lot of body language in the car as he moves around behind the wheel. Ansel Murray dropping down into 8th position at the end of that lap there, actually dropping a few positions. Sebastian Crawford running in 5th place at the moment, hoping to get past our pole sitter Pahal. You can see Farrow really tucking in there before they get into the hairpin. Really leaning outwards in the car. There's a bit of contact between 2 teammates there, the 98-66 of Ansel Murray and Ethan Lloyd. That really helped out William Davison as he wanted to get through on those guys as well. Fantastic battling. But the top 3 almost working together here. They stick together, working together in numbers here. It looks like Pahal and Crawford are doing their best to catch back up. Not much fighting going on between those pair at this present moment. And at the moment, Alfie Garrett holds on to the lead. Albert Farrow, he's in the trickiest spot of the 3, I think, right now. He's got to make sure he hangs back a little bit from Alfie and doesn't keep biffing into the back of him, into his teammate, but also he's got to think about Masiokas behind because he doesn't want to hold them up too much. We look here at the number 32 of Ralph Martin. He's got Ansel Murray behind. And there is the move, actually, from Ansel Murray down the inside on the exit of the hairpin. The top three remaining as they are, though. Flying formation at the moment. The rest of the field, though, quite glued together a bit further back, just trying to peruse the live timing and see who's really setting the fastest laps here. But everybody's setting personal best after personal best, so the times are just tumbling every single lap at the moment. Nobody particularly, a little bit of argy-bargy there further down. The 71 of Teddy Murphy involved again in another bit of contact. 62 trying to push his way through as well. That's Dimitar Uzanov. It was those two that actually came to blows in the opening lap. Now they're making their way through the order again, both getting past Carter Jackson and Oliver Woodhall, I believe it was. They're working together as a bit of a unit right now. This is Crawford and Pahal. Crawford now ahead of the 23. Looks like Singh Pahal, though, back down the inside. And he's made it stick. Makes the move once again back into fourth position. Fastest lap of the race by Crawford was a 53.04. Alfie Garrett's best time was the previous lap, 53.05. So not much difference at all in the times. Looks like Pharaoh, after being overtaken by Masiokas, has dropped off that lead trio a little bit. And to be honest, the pace of Pahal and Crawford is bringing them right back into this now. This could be a quintet for the lead by the time this race is done. Alfie just taking a quick glance over his shoulder there. You see Masiokas in the Ayrton Senna-inspired helmet. I'm not sure if it's actually a direct replica or not, but very Senna-inspired at least, with the green and blue stripes. But Benedictas doing a good job in this race here. Started fourth on the grid, up into second place. As, Freddie Walker dropping down. Masiokas goes for the lead. Down the inside of his teammate. And now he points to the skies and he says, let's go. Let's work forward. Let's get on with it. He wanted to just be the one that was spearheading the drive. He's obviously taken a few glances back. A little open of the rad there for Albert Pharaoh. Opening to give himself a little bit more optimization at this stage of the race. 3 minutes left to go here at Rowrah. And it is Masiokas leading Garrett, leading Pharaoh, Pahal and Crawford, the top five, all together covered by just 0.8 of a second. With 2 3/4 minutes left, Ansel Murray dropping another place on that lap. Ralph Martin going through into 6th position. And you can really see how much Albert Pharaoh is leaning there, and obviously due to the smaller nature of these drivers, they can really swing themselves around in the car and look directly behind them as down the inside goes Pahal. But look at that, it really opens up a gap now to Masiokas and Garrett, gives them a bit of breathing room for maybe a lap or so. And now Pahal and Pharaoh need to get back in the mix there, with Crawford still, I was going to say tagging along here, but Crawford, if anything, he's sort of pushing the others towards the leaders with the pace that he's on at the moment. Just under 2 minutes left to go. The rain is still falling, but only a tiny bit. It's not really affecting grip at all. Well, a glance over the shoulder again there by Masiokas, and I mean, to be honest, with the pace that he's on at the moment, our pole sitter, Dian Singh Pahal, could still potentially win this race here. Really on the move. And he's closing right up to the back of Alfie Garrett now. All of them wearing very warm coloured helmets, so hard to differentiate other than number. Similar designs on the liveries as well. Are we going to see a move from Pahal? He does put it down the inside of Alfie Garrett. Alfie sees him last moment, leaves a bit of room, and now Pahal is going to try and go for the race lead on Masiokas. A minute and a lap left to go. There'll probably be one more lap after this as well with the pace that they're on at present. But this is a great, great comeback from Pahal. Took pole position in this one and is showing brilliant pace on his way back up to the front of the field. And there's the send down the inside for the race lead. Great stuff. Pahal into the lead of the race then in the Micromax Superheat. A little bit of a push and a shove from Masiokas behind him. Are we going to see a move by any of them down the inside? No, they want to leave that till the final lap. Still 13 seconds left on the clock, so I think we're going to get this one and then one more. We are by the look of it yet. No last lap board or anything out now. Garrett has Pharaoh right behind him. Pharaoh has Crawford right behind him. And we do indeed have a quintet for the lead. And Alfie there, you can see, saying to Masiokas, look, go. I'm not trying to attack you, but he's ended up. Oh, Masiokas unnecessarily defended, and now he's ended up in a fight with him. They're all glancing, looking at one another, as if to say, what are we doing? But Masiokas just needed to stay in that train there and stick with Pahal. And they've got a bit of breathing room. Every time he looks back, Alfie Garrett's hand is off the wheel and he's pushing forward. He's pointing forward, saying, look, go. Go, go, go. Get that race lead back, Sunshine. We can get him. But Dian at the top of this order has done a brilliant job in this race. Started on pole, got shuffled back by the 3 SFR drivers. And now finds himself back in the lead of this race after great persistence. But this is all going to unfold in this final lap here. Alfie getting a little bit of a shove for his teammates, doubly pointing forward again. Pharaoh there all over the back of him. And watch Crawford in all of this, the black helmet at the back of the pack. He might be having a go here as down the inside of his teammate goes Pharaoh on Alfie Garrett. He drops down into 4th place. Pharaoh now hoping to get the better of the 2 in front, but I think that's opened it up that Masiokas is really the only one that can have a go at Pahal here. Pahal's going to be defensive into the final corner, surely. There's no other options for him. Garrett now under pressure from Crawford. It's not going to be enough from Masiokas, and a great comeback drive gives the win to Pahal. Fantastic win. Masiokas 2nd, Pharaoh 3rd, Garrett 4th, Crawford 5th. Fastest lap of the race still going to Crawford. Ralph Martin next up with Ansel Murray, and then another quintet we didn't see much of in that one. Oliver Woodall coming home at the front of that ahead of Teddy Murphy and Ethan Lloyd. But what a brilliant drive that was by Dian Singh Pahal. Really beautiful drive. Like I say, got shuffled out of the way in the early stages as the 3 teammates came through. But then in the end, made his way through bit by bit and takes the race victory. Benedictas Masiokas finishes in 2nd. Albert Pharaoh is 3rd, with Alfie Garrett finishing in 4th ahead of Sebastian Crawford. Ralph Martin was 6th, with Ansel Murray in 7th. Oliver Woodall 8th, and then Teddy Murphy and Ethan Lloyd completing that group. Dimitar Uzanov was in 11th ahead of William Davison. Freddie Walker 13th, and Carter Jackson in 14th place. Great entertainment there from the Micromax drivers. And in just a minute, we will move on to the next category of our race weekend here at Rowrah. And it's going to be the Mini Inter Superheat. Again, not a massive grid of these drivers in this one, but still fantastic entertainment is guaranteed. You can see there the 183 of Alfie Ward on the right-hand side of your screen. I think Arthur Pharaoh is there in the 24. And there they go, heading out onto the circuit now. Let's go with the Mini Inters, sorry. Don't worry everyone, one day we'll get it right. But let's go through the grid then. Emerson McAndrew-Uren is on pole position with Alfie Ward alongside. Arthur Pharaoh starting 3rd ahead of Ryan White in 4th. Then it's Ryan Townsend and Soren Gallagher in 6th place. Otis Cleary ahead of Eddie Duncan. Then we have Harry Radcliffe and Ian Campbell on the 5th row, Hugo McCluskey alongside Buddy Hugo. Then it's Hamish Gordon and Adam Batt, with Stanley Stafford and George Quinlan in 16th place. Teddy Higgs is 17th ahead of Hakeem Batt, and then Max Jolly in the O-plate in 19th position. Max Jolly, second in the championship at the moment, was disqualified from Heat 2 yesterday and has that as his, what looks like his drop score, but 100% one to watch here from second place. Very big following on social media too, actually, for Max Jolly. Definitely one to keep an eye on. And hopefully will be jolly after a solid performance in this race, but it's Emerson McAndrew-Uren that is top of the championship at the moment. 459 points, nearly 100 clear of Max on 376. Emerson started the season with an incredible run at the first round, winning every race he was in. And then even at round 3 as well, his worst result of the day was a 3rd place. Put it this way, his drop score for this weekend was a 1st and a 2nd, contributing in Heat 1 and Heat 2, contributing to his worst result so far this season. He's not been off the podium in a single race. So the 0-1, definitely the one to chase down. So here we go. Next race of the day underway then. The Mini Inters at Rowrah get going, and it's a solid start from our pole sitter. Keeps hold of the lead. Oh, big contact further down there. I think that was the, was that the 31 of Adam Batt? Oh, even more contact involved there. A number of carts off and in the barrier. Oh, dearie me. The 104 was in that, I think, or was it 164? Hugo McCluskey was off to the right-hand side there. A few of them all caught up in that as they headed up to the hairpin at the top. But Emerson McAndrew-Uren leading us then. Alfie Ward in there, Arthur Farrow, Ryan White actually in 4th place. And then Rian Townsend just behind. And I'm confirmed that it's McAndrew-Uren. Apologies to Emerson and family. The 22, waving away there actually, Otis Cleary. As it looks like they've been brought to a reduced pace, I believe. Yes, they've brought the yellow flag out here. The timing has gone full course yellow. I think Otis was just signifying to the other drivers behind just to make sure that they were all slowing down. There was a number of carts off in that part of the circuit. Driver there at the side of the circuit just being tended to by the marshals. Hopefully all is okay. Said driver went into the wall. Seemed like there was one driver off, and the race has been red flagged as a result. As you saw, there was a number of carts as they went over the crest of the hill. I think there was just one broke away slightly and then came back across the track, and as everybody went to avoid, obviously these things move very quickly one way then the other, and it was just a bit of a concertina effect, unfortunately, that meant that a number of them were off and out. Hamish Gordon and Teddy Higgs are the 2 carts that did not come round to complete the first lap. And it is Teddy Higgs that is still sat in the cart. Looks okay, you could see he was speaking to the marshals. Might just be a little bit winded after that knock into the barriers. But the drivers are now brought round to the grid. One thing that you always have to admire, I mean, you know, this is coming from somebody that doesn't often commentate on as much karting, but you know, one thing you have to admire is despite the young age of a lot of these drivers, the professionalism and the conduct of them is all so fantastic, and the way they, you know, adhere to the procedures and the protocols in all of their race meetings is just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Young professionals and stars of the future.
Okay, we'll just check all the nose cones are still in position as well.
And there you go. You can hear actually from the marshal checking that the nose cones are in position. A very important part of it. So if the nose cone is basically pushed down or is lower than a certain position, it's effectively like failing a ride height check, and the drivers will be considered as not legal for that race. Lovely shot of all these beautifully presented carts though, ready for their race. You can see some marks there on the side of the 37, Ian Campbell. And we're having the confirmation that it's going to be a full restart after this. You can see a difference in the tyres there, actually. 43 running on wets by the look of it. Completely different tyre compound indeed. Number 31 there of Adam Batt. But yeah, importantly, it's going to be a full restart. So we're not going to continue on from the position we were in. Just a full restart of the race. I believe it'll be full length. You can see the timer says 8:38 there. On our timing screen, the race was officially red flagged with 9 minutes and 19 seconds left to go. But the drivers will get the full complement of 10 minutes. And there you can see Teddy Higgs making his way with the medics there actually back into the golf buggies, but walking under his own steam, which is good to see. Maybe just, like I say, just a bit winded after that one and just precautionary. There you see Otis Cleary in those wonderful overalls, and I love the helmet design as well on Otis's lid, as they call them. Some fantastic designs that you see coming through the ranks in karting. It's where they sort of establish the brand and the name for themselves. He's talking there with Ryan Townsend. Was in 6th position at the time, just behind Otis. Interested on a personal level to see the Tony kart design there with the number 41 on the side of it, with Soren Gallagher behind the wheel. A good friend of mine, Dan McCauley, used to race in Tony kart liveries. I believe it was for Strawberry. Long time back. And he used to run the number 41 on that livery as well. It's almost like a little bit of a time capsule seeing that kart there wearing that number. They now move into position on the grid. Lovely to see a friendly handshake there between Cleary and Townsend. They may be rivals on tracks, but a lot of these drivers are friends off of it as well. And the kart's now organised into position. One of the things that makes the logistics of karting a lot easier is the fact that they don't really weigh anything, so you can just lift them with one hand and position them where you need them. There's a lot less choreography needed. The front row will once again be Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Alfie Ward. Karts 01 and 183. And Paul Heath there organising things and making sure that everyone knows what the brief is before they fill the gap, as he said. I think when they were organising the grid, the karts that are out of the race, I believe Hamish Gordon will not be taking the restart. The gap will be filled, as we heard from Mr. Heath. And Ryan Townsend.
Yes, he is. He's just
Lovely stuff, actually, to see that. Great sportsmanship. Ryan just asking if the driver's okay. That is so lovely to see, isn't it? Great sportsmanship. And, you know, like I say, these guys, friends off the circuit in most cases. And it's great to see that they genuinely care for one another and their fellow competitors. Great stuff. That's truly heartwarming to see, isn't it? Truly heartwarming. Not sure how much you guys all heard that watching the stream. I have the feed very loud in my ears, so maybe the case that I heard more than you. But yeah, Ryan just confirming with the race director there that the other driver was okay. Another little indicator there of the sportsmanship and the professionalism on show from these young drivers. Meanwhile, another demonstration there just how easy it is to move these machines. Max Jolly there just unfortunately having to push his car all the way back towards the rear of the grid. After a solid start, he was up into 11th place. He avoided all the incidents and stuff, and you can see a little bit dejected and fed up there with the outcome of that he has to do it all again. Bit of a drivers' meeting going on there. Even the Lando Norris replica lid there. And the producer questioning whether it is Lando Norris or not. All in fun and games. I like the idea of just the solid white bell helmet design on the right-hand side there. Leaves a lot to the imagination. You know, is this a new driver? Is this a driver we have to underestimate or, you know, overestimate? It's having the sort of the lack of the custom design on a helmet. It does I don't know, it makes a bit of an unknown factor for a driver, I think. I don't know whether I look into that too much. I always enjoy helmet designs in motorsport. You know, it's a form of identity for these drivers, as I said before. So when you establish that from a young age, everybody gets used to that. My friend Dan McCauley, I mentioned earlier on, always used to run a huge blue star on the side of the helmet. You know, it was this very obvious and noticeable blue star on the side of the lid, and people he raced against at the time and used to see that design and know exactly who it was. That was Harry Radcliffe having his kart removed from the circuit. And there's a bit of a question being raised as to why there. And it seems like a little bit of a debate going on as to whether that is the right call or not. But at the end of the day, it's the call by the officials, and it is the call that is made and the call that should be respected. But obviously, you know, they're well in their right to ask what's going on, I suppose, and see what the verdict is. Drivers congregate on the grid and prepare to get underway. You can see Alfie Ward on the right there, just waiting to get going, itching to get going. But we still have another superheat to come after this one. What was billed for 11:45 was the Rotax 177 superheat, but we will not be seeing that just yet. We're going to get the full complement of time from this race, I believe. There's been no confirmation of any loss of laps. You can see there Ryan White, number 47. He's just talking away with drivers. Just looking at the times, and obviously first lap's not really indicative too much from that earlier flurry, but it was a 51.6 by the pole sitter, the 0-1. Nobody else matching that though. Obviously they all slowed down after a certain point. And then they completed the second lap, but under full course yellow that then turned to a red flag. So we now wait for clearance to get back underway. And we will know exactly when they get the message, as all the drivers will hop back in. I believe said message has just been issued, and there you go. So the timer on the gantry that you see there may very well tick back to the full 10 minutes. Don't know how many of you watching were just as annoyed by that singular LED that wasn't working as I was. It seems like the I think just caught the end of that there. I think the driver that was removed, Harry Radcliffe, has been told to join the back of the grid. Get confirmation on that in just a moment. And it looks like, is that the 126? Yes. 126 of Harry Radcliffe joining the back end of the order. So it seems like whatever the call was has been protested, would that be the word? Appealed. Appealed, I think, is the right word to use there. Protest makes it probably sound more heated than it was. I look there at our pole sitter and championship leader, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, setting off in a lovely shot there, actually. See the moment they leave the grid. They get away very, very quickly. They will now have their green flag laps once again. Timer at the moment showing us 20 minutes and 56 seconds. Obviously that will be changed in due course when we reset the timer to get going. And to all knowledge, we will have 10 minutes and then a lap as intended, full length of this race. And we'll see whether we can have a cleaner start this time round. Just earlier on, I mean, the micro superheat and the senior superheat A in particular were beautifully clean starts. Let's see what we can make of this one then. So just the singular green flag lap as they now form up side by side. A lot of weaving going on there from Alfie Ward, throwing the car around side to side. As he now prepares to get us underway. Take two in the mini inters, and the superheat gets underway, and it is Emerson that leads us into the first corner. Bit more shuffling further back. I think Bat was involved in that one. I think it was Hakeem Bat. A little bit more shuffling down at the hairpin, but everybody keeping it nice and tidy this time in comparison to earlier. I think everyone making more of a conscious effort to avoid that. Otis Cleary getting in front of, I think that was Ryan Townsend that he's just overtaken there. The two of them were talking on the grid just earlier. And a move down the inside by Ryan White on Arthur Farrow as well. There you can see the number 0, Max Jolly. Definitely one to watch here, making solid progress already. I think he's actually made 3 or 4 places in this opening half a lap. Race leader, Emerson McAndrew-Uren, crossing the line. Alfie Ward behind him. Then Ryan White moving up into 3rd. Then it's Arthur Farrow, Otis Cleary, Ryan Townsend, Soren Gallagher, Max Jolly up into 8th position already. 5 places on that opening lap. An amazing start by Max Jolly. He's already onto the back of Soren Gallagher, number 41, Tony Cart. I believe a potential teammate of his as well as number 164, getting a bit of a shove there. That was Hugo McCluskey. Harry Radcliffe trying to go by around the outside in the 126. There you see Max Jolly is all over the back of his teammate already, wanting to continue that rapid progress up through the order. Otis Cleary here behind Ryan White. Arthur Farrow has dropped another place on this lap now and is under pressure by, I believe, Ryan Townsend. And that is the case. Farrow and Townsend just a 1/10 of a second between the two of them. Everybody zipping their way through the first corner. As down the inside, there's the move. Otis Cleary up into 3rd position ahead of Ryan White. And he's pointing forward, hoping that Otis is going to look back at him. He's saying, look, go, go, go. Chase down Alfie Ward and Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Just behind, Max Jolly is bringing a queue of drivers with him now. Soren Gallagher and Eddie Duncan were able to stick with him once he'd made the move, and he's going to be there in the mix as well. A bit sideways there from Soren Gallagher. There the drivers watching on. Otis Cleary, 3rd position for him now after making that move. Ryan White down into 4th position. Arthur Farrow still in 5th. A little bit wide there actually by Ryan White. Out of the hairpin, side by side stuff there by Gallagher. Eddie Duncan down the inside in kart 57, and look, just behind the two of them, Ian Campbell wanting a piece of that. Doesn't quite get the run on the exit that he would have wanted. Can't make the move down the back straight, but he's going to be hoping for an opportunity here. If these two battle that much in front of him, Campbell will be through. Number 47 there of Ryan White, trying to stick with Otis Cleary. Now Otis has moved up, started 7th on the grid, did Otis. A fantastic first lap, and then consistent positions gained after that. Eddie Duncan gaining a place on that lap, so too Max Jolly. This trio glued to each other. I don't know who's got the wind chimes out, but you could hear them in the background there, couldn't you? Right now then, it is still Alfie Ward in 2nd place with a bit of a gap back to these guys, Otis Cleary and Ryan White. Otis was taking a bit of a late apex into that hairpin there, trying to get the run on the exit. Didn't look like it worked for him there. Nose cone, or at least the sort of upper nose cone, really flapping around, but again, shows you just how stiffly set up these karts are. The bodywork is made to have a bit of leeway in it, so at least it can withstand a bit of a hit so it doesn't snap or break, or even worse, completely fall off. But McAndrew Uren is driving away at the moment, nearly a second now to the good. He's done the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap of 48.5. Nobody else, I should say, close to that. 48.6 actually for Ryan White. Ryan had a really good last lap. Everybody else is in the 48.8s and lower. Max Jolly continuing on his run. He's ahead of Ryan Townsend, but not close enough yet to Arthur Farrow. He's a few tenths of a second behind him, so it's not like it's a colossal gap, but not quite in the picture just yet. Plenty of duos battling away here, actually. We've got third and fourth fighting, then fifth and sixth. I said that Jolly wasn't close enough to Farrow, but he's just gone past him. So this commentator has been corrected. I eat my words. Oh, there's the 37 of Ian Campbell. Campbell off the road. I did wonder why he dropped a position or two in that previous exchange. I wondered if there was a battle it was involved in. There was a few karts just behind them, but he's continued to drop down. Campbell, unfortunately, out of the race, it seems, as a result of that. Stanley Stafford and Hakeem Batt have now gone past him. Max Jolly is on the move here. Look at him just behind these guys, battling for third position. Keep an eye on that Zero machine, third in this queue. He is going to be in a prime position to overtake if they have a fight into this hairpin. Let's have a look then. Is White going to look down the inside? Jolly's going to try and get a cut back on him. Doesn't work for him. Needs to be careful now because Arthur Farrow's in the mix as well. Max Jolly, as we said earlier on, large social media following. He's hoping to show us exactly why now. Ooh, maybe not. In that case, he gets a bump from behind from Farrow. I'm sure he'll be grateful for that one. Gets him up to speed a little bit more. Just pushed it a bit too hard on the exit of the hairpin there. Danced his way across the runoff on the left-hand side. And wasn't able to capitalise the run on the exit. Still got time to make up for that, though, as he tries to reel back in the battle for third position. All the while, wants to get away from Arthur Farrow. But I suppose it's going to be a case of sucking it up and working with his fellow racer in this circumstance. Oh, a big bump there from the number 41 of Soren Gallagher, pushing Ryan Townsend out of the way. Townsend now covers it off on the inside line. Battle for third, still going strong here, but Ryan White, I think, consciously not making too much of an effort to make any late dives or anything here on Otis Cleary. He wants to, as a pair, move forward and move away from the drivers behind. 2.5 minutes and change left to go. And then obviously another lap after that one here at Rowrah. A busy, busy race this time, but not the busiest we've seen so far today. The Mini Inters in the middle of the race here having a period of it just mellowing out slightly while the drivers get into their sort of mid-race rhythm. They pick their battles, they figure out who they need to keep an eye on and where they need to be. You establish your position in the opening laps of the race and then think about the bigger picture from that point on. Right now, though, it looks like Ryan White has a slight pace advantage over Otis Cleary, obviously in the slipstream for the straighter parts of the circuit, but he's really catching with him. Or catching up to him, I should say. But again, just not making too much of a push to get by. You know, he's not putting any late sends down the inside or overdoing it anywhere. You can see him make a slight adjustment there down the back straight. Max Jolly hasn't been able to get back with these guys here. I wonder if Max has been pushing a little bit too hard and just making those slight mistakes that we saw him making earlier on. Because he just pushed a bit too hard on the exit of the hairpin. He was all over the place. It's easy to do that though. They want to stay on the throttle as long as possible here. The cornering speed is immense in these machines. Great battle going on here further down the order. That actually is Harry Radcliffe, who started at the back of the grid. He's ahead of Hugo McCluskey, Ryan Townsend, Buddy Hugo and George Quinlan. A little bit of a triple push there actually to the leader of this group, and it is the 117 of Buddy Hugo that has just taken a number of positions in one swoop. Look at that by Buddy, brilliant stuff. Around the outside of Harry Radcliffe he goes as, oh, Harry sends it back up the inside. Tough stuff there from Harry. I mean, if he wasn't already being looked at for whatever reason he was asked to leave the grid earlier on, he's certainly made himself very apparent now, let alone with the neon orange helmet design. They all make their way around the last corner once more. This quintet, an absolute hotspot of action. Further up, we still have Ryan White chasing down Otis Cleary and Max Jolly back in the picture now. One more lap to go after this. The timer has struck 0. And at present, Max Jolly is just holding station. I think it's going to be a last lap push from him. He knows that if he gets ahead of these guys, it's likely they'll attack him on the last lap. So you've got to be in the right place at the right time. Lead pair just about to cross the line then. Emerson McAndrew-Uren leading this race from the outset. Alfie Ward in second position. And Max Jolly now just having a quick check behind him. Arthur Farrow is a good second or so back, so he's got the leeway here to make some moves. He's going to look to the inside, then the outside. It's defended by Ryan White. Tries the cutback. That gives a bit more breathing room now to Otis Cleary. He's quite literally cleared off. Big defensive stuff here from Ryan, and well, Max tries to turn in and cut back on him. Doesn't work out. Kart there going slowly at the side of the road. I think just moving out of the way might have been Stanley Stafford. But Max Jolly, it hasn't worked out for him this time round. He's up into 5th place though, which is a great drive considering he was further down the order. But this man's going to do it. Emerson McAndrew-Uren takes the victory in dominant fashion in the Mini Inter Superheat from Alfie Ward, and Otis Cleary completes the podium. A solid effort by Max Jolly to make his way back through the order. Eddie Duncan ahead of Soren Gallagher there as they tried to chase down Arthur Farrow. Move for the line, and just at the end, Harry Radcliffe gaining an extra position over Ryan Townsend. Adam Batt there crossing the line. I believe next up will be Hakeem, but a victory there for Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Alfie Ward next up, and Otis Cleary 3rd. Ryan White 4th place. Max Jolly ending up in 5th. Arthur Farrow 6th ahead of Eddie Duncan and Soren Gallagher. Buddy Hugo and Harry Radcliffe completing the top 10 positions. Ryan Townsend and Hugo McCluskey next, with George Quinlan and Adam Batt. Ian Campbell 15th, Hakeem Batt in 16th ahead of Stanley Stafford, Hamish Gordon and Teddy Higgs classified 19th. Hamish and Teddy involved in the incident at the start of the race earlier on. Hopefully all okay after that one. It seemed that Teddy had to just take a minute before leaving the vehicle and heading off. And it will shortly be time to move on to the next race of the day. This one was billed to start at 11:45. Let's get into it with the Rotax 177 Hoops Superheat. So here we go then, the final superheat of the day here with the 177s, Rotax 177s. The 177 in the name being the minimum weight, kart and driver 177 kilos. So back to the larger karts now from the minis and the micros that we've seen just shortly. Or just recently, I should say. And here is the grid. Edward Matthews and Harrison Crook, Louis Large and James Lingard making up the top 4 positions. Edward Matthews at the moment the championship leader here from James Lingard. Jamie Zera is 3rd in the championship ahead of Joshua Gollin. Slight technical with our grid here, so do bear with us. Apologies for that. Just continuing with the championship order though. Harrison Crook 5th in the championship ahead of Samuel Cornwell and then Jack Taylor. No Nicholas Walker here this weekend by the look of it. Scott Clee 9th in the championship ahead of Mark Gilly, who completes the 10. Not the biggest grid of the weekend, but the talent here is rather large assortment, and we look forward to seeing what these guys have in store for their first action of the day. There was built to be a 10-minute break after this before the repechage for the juniors, and the senior Rotax is of course the sort of last chance saloon for those drivers. I'm unsure whether we'll get that and whether we'll just move into the next race straight off the bat. They will have that organised in timekeeping, of course, and stick with the well-oiled machine narrative that I gave the UKC earlier on. It's, like I say, it's a very professional outfit. Great to come and experience that and see what these guys get up to. There is your pole sitter though, Edward Matthews, kart 79. Leads the championship. He's won heats 1 and 2 so far this weekend. And he'll be having his fingers crossed that he can continue that excellent form here in the super heat. A lot of names to keep an eye on there in the middle of the field. We have the 168 of Samuel Cornwell, 6th in the championship at the moment for him. He's got Jack Taylor just behind him, who's actually just behind him in the championship as well. Rob Simpson joins them for this one. Just looking for Rob in the championship order. He's 11th at the moment, but started 7th on the grid here. Louis Large with the O plate. This is his first appearance of the season for Louis. He's the only driver that's making his 2025 debut this weekend. Now they form up 2 by 2. You can see Louis Large on the inside there. We actually caught him earlier on the stream watching the previous race, watching the mini inters. They almost come to a stop here actually as they head round into the final corner. They're just being directed to make it nice and slow. They'll head into the tram lines as, oh, they literally do come to a stop at the final corner here. And now we get underway then. The Rotax 177 Superheat gets underway and straight around the outside. Harrison Crook tries to take the race lead. Doesn't work for him this time round. It's going to be Matthews that leads them into the hairpin for the first time. A big send down the inside there by the 23 of James Lingard. He needs to hold on to 2nd in the championship here, and he's making sure he does that to his best ability. The 95 of Jamie Zera will be wanting to get up there as well. 3rd in the championship for him at the moment. But Edward Matthews, great start from pole position. Had a little bit of a fight heading into the first few corners, but didn't work out. There is Jamie Zera in the bright yellow helmet there, number 95, making his way back through. We look here at Crook with the 0 of Louis Large just behind him. Louis looks to the inside. Nothing doing this time round. The all-red design lingering just behind, and then it was Scott Clee in close proximity to those guys. So it's Matthews, Lingard, Crook, Large and Clee, top 5 after 1 lap. Joshua Gollin, Samuel Cornwell, Ian Branfield, Jack Taylor and Jamie Zera completing your top 10 after the first tour of Rowrah here this morning. Afternoon even. 12:05 already. Can't believe how quickly time has been flying here today. Louis Large has made that move now and got up into 4th place. Making great progress in the opening stages. I'll say that, actually, it's James Lingard that's made the most progress because he started behind these guys and is now in front. But the top 2 breaking away in the opening few laps here. Edward Matthews and James Lingard just under a second clear of Louis and the like. But Edward hoping to hold on to his championship lead and his 100% record so far here this weekend. Out of the 2 heats that they had yesterday, he won them both. Second and third for Harrison Crook as well. He's currently running in 4th place. It was a second and a third for Louis Large as well on his first appearance this season. Like I say, he's not wearing that O plate for no reason. As though there's a big move down the inside. Number 22 of Reese Llewellyn, sending it down the inside of Josh Howard. I believe that Jason Heatley was just behind those two trying to get through as well. As Jamie Zera is dropping down. Jamie Zera, third in the championship, is dropping down the order tenfold right to the back. Mark Gilly also not classified for the opening lap. Wonder if there's been a technical issue for Jamie Zera. He's crossed the line by the look of it, but just right at the back of the pack. So after starting 12th and making his way up into the top few places, he's all the way back down in 15th now. Unsure if it was just a spin or a moment, but his lap time was a 51.05. Whereas the rest of the field are doing 46s. They whiz their way past the commentary box window once again. Quite a distinct noise from these karts compared to the ones we'd seen in the previous races. A much higher pitched rev by the sound of it. A lot more of a tinny sound, obviously filtered away by the exhausts. Edward Matthews and James Lingard still the lead pair, but Louis Large is, well, looming large behind them now, starting to cast a bit of a threat to that lead duo. Harrison Crook following him as well and staying in his wheel tracks. He's lost a little bit of ground to him over the previous lap. Louis Large actually doing the fastest lap of the race last time round, and he does it again as well. 46.2 to the 46.3 and 4 from Matthews and Lingard respectively. 46.4 from Harrison Crook, so he loses 0.2 of a second on that last circulation. The 4 of them now quite evenly spread for this race lead battle. You've got Joshua Gollin and Scott Klee not too far behind as well. They want to make the most of any battles that these guys have at the very sharp end of the order. Lovely shot there at the 23, the Tony Kart livery on James Lingard, looking resplendent in this obviously scorching hot July sunshine here at Rowrah. No such rain coming down now, it's just staying cloudy, so it's not getting any slippier out there. You can see that the drivers are still having to make the most of the small amount of grip they've got. It's not warm out there, so circuit not really heating up very quickly at all. Samuel Cornwell and Jack Taylor were just on our screens there, very close together in the middle of the pack for 7th and 8th positions. And right now, Edward Matthews has led this race from the get-go. You can see some adjustments being made there by Louis Large, and as I said earlier, he really is closing in on these guys now and looking to be a threat to second, potentially even a race win. Still 4.5 minutes left to go here in this race though, so plenty of time for him to do something about it. And even time for those guys to form an appeal and to drive back past them, so they can mount a counter-attack of sorts. It's awesome to see the differing bodywork styles as well of these karts, isn't it? All the different brands with their own nose cone designs, some of them with this sort of aerodynamic channel through the middle of them there. You can see that on the lead pairing, but then no such channel on Louis Large's nose cone. Obviously aerodynamics don't make all the world of difference in karting, but makes enough difference for them to consider these different designs and layouts. Obviously over the years, the designs have been perfected, so the variation in who does what has been a much narrower window. We are now hearing of a spitting of rain outside. Can't see any on my window at the moment, but that probably has something to do with the fact it's a completely sheltered window, so I'll shut my face. But right now, cameramen and our producer confirming rain on the circuit. So let's see if that throws in another curveball for these guys in the Rotax 177s in their superheat. And Louis Large looks down the inside, goes for the move into second position then on James Lingard. James drops down into third, and Harrison Crook will eye up an opportunity as well. Can Louis continue this pace though and go right to the front? We'll have to wait and see. He didn't lose much ground in making that move either. That's the thing. When you make a move, obviously you have to consider that the driver in front of whatever battle you're in will gain their own ground on you. And it seemed like Louis did that cleanly enough. The lap time at the end of this, although actually wouldn't have lost any time on this lap, so that's not going to be any good to anybody. Edward Matthews still leads though, unbeknownst to him. Louis Large now in second place. He'll have a glance back here and there. When you go around some of these hairpins, you get the chance to look over your shoulder, and it's the best opportunity to see what's going on behind. Still just over 2 minutes left on the clock. Looks like James Lingard is still sticking with Louis. Looks like James Lingard is still sticking with Louis with great persistence. Harrison Crook has just sort of floated off the back of this battle at the moment, and he's not had the need to make any moves or any dives or anything. He's going to be hoping that he's got the opportunity to get a podium spot. But he's showing great patience here, great reserve. Love that shot as they head over that right-hander there, over the crest. You see them just float their way through and then dive down into the next left-hander after that. A minute and a half and a lap left to go on the clock here, so we should get 3 more laps of this race. Edward Matthews will be hoping that it'll be 2, I'm sure, if he knew that it was Louis Large right up behind him. Louis had a great start with a 3rd place and a 2nd place so far this weekend. The only way to improve on that, of course, is to win this race. Tucks his head down slightly for a moment there just to gain whatever advantage he can. And this lead quartet, very entertaining to watch so far. Fantastic persistence and consistency from these drivers. Let's have a look at the lap times then. 46.35 for our race leader. He was actually the fastest of the 4. Louis Large was only a 100th of a second off, but factually not as quick. Almost identical times for Lingard and Crook just behind. 5th place as well, Joshua Gollin did the fastest lap of the race just 2 laps ago. He did a 46.25. So even then, they're only a 10th of a second off the fastest lap of the race at the sharp end here. So there's not much to separate them. It's a very closely fought category, this one. The pace difference is absolutely minimal between these drivers. The clock has ticked down to 0, and we will get just 1 lap left here at Rowrah in the Rotax 177 Superheat. And it is Edward Matthews still leading the way, Louis Large in 2nd position, hoping to overtake him. And now Harrison Crook is starting to make moves. He opens up the battle here with James Lingard. He gets in front, but into the hairpin. Is it enough? No, it's not. And now Joshua Gollin senses an opportunity. Look at the run out of there by Harrison Crook. Great momentum. That gives Louis Large completely open opportunities to try and take the lead. The Birrell Art machine of Joshua Gollin heading through. Edward Matthews, though, has been, I was going to say, untouchable at the front of this, but he's not completely streaked to 8. Either way, as long as you win the race, it doesn't matter by how much. Edward Matthews wins. Great drive ahead of Louis Large. And James Lingard will hold on to 3rd place. Joshua Gollin promotes himself into 4th place by the end. Harrison Crook ending up in 5th place. He made that move, trying to get past James. It didn't pay off in the end and actually cost him a position. 1 step forward, I should say, and 2 steps back for Harrison Crook. Edward Matthews takes the win. Great drive from the Dan Holland Racing driver. Louis Large in 2nd place ahead of James Lingard, and then Joshua Gollin. Harrison Crook 5th ahead of Scott Clee, Jack Taylor and Samuel Cornwell, with Ian Branfield and Jamie Zera counting as 10th place. Good recovery by Jamie in the end. Rhys Llewellyn was 11th, ahead of Jason Haitley, with Josh Howard and Matt Lear 13th and 14th. Rob Simpson was then ahead of Mark Gilly. So that rounds out our super heats here this morning at Rowrah. As I said before, there was scheduled to be a 10-minute break before we then get into the repechage races for the junior and senior Rotaxes. I wonder, with the delay earlier, whether we will get that 10-minute break still. They were scheduled to start at 12:15 and 12:33 respectively. Now with it being 12:17, it may be the case that they scrap the 10-minute break, although the way that the staff are moving down the circuit, I believe the 10-minute break will still be in effect before they get the repechages done. You can see earlier, further up the hill there, the carts are not lined up for that, so it does seem like we will get the 10-minute break here before the repechages, and we'll be back with those very, very shortly. Okay, so just a quick update here then, everybody. So what has happened is the lunch break has now been moved forward to before the junior and senior repechages. They'll use the additional break to basically finalise any penalty decisions from previous races. The revised schedule will be published very, very soon. So we're going to go on a lunch break here now at Rowrah, and we'll be back with you very soon for the junior and senior repechage Rotax races. We'll see you soon. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Rowrah and welcome to the next race of the day. Apologies for the delay. There was a lot of stewarding and race or post-race decisions going on, we should say. But we're back again. Chaz Draycott in the commentary box here at Rowrah for the UKC. And the next race is going to be the senior Rotax repechage. A little bit excited after lunch. It's Daniel Whitfield on pole position with Jack Baker alongside him. Molly Pugh will start in third position alongside Alex Moody in fourth place. Then we have Ben Horner and Jamie Perrelly. James Philip King is next up alongside Jack Gillingham, or Gillingham, however you like to say it. Harry Hurst Grover will start ninth ahead of Jack West. He made a good run through the order earlier on. Dominic Darling starts from 11th with Sam Kelbrick in 12th position. Then it's Caitlin Seabrook alongside Marcus King on the 7th row. Deacon Russell and Elliot Foster line up on row 8 in 16th position. So the updated timetable means that we now have the senior repechage here at 1:30. They'll be good to go when we hit 1:32 local time. Then the junior repechage will be at 1:51. There will be no lunch break after this. They basically moved the lunch break forward earlier on, as we said. Then we'll be going straight into the next race of the day. The running order will be the Micro Maxes at 2:20. At 2:50 we will then have the Mini Inters, Rotax 177s, Junior Rotax, then Senior Rotax to complete the day. It's been a windy day here at Rowrah at the moment. Conditions have been changeable. There's been a little bit of rain here and there, but to be honest, it's stayed dry enough for the racing to still be at full pelt, and there's not been any delay as a result of that. The only delays we've had really have been just recovering a car or two from the circuit. But as you see, a fantastically scenic racetrack here. It literally is in a quarry, and it looks so good for it as well. It's been my first visit here to Rowrah this weekend, and I've absolutely loved it. I was, funnily enough, working up the road just last night, actually, at Workington, at the Workington Comet Speedway as well. So I've had quite the wonderful tour of this beautiful part of the UK over the last 2 days. And hopefully the final 7 races of today will give us more to smile about. As you see, very slippery on the rear axle as they head out onto the track then. And it's Jack Baker, Alex Moody, Daniel Whitfield and Molly Pugh, the front 2 rows of the grid. There's a car off the circuit there, just recovering. And try and keep an eye on who that was just there. I didn't quite catch the number, unfortunately. I think it might have been Jack West, you know, in the 192. Jack made significant progress. It was Jack West. He made significant progress through the field in the earlier race that he was in. He's second in the championship and only 6 points off of Cian Geraghty. He finished 7th in that previous race, and Cian finished in 11th position. So he'll be hoping to score more points above what Cian can manage for the rest of his day. But obviously, with the final in mind later on this afternoon, he's got to focus on the bigger picture. There's almost 3 hours between this race and their final race. These repechage races, though, only 8 minutes and 1 lap, rather than being 10 minutes and 1 lap like we saw in the superheat earlier on. The finals, in a lot of cases, either 12 or 14 minutes and then another lap on top of that. They make their way around now, 2 by 2 into the final corners. It's Jack Baker and Alex Moody together on the front row. Daniel Whitfield and Molly Pugh on row 2. In fact, actually, it's Moody on row 2. I do apologise. Whitfield on the front row with them. But we're underway in the senior Rotax repechage, and all of them vying for the necessary position to get through into the final here at Rowrah this weekend in round number 4 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Solid start by Whitfield at the front of the pack. Jack Baker with him, Alex Moody next up. Molly Pugh still in the fight as well, and nice and tidy. There was a little bit of contact into the first hairpin, but they've kept it tidy in the second part. And now they go single file and all take the time to establish who they're fighting with. Timer on my live timing screen is saying still 7 minutes left to go. It's just ticked down actually, sorry. It was just saying 9 minutes to go, and then now it says 7 1/4, so we're still good. There you go, 7 minutes and 10 seconds as they cross the line. It's Whitfield, Baker, Moody, Perrelli, Horner. Perrelli moving up 1 position in that first lap. Jack West gaining 3 the first time round. Jack West up into 8th position already. A couple of adjustments being made there, and a look down the inside from the number 34. Molly Pugh losing a position or two there actually as Jack Gillingham goes through down the inside, and there is another move by Ben Horner. He makes his way past Jamie Perrelli, I believe that was, as busy stuff there. That's the 47 of Dominic Darling. Contact with Molly Pugh there on the exit of the hairpin at the top of the circuit. That little twisty section, very tough. There's a move down the inside, Jack West. I think he tried to move, was it on Jack Gillingham? I believe it was actually. But he has gained 2 places in this race. It was actually Jack West moving forward there. We've got the 92 and the 192, you see. So no, I was mistaken. It was Ben Horner taking Jamie Perrelli. Then Jack West is behind them ahead of Jack Gillingham. Battles all up and down the order as they all vie for those all-important places to get through to the final. Repechage, dubbed as the sort of last chance saloon for these drivers to get through to the race they all want to be in the final at the end. Still, Whitfield leads the way, 0.4 of a second over Jack Baker, then Alex Moody and Ben Horner, with Jamie Perrelli in 5th place. You can see now Whitfield with the fully white front bumper on the 141 machine. Just pushing forward, ignoring the fact that Baker and Moody are there behind him. Then we've got this trio. We've got Horner, Perrelli and West. And at the moment, Ben Horner is the one that is in that all-important spot to go through. Top 4 going through, and out of the race is Elliot Foster. He will not be going through, unfortunately. He's off at the side of the road in Sector 2 and will not be continuing. That will be the end of his weekend's racing, unfortunately, for the 33. But as mentioned, Ben Horner, 4th place in the white and blue car at the front of this pack here with the white helmet. He is in the all-important 4th place, the final spot to go through into the final. And Jamie Perrelli and Jack West, who's got the fastest lap of the race, hoping to take that away. Ben knows that he's in a position to be under attack just naturally, as lovely stuff by Jack West. Gets the car stopped on the apex there, down the inside of Jamie Perrelli. Jamie can't do enough about that, unfortunately. And through goes Jack. Fastest lap of the race, and now position to boot. Lead change, Jack Baker at the front of the pack now in the number 37. He hopes to get himself into that final with a win to celebrate it. And there, another move by Jack West down the inside into 4th place he goes. Important position, that is. All good, little adjustment of the helmet and through and away. Again, another driver actually that really leans out of the car. You can see it in his body language. You know, he's not sort of holding his neck in place. He's really just letting himself sort of flop in the seat. Let gravity do the work and let the G-forces pull you to one side. Jamie Perrelli went through as well on the number 92 of Ben Horner. Now it's a case of will Jack West hold on. He's 2nd in the championship at the moment, Jack. He got disqualified from the first heat of the day and then only managed a 26th place in heat number 2. So he's not had the best weekend up to now. Hence being in the repechage and doing his best to get back through. There is Molly Pugh in 14th position, just behind James Philip King. Sam Kelbrick, the next driver ahead of them, then Harry Hurst Grover up the road. Hand signals this way and that way to say, let's move forward together, let's work as a unit. There is Jack West, fantastic drive from him so far, really exciting to watch. Moved up from 10th on the grid, up into 4th position. There's been a similar drive from Marcus King and Deacon Russell as well. They've both gained 6 places apiece in this race so far. Making very good progress through the pack. But Jack Baker has now got the lead and held onto it within a 0.2 of a second gap. Daniel Whitfield is another half a second or so back from these lead pair. But Jack West, as you see, this way and that way, carrying great speed through that final sector. Because he seems to go so limp behind the wheel, you know, with his neck and his shoulders, you can really get an idea of the forces being exerted on him from the pace they carry in that sector. We look here at the number 37, our race leader, Jack Baker, under all sorts of pressure from Alex Moody. A little glance over the left shoulder there from Alex, looks down the inside as well, goes to make the move. The awareness of these drivers to know that someone's making a move like that and still give room despite not having any mirrors or any real sort of indication that they're coming through is very impressive. You know, their situational awareness is massive, and it's a great way to train it for further endeavours in motorsport later down the line. Just over a minute left to go then here at Rowrah in the senior repechage. Alex Moody leads Jack Baker and Daniel Whitfield. Then there's a slight gap back to Jack West, who's gained 6 places to get up into a final advancing spot at the moment. These three are fighting hard though, and Jack could even win this race, you know. Makes a move there on Daniel Whitfield, and Daniel, you can see, was panicked looking behind him. Where's the next driver? Where's the next person to potentially take a final spot away from me? I think, to be honest, Daniel will happily sit there in 4th place now and stay behind Jack West. If he gets into a fight with him in this final lap, then it will be all game over. They may even get 2 more laps, actually, with the timer still being at 25 seconds. It is indeed going to be another lap or 2. So the timer will hit 0 on this lap, and then we'll get 1 more. So the drivers are having to really think about the bigger picture here. Jack West isn't. Down the inside he goes. He says, have some of that. It'll obviously help his position when it comes to the final, but look at Whitfield. His body language says, I know I'm under threat, and that's a massive send down the inside by Jamie Perrelly. What was that about, Sunshine? He gives it him back on the exit. And Jamie came from miles back there. Horner now down the inside as well. Oh, Perrelly just lobs Whitfield off the circuit there. Perrelly clearly fired up after that initial contact. And that was very, very aggressive stuff by Jamie there. Right back up the inside onto the... Oh, no, never mind. The race is over. They didn't add the extra lap on once the timer went to 0. So Baker wins it. Then it's West, Moody and Horner that go through. Apologies, I assumed we were getting an extra lap from when the timer went to 0. But that is the end of the race then in the senior repechage, and it doesn't even look like Daniel Whitfield's going to make it to the end, is he? No. There's the result then. Jack Baker takes the win from Jack West, Alex Moody and Ben Horner, those 4 going through into the final. Jamie Perrelly in 5th place out of Jack Gillingham, Marcus King, Deacon Russell, Dominic Dowling and Sam Kelbrick completing the top 10. Next up was Harry Hurstgrover, James Philip King, Molly Pugh, Daniel Whitfield and Elliot Foster was out of the race as well. A huge shame that though for Daniel Whitfield. Did such a great job in the top 4. Then that huge send from Perrelly put him on the back foot. He then got given the contact back. And then all of a sudden a massive send by Perrelly down the inside. Cost Daniel 10 positions at the end of that and cost him a spot in the final. That wasn't a minor earthquake. I don't even know what that was. Still, the driver's now preparing on the pre-grid for the junior repechage, scheduled to start in 6 minutes' time. And there's some drivers after their previous race just coming in. Checking the timing screens. And you can see race winner Jack Baker next to Jack West. One from Evolution Racing, one from Dan Holland Racing.
I was so confused at the end where you were saying like one last lap and it was then waving the flag.
And so was I, mate. So was I. Also confused. Alex Moody, I believe that is.
Went from 30 seconds to straight to like last lap.
And he correctly points out that we went from 30 seconds to the last lap. But it is what it is. It's the way these things go sometimes. It's the way the cookie crumbles. Karting is very quick fire motorsport. But these races are even more quick fire than usual as well. 8 minutes and a lap. And there you see the drivers ready for the next race, which will be the junior repechage. So for the junior repechage then, at the moment it's Jacob Ashcroft that is top of the championship ahead of Matteo Palazzo and Albi Lappa, but the drivers hoping to get through into the final are as such. Louis Radcliffe on pole position, Lomond Wilcox joining him on the front row, Sam Mott and Maya Simpson on row 2. Next up we have Luca Holmes-Balak ahead of Elliot Powell, with Kieran Stewart and Ed Spain lining up on row 4. Henry James and Hani Sadiq complete the top 10 with Thomas Harper and Molly Mizzen in 12th place. Jacob Jack is 13th ahead of Devin Taylor. Calvin Moffat is 15th and Eli Badan will start 16th place ahead of Cody Lepatorel in the OTK Cosmic machine. And there the pre-grid all lined up and ready to go. We have Louis Radcliffe starting at the front. During the break, actually, we had the pleasure of meeting Louis' dad and seeing his wonderful car that he's brought here with him this weekend. We had a good chat with him about it. A really down-to-earth bloke, lovely guy to speak to, and with great enthusiasm as well. And we thank him for taking some time out of what I take is a very busy day for him with his two sons racing here this weekend to chat to us at Alpha Live. We had a good giggle with him. And hopefully, for him and his boys, the afternoon goes well. There is the number 82. Starting on the right-hand side of the grid, Louis. Not having the smoothest of runs so far this weekend, but hoping to make up for that with a spot in the final. So far this weekend, he has had a 13th in his first heat. In the second heat, he was 21st, and then 22nd in the superheat earlier. But there you go, a handshake and a good luck talk with his engineer. And some good discussions of moves going on up there at the top end of the circuit. As we now prepare to get going. Still 2 minutes to go before the planned time for the race to get underway, but being ahead of schedule is never a bad thing. So it may be the case that they let them go in just a moment. As you can hear, the wind has picked up down here at Rowrah. You would have thought, being in a quarry, you'd probably avoid the wind. It's close to the west coast. As I mentioned, I was down at Workington Comet Speedway yesterday afternoon, and the wind there is ridiculous. I mean, it's right next to a wind farm that tells you just how windy they expect it to be down there. But even here, down in the quarry, we cannot escape it either. Still makes for some interesting conditions at this amazing circuit. And it means that it can change, much like the Nürburgring, in the space of about 5 minutes. The conditions can go from one to the next. That was Eli Badan there that we just saw at the back of the grid, the white helmet with the sort of red scratch marks down it. And this the view from the tail end of the order. Number 33 just in front of us in shot there. Driven by Jacob Jack. Just in front of him we have Harper on the right hand side. Just checking for where Harper is in the championship standings at the moment. I think with only a number of appearances, Harper is a bit further down in the order. Either that or they're higher up than I expected them to be. Still, it's a packed grid for this one. with 17 drivers. It's Thomas Harper that is 25th in the championship at the moment, but merely 1 or 2 points either way to Riley Morgan and Jake Grufferty, both also here this weekend as well, so the fight is well and truly on for their respective positions. But it is a tight-knit championship, this. All very, very close stuff. We see there Louis just having a quick chat, hoping to get off to a good start for this race. The visor goes down and all of a sudden all facial expression is gone, and you see the cool steely look of the helmet, hiding any sort of potential weakness or chink in the armour. The visors completely hide all emotion. So the field makes its way out then. Junior repechage just about to get underway here at Rowrah. 1 or 2 carts at the back there just burning off whatever fluids and things they might have built up slightly while in the pre-grid. And the tyre warming begins. As you see, when the rears don't have much temperature in them at all, they just float around. Hence the importance of these 2 green flag laps, getting as much temperature into the tyres as possible to give them grip on the first lap where the field is at its closest and its most compact, so that they can push like mad. Coming around towards the end of the lap now, they will do another green flag lap before then getting into 2x2 formation and getting into the tram lines for the race start. There are pole sitter Louis Radcliffe, number 82, hoping to secure his place in the junior Rotax final here this afternoon. Hope you're all having a good day and hope you're all enjoying the show wherever you may be watching from. Let us know who you're shouting for at home, or who you're cheering for as well. Let us know if there's anybody here at the meeting that you know that you are sending best wishes to, any drivers in particular that you think we should keep an eye on as well. It's great to see you all chatting and commenting away, so let us know. Even if they're not in this category as well, let us know if there's anybody that you are supporting here this afternoon. And obviously we encourage you to support all categories under this wonderful banner here at the UKC. Here we go then. I can tell you the smell of two-strokers headed into the commentary box, and it smells fantastic, but the race gets underway and there's already some bumping and barging down towards the first corner. As they head out of the hairpin, it is a false start flag. I wondered if I saw that there. You see the drivers put their arm in the air, they spin their finger around as if to say, we're going again. As I very openly admitted to earlier. Oh, I'm glad I'm more excited than that gentleman there. As I mentioned earlier on, not always a karting commentator, but I do remember the flag from my last karting event that I covered. I did wonder whether some of them were out of place there, because there was clearly some traversal from one way to the other, well, one side to the other of the circuit as drivers barged into one another. You can see the amount that the bumpers and the nose cones actually resist in terms of contact here. The 296 pushing the 39 there on the front row. That's Lohman Wilcox on the left. 296 is Mia Simpson. Same helmet design actually for those two drivers. As they now head out of the final corner. Let's try that again, shall we? Take 2 in the junior repechage. And as they go up over the hill, we wait to see. No false flag this time round. Let's get it underway, shall we? Solid start by Louis Ratcliffe. He holds the inside line and defends into the hairpin, although no, actually. A little bit of a cutback made potentially. No, not this time round. Sam Mott trying everything that he can do. I thought he had the run on the exit, but clearly not. Looked like he carried some strong momentum. He's been a change for third position. There's more contact. Oh, dearie me. Big hit there for the 39. That's Loman Wilcox. Wheel-to-wheel contact. I wonder if it's damaged anything. Seemed to get away with that, actually, as the initial outset is running wide there. That is the 296 of Maya Simpson. This way and that way. Trying to defend where possible from the 72. That's Ed Spain. He's gained a number of positions in that opening lap. Now the field sorts itself out. Loman Wilcox dropping right to the back of the pack. I think he did receive damage with that contact. It's hardly surprising. It was a hell of a hit. Sam Mott down the inside of Louis Radcliffe, but Louis goes back at him again. We've got Holmes Bellac in there as well now, wanting to try and capitalise on this fighting for the lead. Just behind them, Elliot Powell and Eli Badan. Eli, by the way, gained 9 places on that opening lap. Had an absolutely storming start from 16th on the grid. Incredible. And there, out of the race, is Loman Wilcox. Very fed up, as you can see, after that. I think there was damage to the right rear. He had a kart make wheel-to-wheel contact with him and then pops up over the top. Eli Badan absolutely on a mission here. 4th position already in place to go through into the final. Tries a cutback move on the 228 of Luca Holmes Bellac, and he's going to do it, is he? If he can carry enough pace around the outside here, he goes for a cutback again, not knowing there's a kart behind him. What a move by Eli Badan. Fantastic stuff. He's now through into 3rd position. Can anybody stop him? On an absolute flyer. Just behind now, Elliot Powell wanting to get through into 4th place and make further progress. He wants his racing weekend to continue. But it's not quite working just yet. 1 position away from a final spot. Sam Mott still leads the way. Louis Radcliffe 2nd, Eli Badan 3rd. And it's Luca Holmes Bellac and Elliot Powell. A little look down the inside there from Hani Sadiq, trying to get past Maya Simpson. Now actually comes under attack from Thomas Harper, who has the fastest lap of the race at this present moment. Just 5 minutes left to go here. Bit of an adjustment there from Hani Sadiq, as there's the move down the inside by Harper. Excuse me. No room there, sunshine. Oh, big sideways moment there for Luca Holmes Bellac. The car really stepping away, but manages to use it as momentum through the corner. Great bit of driving there as the 227 of Kieran Stewart is moved off the circuit. Kieran now out of this race as well. And while we're here watching this, a quick shout out to Mike Ashby. It's his 68th birthday here today, celebrating with Declan's cousin here at Rowrah. Hope he's having a great day. Hope he's enjoying this racing as much as we are. Look at this stuff, very busy into the hairpin. Luca Holmes Bellac now 4th place. This is for the final position in the final, I believe. Number 62 still in there. Hani Sadiq trying to throw everything through that they can. This is mighty, mighty busy in the junior Rotax repechage. Sam Mott leads the way from Eli Badan, then it is Louis Radcliffe. The 3 of them cross the line, and it is Luca Holmes Bellac hoping to move forward and get away from this absolute train chasing him down. This final spot is anybody's guess. Down the inside now goes the 296 of Maya Simpson. And oh dearie me, that looked a little bit like retaliation there from Hani Sadiq. A little bit late on the brakes and a push to get them out of the way. That did not look pretty, that one, did it? There was a little bit something flicked up there on the exit of that hairpin. I'm not sure if it was just maybe some marbles or something. You don't tend to get too much marbling from karting tyres. They don't really churn off lots of pieces and throw them off the racing line. But this is the battle for 4th position and the last spot in the final here in the junior Rotaxes this weekend. Part 150 of Thomas Harper trying to get ahead of Luca Holmes Bellac. Lovely little cutback manoeuvre that by Thomas, but not enough space on the exit to get it done just yet. Tries it round the outside now. Nothing doing there either. One way then the other. Great change of direction. Lovely shots here as well from the Alpha Live cameras. And this chase is well and truly on. But the thing is, the longer that Thomas Harper takes to get this move done, the longer that it invites other drivers, Hani Sadiq, Jacob Jack, Elliot Powell and Ed Spain into the mix as well. And look at the long train of them all queuing up. Look at them now behind. All of them a threat to that 4th place. Luca Holmes-Balak has been defending brilliantly so far, though. 2 minutes left on the clock. Can he do it for the rest of the race? Dives to the right-hand side, a little jink to the inside. A little bit of body language there to say, nope, you're not coming through. I am going to defend, but that's the thing. As soon as you show the body language that you are willing to defend, what it means is that the driver behind knows they've got you rattled. They know that you've got, or they've got your attention. Eli Badan at the front, by the way, doing another fastest lap of the race. He's 2 seconds clear now. He's absolutely flying, is the 155. Fantastic performance this is from Eli. Started 16th on the grid, second to last. And he's made his way all the way up to the front. Has moved down the inside by Hani Sadiq. Nothing working this time round though, and actually lost quite a bit of momentum on the exit. Jacob Jack now in the mix. Jacob started quite far down the order as well, down in 13th position. He's made solid progress up to the front of the order. And there's the look down the inside. Nothing doing this time though for Thomas Harper. Less than a minute left on the clock now. Eli Badan nearly matching his fastest lap of the race on that previous lap once again. There we had some of the micro drivers, I believe, waiting to make their way out onto the circuit. Micro Max drivers. The battle well underway here with Ed Spain trying to get through on Elliot Powell. A little bit of a push there from the 33 of Jacob Jack. And still in the mix there, Calvin Moffat as well. Saw a shout in the YouTube chat for Calvin Moffat, so he's got support there. Great racing though in the junior Rotaxes here this afternoon. And this still, with 1 lap to go now, is the battle for that final spot, as I've called it. And oh look, with the battling going on, actually Thomas Harper under attack from Hani Sadiq has lost momentum, and I think he's saying, think about it, think about what you're doing. Hani Sadiq puts his nose down the inside, and that is not going to please Thomas Harper one bit. It may be 5th place in the repechage, but it doesn't get them a position through, and oh, that looked like a little bit of retaliation from Harper, that did. Going a little bit late on the brakes, but there's the 228 of Holmes-Balak. But there is Eli Badan. What a fantastic win that was. Through the order from the back to win. Louis Radcliffe second, Sam Mott in third, and the final spot going to Luca Holmes-Balak. And it got a little bit heated at the end there. Hani Sadiq moving through and overtaking Thomas Harper. Thomas clearly not very happy with that one though, and a bit of a shove into the hairpin to show their disgust at that move. Was clear for all to see. But here we go then with the result. Eli Badan flies through the order to take the victory. Brilliant performance. Louis Radcliffe, Sam Mott and Luca Holmes-Balak all going through into the final. Great defensive driving there by Luca. Hani Sadiq improves position from 10th up to 5th, with Thomas Harper next up. Ed Spain in 7th, Elliot Powell 8th, Jacob Jack 9th, Calvin Moffat completes the top 10 in that one. Just behind in 11th was Cody Lepatorel with Devin Taylor and Henry James. Molly Mizzen in 14th, Maya Simpson, Kieran Stewart and Lomond Wilcox. Those last 3 were unfortunately out of the race. I think Maya Simpson had the kart removed in the previous, penultimate lap, I should say. And let's have a look at some highlights, shall we, from some of the racing here today. It's been a fantastic show so far, but we've got still more to come. Like we say, we have the finals to come soon, and in about 15 minutes we should have the Micromaxes out there first, then the Mini Inters, then it'll be the Rotax 177 final, Junior Rotax final, and then the Senior Rotax final. Now we just have a brief period before we get the next races underway. Let's have a look at some highlights then of that race, shall we? Eli Badan starting all the way down at the back of the grid. It seemed like it would be a mammoth effort for him to make his way up through the order, but he certainly made it work. Louis Radcliffe led us from the beginning in the number 82. And straight off the bat, a number of drivers were making it clear that they wanted to work together to go forwards. And they were not backwards in going forwards, were they, at all? But Luca Holmes-Balak was involved in a lot of incidents. That was the damage to the number 39, which unfortunately would take Lomond Wilcox out of the race. The first few karts at the front of the field were getting away, though. And then it just seemed like Eli Badan was completely unstoppable. A lovely little switchback move there from Louis Radcliffe on Sam Mott. Eli Badan there getting past Luca Holmes-Balak. Some great battling between those guys throughout that entire race. And ultimately, some more moves for fourth place were made, but nobody could unsettle Luca Holmes-Balak from that position. Luca was stern in his defence, with some stern overtaking as well. The 150 there, making a solid move up the inside. Thomas Harper would, in the end, though, be frustrated with the battle that they were having with Hani Sadiq, and Hani, well, took no warning of that. And then a little bit of contact for good measure from Thomas Harper. Hani Sadiq holding on in the end into fifth place. But a race victory for Eli Badan. A fantastic run to the flag from the very back of the grid. What a performance. Louis Radcliffe, Sam Mott and Luca Holmes-Balak going through into the final as well. So we have the next race up at 14:21, 2:21 local time. So we have still a slight break here in the action. So what we'll do is we will rejoin you in just a moment when they get that next race underway. Nothing really to fill that gap on the circuit or anything at the moment. So give us a few minutes and we'll be back with you for the first of our finals here at Rowrah. Okay, hello again, everybody. We are back now for the first of the finals of the day here at Rowrah. Let's get on with it, shall we, with the Micromaxes. So the final of the day then and of the weekend here in the Micromax category. On pole position, it's Dian Singh Pahal after a fantastic race earlier on. Alfie Garrett joins him on the front row. Albert Farrow is next up with Benedictus Masiokas starting in 4th position. Sebastian Crawford will be 5th ahead of Ralph Martin. Then it's Ansel Murray and Ethan Lloyd on row 4. Teddy Murphy and Dimitar Uzanov start on row 5 with William Davison, and Oliver Woodhull will start from 12th. Then it's Freddie Walker 13th. Carter Jackson completes the 14 kart grid here this afternoon. There once again Luke Garrett, father of Alfie Garrett, starting on the front row of the grid. Luke, a driver in the Goodyear FIA European Truck Racing Championship, who I often commentate on.
You've got a little while yet.
Have we? Apparently a little while before we get underway is the official term used. This race was scheduled to start at 21 minutes past 2, so still 2 minutes time from now. Camera making its way down the grid then to see our drivers. You can see the number 71 there of Teddy Murphy. And the back row of the grid there, the 77 and 33. 77 Carter Jackson, Freddie Walker in the number 33. There, number 42, Albert Farrow, near the front of the order. About as startled as I was by the incredibly loud whistle that I could even hear. To be fair, they're right outside my window right now, and yeah, the whistle, even I could hear it from here. As in, not through the feed, but more in person. Drivers preparing to get underway then. Lovely shot of them all staged on the grid like that, using the grid markers. And they set off then on their green flag lap. 12 minutes plus a lap in these finals. So for the Micromax and Mini Inters, it's 12 minutes and a lap. For the Rotax 177s, junior and senior categories, it's 14 minutes and a lap. As you can see, friends, family, spectators all up on the banking. All with a fantastic viewpoint of this circuit. I mentioned my my good friend Dan McCauley earlier, who used to be a kart racer many moons ago, and he was saying that Rowrah is an absolutely awesome circuit. He loves the downhill section, always loved racing here, this section in particular here. And he's absolutely right, look at it, it's a gorgeous scenic racing circuit here in this quarry in the northwest of the UK. Such a wonderful place to be. My first visit here this weekend, and I have absolutely loved it. Far from over yet though, with 5 races left to go, including this one. We have the Micromax final, then the Mini Inter final, Rotax 177, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. So with just one more green flag lap to go. We have just a moment before the next race. As, oh, dearie me, a little bit of drama here actually into the final sector, as I think they might have slowed down a little bit too early. As the 66 wants to get over to the right-hand side of the grid. It's all gotten a little bit out of shape here. Let's see if they sort that out. I think they have. I think they've got it all together. And we may get this start underway then, shall we? Across the line they go, and from the right-hand side of the grid, Dian Singh Pahal's got a fantastic getaway there. Actually, Alfie Garrett, who started second, had a real slow getaway and has lost a few positions as a result. I think it was the number 32 of Ralph Martin. The front end of the kart was completely off the ground as he headed around the first couple of corners. And look, a point there from Alfie. I saw him and his mum Lisa earlier on, as really sideways goes the number 16. Got a bit of a push there, did Sebastian Crawford, from Benedictas Masiokas. And the contact really shoved Crawford into the hairpin at much higher speed than he wanted to be in there. And we've got a replay of that apparently as well, which we'll have a quick look at while the leaders sort that out. Just look at Masiokas here. Goes to look to the inside, a little bit late on the brakes, and one push and then a lock-up on the brakes from Crawford. Lovely save, fair play. Great bit of driving skill on display just there. Right now then, it is Albert Farrow leading the race. He got ahead of Dian Singh Pahal on that previous lap. Third position, Benedictas Masiokas. Then it is Alfie Garrett, then Sebastian Crawford, Ansel Murray up into 6th place, Ralph Martin down into 7th. Number 32 there of Ralph Martin as well. A spin for the 62, Dimitar Uzanov. And a little bit too hard into the hairpin. Great battling though, up and down the order so far. Farrow continues to lead. See them streaking through the first couple of corners once again. But it's Farrow leading this at present. He's got his teammates around him, but Pahal, after that fantastic come through the field in the superheat, once again making moves now to get back to the front. Masiokas now on the right-hand side goes up into 2nd place. Suddenly Farrow loses 2 spots in 1. They all flick over to the left-hand side. Alfie Garrett now slides through into 3rd position. Crawford's got a front row seat to all of this, to watch it unfold in front of him. Now this quintet is for the lead, as looks like Farrow losing a little bit of pace here actually. He's dropping away even further now as Pahal leads the way, but for how long? Masiokas and Garrett down the inside. Garrett uses all of the road to get the move done, and a great bit of driving there by Masiokas to open the door, open the envelope, and into the lead of the race goes the O-plate winner. And how long will it be now until there's another change for the lead? We've had one every couple of corners for the last minute or so. There's a move down the inside, as that is the number 32 of Ralph Martin, getting past Ansel Murray, number 98. 66, Ethan Lloyd there, just pushing on as well. Some fantastic fighting all the way through the pack here. But it's the top 3 in the championship, the top 3 in this race at the moment. Alfie Garrett leads the championship by 1 point from his teammate Benedictas Masiokas, that currently leads this race. Dian Singh Pahal is a good 23 points back from these guys, but definitely not out of the picture. Driver that's doing really well compared to their championship results anyways. That one there, actually, Sebastian Crawford. Big send up the inside, costs Alfie Garrett 2 places. And yeah, you see Pahal there pointing forward to say, come on, stop fighting, stay with the leader after a move like that. I was going to say, because the 16, Sebastian Crawford, he's 10th in the championship, but he's had a 6th, a 4th and a 5th so far this weekend. He wasn't at round 2, which probably signifies why he's a bit further down in the standings, but yeah, great stuff so far from the number 16. Fastest lap of the race as well in this race. But right now, we want to see a battle for the lead, and Pahal not fazed by that little attack there by Crawford. Still fastest lap of the race is done by Sebastian Crawford. And it's still a bit of a quintet, but to be fair, Masiokas doing really well at the front here to continue leading this race. Not under threat anytime soon. And again, Albert Farrow really leaning out of the kart. You can see, look, really putting his body weight into the outside tyres whenever he goes around a corner. Still, the battle is on for second position, though. Very close between Pahal and Crawford. Crawford now looks for a move down the inside once again. Not really big picture thinking there by Crawford, but gains the position as soon as possible. Alfie Garrett now on the inside of Pahal, backs out of that one, gets a shove from Pharaoh behind through the first couple of corners. Pharaoh not playing ball here with his teammate, sends a move up the inside, says thank you very much. I did ask Alfie earlier on what's the situation with teammates, and he said we just race one another, and that's that. They've lost a little bit of breathing room now to the kart behind as well, Ralph Martin, and Crawford is going to afford them a little bit more with that move down the inside of Pahal. He's going to sort of back them up into the rest of them. Pahal back down the inside, though, through the right-hander. We haven't seen many moves there today, and that's probably why Crawford ends up facing the wrong way. Pahal down the inside in a place where we really haven't seen those moves done. And that means now that we have an SFR 1, 2, 3. And it didn't need to happen from Pahal, to be honest. Don't mean to sound too criticising, but we haven't seen moves being made there all day, and the one time we see it, it causes an incident. Pahal was able to carry on. We've got a replay of it, and we'll see the moment that Crawford got pushed down the order into 10th. And Pahal, in fairness, got on the curb. And, I mean, Crawford, I don't think would have expected a move to come down the inside like that. People would argue there wasn't enough space left on the inside by Crawford, but at the end of the day, I don't think as a driver, when you've raced around this circuit, you would expect somebody to throw a move up the inside there. So Pahal continues on. Alfie Garrett just does... Oh, I thought it was the fastest lap of the race, that lap. It wasn't, actually. It was the lap before that while we were just looking at the replay. But Alfie Garrett now moves up into second place ahead of Albert Pharaoh. The two teammates hoping to chase down Masiokas. Garrett especially, as it would mean now that Masiokas will take the championship lead with this. There's the 66 of Ethan Lloyd. Position 6 as well. Ansel Murray in 7th place, Teddy Murphy 8th, Oliver Woodhall 9th, and Crawford in 10th. Completing the field we have Davison, Uzanov, Walker and Jackson. And at the moment, Pahal is under pressure from Ralph Martin here. Ethan Lloyd just behind. But it's a solid lead at the moment for Benedictas Masiokas. 1.7 seconds clear. And based on the previous lap, he's going to hold on to that as well. He was faster than the two karts behind him. He was 0.04 of a second quicker than Alfie on that last lap. And 1.5 tenths quicker than Albert Pharaoh. It's still a 1-2-3 for the team at the minute, so they can be pleased about that as they continue on their way. The battles have died down slightly so far. This sort of middle part of the race has been all about establishing a rhythm. So it's Masiokas, Garrett, Pharaoh, Pahal and Martin, top 5 at the minute. And there is your race leader, Kart 0. The O-plate on Benedictas' machine. And on that last lap, he was still quicker than Garrett, only a tiny bit slower than Albert Pharaoh. So they are very, very close indeed in terms of lap times, but it doesn't mean much for the battle, unfortunately. Right now they are doing what they can to just improve their own times, just pushing until the end. But no positions being changed just now. It's strange that it's actually this sort of stale for a moment. It's not often that we see a race like this in this category in particular, where the positions in the second half of the race in particular don't change hands too often. You can see them really attacking those curbs though through the first sector there. Alfie Garrett and his teammate Albert Ferrer both completely off the ground as a result. It looks like Pahal is closing in on them. On the last lap he actually did his personal best, 0.3 of a second quicker than both of the guys in front of him. So he's still hunting down a podium position. And there's all possibility that he could get it as well. The three of them are really closing up now, so Pahal has been in slipstream range and it's really dragged him up to the back and already down the inside of Albert Ferro, but again over the curbs, nearly making contact with Albert. Albert's looking around saying, where did you come from? Goes to the inside, does Pahal. Lovely move and up into a podium spot. Ferro looking behind to say, flipping heck, is there more of them? Down the inside, and Pahal now bullied out of that position, and Ralph Martin now wants a piece of that. Oh, defensive stuff there from Ferro, maybe a little bit late, but Pahal has to dive out of the way. This is getting very feisty now for the podium spots. Pahal back down the inside, a little bit of contact on the way in. Watch Ralph Martin in this. He's going to try and get the cutback, and he's executed that beautifully. Round the outside of Pahal, now he's on the inside. He's going to say, look, you find it really easy to put your nose down the inside here. What about leaving room? Pahal says, fine, have it on the second part of the corner. 3 wide now, as out of nowhere comes Ethan Lloyd. He tries to make light of this. Down the inside again. Still battling away. Lloyd and Pahal, the two teammates. Let's see then as we're on to the final lap now. The two teammates are going to fight away by the look of it. Pahal suddenly finds himself down from a podium spot into 6th place. Incredible, but that's how quickly things can change around here in the UKC. And as we head onto the final half a lap, Pahal is saying, look, we should have gone after those guys and gone after the leader. But he's having a committee meeting with him about it down the back straight. But up at the front, Masiokas is about to round the final couple of corners, and with a 2-second lead. It's been a fantastic drive. And he takes the win in the final here at Rowrah this weekend, and you can see that means a lot to him. Very happy about that one. Alfie Garrett finishes in 2nd place, and with it loses the championship lead. Albert Ferro finishes 3rd, Ralph Martin 4th, and Dian Singh Pahal finishes 5th ahead of his teammate Ethan Lloyd. Side by side across the line there. Mere 1,000ths of a second between Davison and Uzanov. Actually, no, it was Carter Jackson and Freddie Walker. Mere 1,000ths between the two of them there. But there is your race winner. Benediktas Masiokas takes the victory. Obviously, all results that we see here are provisional. There may be stewards' decisions and penalties and things to be applied afterwards, but they all go on in the hours following the race meeting. So the results we give you here will be strictly provisional. And we hope that you'll indulge us in that and take our word for it, as at least I know what's going on the road. I can tell you that much, but I can't pretend to know all of it afterwards. So Masiokas is told. They're now checking the nose cones at this stage, I believe. And Pahal is told to go around the scrutineering weighbridge. I think it was the top few that headed in there. Actually, the top 4 all went in. They're the number 47. Making their way in. Alfie Garrett. And I believe we'll look at the on-the-road result then from the Micromax final here at Rowrah. And it's Benedictas Masiokas that takes the victory from Alfie Garrett and Albert Farrow, a top 3 for the team. And Ralph Martin finishing in 4th place ahead of Dian Singh Pahal. He's just ahead of his teammate Ethan Lloyd. Ansel Murray was in 7th ahead of Sebastian Crawford and Teddy Murphy. Then Oliver Woodhall in 10th position. Next up was William Davison and Dimitar Uzanov in 12th, Carter Jackson 13th and Freddie Walker 14th. As you can see, they've got the speaker out on the circuit for the next final, which will be coming up in just a few minutes' time. That'll be the Mini Inters to complete their weekend. Strong showing earlier on by Emerson McAndrew-Uren. He's taken all 3 victories so far this weekend, and Alfie Ward has taken all 3 second places. The other podium spots have been filled by Ryan White, Arthur Farrow and Otis Cleary, respectively, over heats 1, 2 and the Superheat. Other consistent performers this weekend have been, to be fair, Ryan White actually with a 3rd and 2 4th places. Max Jolly had a disqualification from Heat 2 earlier in the weekend, but had a great drive up from the back of the grid up into 5th place in the earlier Superheat. He'll be hoping to continue forward from that position when it comes to the final in a few minutes' time. As I'm sure you can all appreciate, we will just be getting the interviews ready now, and we're going to throw down actually to Kev, who's down there with some of our drivers.
So here's the man that brought it home then in 3rd place, and it's been a weekend of thirds for you right across the board through the heats, the super final, the super heat, and now the super final. Albie Farrow from Dan Holland Racing. Great to see you, pal. Must be pleased with this weekend.
I mean, yeah, it was a hard race then. Luckily, there was a spin with 2 karts, and our 3 teammates got away, including me, and then we just pushed, and then they caught me up on the last lap, and it was hard defending, but we managed to keep 3rd, and it was a hard and good race.
Hey, listen, well done. That is a great analysis of what's just gone down in that super final. Well done to you. Congratulations. But you must have felt quick all weekend long. Like I said, you've been in a podium place in every race, every time you've been out on track.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be at the top sometimes and racing with fast people, but yeah.
Well, well done to you. Who's made it all possible this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
My mum, my dad, SFR Motorsport, RPM, Roger, Nathan and Connor.
Yeah, and I must have just apologised there. I said Dan Holland Racing, but you're SFR, aren't you? So big shout out to the guys from SFR. Well done to all of them. Congratulations, my friend. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes. There's a man that came over in 3rd, Albie Farrow. Let's get Alfie Garrett in here. Alfie, come on in, pal. 2nd place then, kart number 47. So put your feet just behind the yellow line there, mate. Congratulations, 2nd place at the end of the weekend. You happy with that one?
Yeah, I'm happy, really happy.
Talk me through that super final, because there was quite a bit going on. There was a bit of a spin at one point as well, with some races ahead of you.
So at the start I dropped down a few positions. I got back up to 2nd, and then I got overtook, and then there was a incident ahead causing 2 drivers, and then I went through and I just carried on my race from there.
Yeah, well done to you, and you carried it on all the way to finish, bringing it home in 2nd. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
SFR Motorsport, RPM Racing Engines, my dad, and all the people that came here. No, all the people that have watching.
Well, listen, well done to you. Let's remind the people who are watching, you've had a great season with this so far. You've had a 2nd, a 3rd, a 1st, and now another 2nd. You're always on the podium.
Yeah, hopefully we can carry that on through the other rounds.
Well, I'm sure you can. Well done, sir. Go and high-five the rest of your teammates and get scrutineered and done. Congratulations to you. There goes Alfie Garrett. But let's bring in owner of the O-Plate, the man that came home first, Benedictas Masiokas. Benedictas, congratulations. It's another win for you, back on the top step of the podium.
Thanks.
Talk me through that race. How did it play out for you? Because it struck me that once you got out ahead, you kind of just were going to stay there and people were just chasing you.
So I had a bad start, so I got 5th in the start, and then I overtook my teammate Alfie Garrett and Crawford, and then Albert Farrow and Dian Singh Pahal they had like a big gap, and I had to catch up. And once I overtook both of them, I just started building a gap.
Yeah, and you kept that gap all the way. When you're out ahead like that, are you sensing the guys behind you, you know, putting the heat on you? Do you feel the target on your back?
Yeah.
Well, listen, well done. You handled the pressure well. It's another win for you. We've seen you on the top step of the podium a couple of times, 4th last time, and now back on the top step. So congratulations. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
My dad, my mum, RPM, SFR, Nathan, and everyone else who helped me.
Well, there you go. Everyone else who helped you. Well done to you, and thanks for that. Right, go and finish off the rest of the scrutineer, and we'll see you at the podiums a little bit later on. Well done.
Okay, bye.
So there we go. There goes Benedictus. Our first super final is off and away. Let's take a look at some of the highlights with Chaz.
Thanks very much, Kev. Fantastic stuff to hear from our podium finishers there. And yeah, I mean, it was a busy start, wasn't it? Dian Singh Pahal starting from the very front row. A little bit of argy-bargy in the middle there. Ralph Martin ended up with the front of the cart off the ground. But in the early stages, it looked like Pahal was going to be the one for everybody to beat here. The number 16 of Crawford got in the action early on with a big slide there, but Masiokas and his teammates started to then gang up on Pahal at the front of the order. And this was the moment when it all started to change around. Alfie Garrett getting ahead of Albert Farrow, while Masiokas chased on in second position to try and get the race lead. Pahal stayed strong though in the opening stages, and like I say, it looked like it was going to be him that everybody had to try and beat, but Masiokas here and there making moves, and that was the all-important move. He got the lead and would not lose it basically after that. His teammate Alfie Garrett would then follow him through into second position as well, where he would also finish the race. But it was the battles behind that started to erupt there, as a huge send down the inside by Crawford cost Alfie Garrett 2 positions. Pahal hoping to move forward as a group in the later stages of the race. But then a pivotal moment in the race. Crawford getting through at the hairpin at the top of the circuit here, and then just a couple of corners later, some big contact between the two as Pahal put his nose down the inside with a move to try and get back through. Crawford unfortunately spun out of position, and despite having the fastest lap of the race, would end up in 8th position by the time the checkered flag fell. The 3 SFR carts were battling amongst themselves at the front of the order, but soon Pahal would make his way in amongst them, and with Farrow dropping into 4th place, it looked like he would lose that podium position overall. He would eventually get it back though, while his teammate Benedictus Masiokas took the victory here at Rowrah in the final, and with it the championship lead. And the O-Plate winner very happy about that, with some solid performances here today. Obviously, as I said, during the race itself, all the results we give are purely provisional here. There may be inquiries and stewards' decisions and all sorts done after these races or after the meeting is done, but that is not within a time frame that we can usually report on, unfortunately. So if you want to find out all about the results and things of the championship, you can head to the Ultimate Karting Championship website and find out further information there. So here we go then, the next final of the day, the mini inter-final. So here we go then, the mini inter-final. And the grid is formed as so. Emerson McAndrew-Uren having a fantastic weekend, winning every race so far. He starts on the front row with Alfie Ward, who, like I said before, has finished second in every race so far. Ryan White is next up, with Arthur Farrow joining him on row 2. Then it's Otis Cleary and Soren Gallagher on row 3. Ryan Townsend is 7th, ahead of Eddie Duncan in 8th. And then in 9th position we have Harry Radcliffe and Hugo McCluskey. Then it's Ian Campbell and Buddy Hugo next up in 12th. Adam Batts and Max Jolly, keep an eye out for Max in this one. George Quinlan 15th. Hamish Gordon didn't finish the earlier race, and hopefully we will have a full complement of drivers for this one. Stanley Stafford 17th, Hakeem Batt in 18th, and Teddy Higgs, after a knock into the barrier earlier, I should say, hopefully back with us in this one. It seemed like he was just slightly winded or something after the earlier incident, and I could see the number 42 car at the back of the grid there, actually, so great to see that Teddy is back with us for this. A resilient young man wanting to take some points away from the others in this race. There, a lovely shot of the lineup of all these drivers. We have the big speaker at the front with the dramatic music. And we bring you all the prettiest shots here at Alpha Live, as you always know, for everybody to see. Fantastic shot there of the front row, the two drivers side by side. Many things that I could say as a commentator, but I'd like to work with Alpha Live again. It's going to be the 0-1 of Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the front row, with Max Jolly second in the championship, hoping to catch up from, I believe, starting from, it would have been, I would have thought 5th position, but no. I think based on the points so far this weekend, Max is actually going to be a little bit further back because of a disqualification. You can actually see just the gentleman in the red jacket on the right-hand side of your shot there, actually, just in front of Max Jolly's car. A lot of progress to be made later on in this race. The number 13, Hakeem Batt, in the lovely Tony Kart livery. Getting a quick pre-race briefing. Go as fast as you can, I imagine it's along those lines. And there the whistle is blown. The engines will start. Or at least the personnel will make their way off the grid before the engines will then start. You can see there the 183 Alfie Ward sort of giving himself a bit of a pep talk there with his body language. You could see him sort of gearing up for this one. Max Jolly just adjusting his gloves in the background there. Bit of a nerve-wracking moment this for the drivers. Like I said earlier on in the broadcast, when you have these long waits, when you're all sat on the grid, you know, you're around your competitors, ready to get going. It is a bit of a nerve-wracking time because you've got longer to think about what happens when I get down to turn one. What if this driver does this? What if I do that? You know, you have to play out all the scenarios in your head, how you want them to go, but you can never account for what other drivers are also thinking as well. It's the human element of motorsport that you could never replace, and it is what makes motorsport such an interesting thing to watch time and time again, in all forms as well, from the likes of karting all the way up from Bambino karting all the way up to the senior categories and world stage events, you know, all the way through to the likes of Formula One and the top echelons of GT and endurance racing. The human element is the part that is so consistent and sometimes so consistently inconsistent as well. Gives us that sense of unpredictability that we love to see. Another green flag lap here then at Rowrah. Is it going to be a clean sweep this weekend then for Emerson McAndrew-Uren? Or is someone like Alfie Ward going to take a victory away at one of the most important points of the weekend? Here we go then. Heading up into the final corner. All nice and close together. A lovely low down shot there from our cameraman. Getting some great angles from that part of the circuit today. Let's get the action unfolded then, shall we? Emerson McAndrew-Uren leads them away for the mini inter-final here at Rowrah, round 4 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And there's a lot of shuffling at the bottom end of the order there, but seems like at the front they kept it nice and tidy. A little bit wide into the hairpin there from one particular driver, as a little bit of contact between the top two, and, well, McAndrew-Uren nearly loses the lead, but doesn't quite. Max Jolly there in the thick of the battles. Ryan White in 3rd position there, ahead of Otis Cleary. I think it was Pharaoh that was making moves in the mid-pack in that hairpin. It was. That was the 117 just on screen of Buddy Hugo. They're the lead pair, sweeping their way through. Otis Cleary there in the number 22. 4th position at the moment. A little bit of contact there as Max Jolly pushing the driver in front around the circuit. Eddie Duncan, that was, the number 57. He was kindly encouraging Eddie to crack on from there. There's a little bit of movement there, the 164 in the thick of that. Hugo McCluskey looking down the inside of Ian Campbell, number 37, into the hairpin for the first time. Fantastic shots, though, as they all head through the latter part of the circuit. And a little move down the inside there, actually. Didn't quite catch who that was. Trying to make it up the inside. I think it might have been Ryan Townsend. Just in front of Max Jolly, I think it was. Max Jolly now looking back down the inside of Townsend. And making the move through, the 57 as well. With a little tap of the helmet there, Eddie Duncan saying, basically just use your head and move forward, let's think about this. Huge train of them. And all it takes is just one manoeuvre to go wrong. And all the drivers will try and capitalise behind, but everybody's got their own idea of how they want it to play out, much like the start of the race. Max Jolly down the inside then of Harry Radcliffe. Moves up a place then into 7th. He's gained 7 places so far after starting 14th on the grid. A jolly performance indeed. And a nice Sunday drive for the O-Plate winner. Definitely one to watch as he continues to rise up the ranks in the world of karting. A big move down the inside there by number 164, Hugo McCluskey. Now trying to get past Ryan Townsend, who just swipes the nose off the 164 machine. The 37 just behind of Ian Campbell, hoping to get in amongst that as well. Some wonderful battles, though, in the thick of it here. 12 minutes plus a lap. And across the line, once again goes our leader, Emerson McAndrew-Uren. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Alfie Ward. 48.59 he just did on that previous lap. Ryan White, then Otis Cleary next. Then Arthur Pharaoh, Soren Gallagher and Max Jolly. Soren will be the next one in the sights of Max Jolly. So I was just checking the timing there, and there was only 5 drivers that didn't do their personal best on that previous lap. So again, as the temperatures come up in the tyres, as the race goes on, they just get faster and faster. This is now the battle for the lead, though. 183, Alfie Ward still pushing on as best as he can. Let us know, of course, in the YouTube chat who you're cheering for in this one. Get the comments in, show your support to whichever driver it is that you are here to support. And if you're just a spectator, show us or throw us your predictions. Let us know who you reckon will come out on top in this one. It's hard to predict in karting, but that's what makes it all the more fun. It's anybody's guess. It's not quite as predictable as other forms of motorsport. Fantastic shot of the lead 3, though, all together. And at the moment, it is still Emerson leading it. Not really come under too much threat yet, although the fastest lap has changed hands now. Otis Cleary has the fastest lap of the race. Max Jolly there down the inside of Soren Gallagher, and you saw a little hand in the air there to say, yep, cheers, thank you, sort of sorry, see you later. Top 5 now starting to sort of magnetise together. We'll see just how quickly it transpires that ends up being more of a battle. And Emerson McAndrew-Uren did the fastest lap of the race last time round at 48.43. Really solid drive. And he's just highlighted that with the quickest lap of everybody. He did a purple sector 1 just now as well. Alfie Ward has just taken that away from him. We look here at Max Jolly, or we did, at Max Jolly and Soren Gallagher right with each other. 22 of Otis Cleary on the back of Ryan White now, wanting a podium position. Must really want to talk to Kev. I've been handed Haribo. What a wonderful day this is. I can't pick them up very well with one hand, to be honest, and I'm going to take more than I'm being offered, but thank you very much, Dean. At the moment then, Ryan White, he's going to be wishing he had wing mirrors to look and see where Otis Cleary was, because he is all over the back of him. And now he's next to him, down the inside, into the hairpin. Lovely, tidy stuff, that by Otis Cleary. And he looks around now and he says, look, there's 2 more in front of us, mate. Crack on. Don't look at me. Don't worry about me. Let's go forward. Great pace from Otis Cleary so far, though. In hindsight, I wonder what, with no I love the Alpha Live guys. They always look after me, but I don't know what the point is of giving the commentator sweets, so I can't eat them now, can I? Still, I'm not ungrateful. Cheers, boys. But our race leader is still our race leader. With no doubt, Emerson McAndrew-Uren is the one to beat this weekend and in the championship as well. There's only been 1 race in the last 7, or 8 actually, that he hasn't won. And that was the superheat in round 3 of the championship, and even then he finished 3rd. Worst result of the season is 2 third places. He's only finished 2nd once, otherwise he's won everything so far this season. If you count all of the heats together, actually, there's 12 heat wins, a 2nd place and 2 thirds. Incredible by the 0-1. Max Jolly, though, certainly on the rise, flying up the order still. There's the 57 of Eddie Duncan. Just perusing this battle in front, actually. Hugo McCluskey in there as well. Harry Radcliffe trying to get one over on Eddie Duncan. And at the back of this little queue, we have the 37 of Ian Campbell, wanting to make further progress through the field. A great fight from all perspectives. But they'll all be hoping that something happens further up the road to one of their competitors at least that gives them a bit of a free pass to gain some more places. Some great racing going on, though. Still looking for opportunities. They're all looking down the inside, going this way and that way. But you can tell they're not quite throwing everything at it yet. Still 2.5 minutes to go and then another lap. Just checking the times just to see who's really one to watch at the moment, but there's nobody breaking out in terms of the pace compared to other drivers. Buddy Hugo just did his fastest lap of the race in that previous lap. Here's a move then, 126 of Harry Radcliffe down the inside, gets shovelled over to one side by Eddie Duncan. He says, no, 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 please do not come through here. But no, Eddie not able to defend that one enough. Into the hairpin they go, a little bit of a push. Not too much though, nothing overboard. A slap of the side of the helmet from Eddie Duncan. It's the clearest indicator of saying, think, let's battle together. We even saw a tap of the helmet there from Ian Campbell at the back of this group. Hamish Gordon now part of this after a non-finish earlier on. Ian is giving repeated taps of the helmet as if to say, come on, let's fight together, because he knows that Hamish is gaining on this fight. Hamish says, nah, I'm all right, I'll take two of you at once. Fantastic stuff. Hamish Gordon down the inside. Immediately on the scene in this fight, dispatches of two of them like they weren't even there. That was a wonderful move. He's going to go for another one here. Look, he's gone to the outside line, trying to go all the way around the outside of the 57. Oh, he's maybe lost out a bit, actually. They're side to side, and 3 wide. Hamish Gordon down the inside. Cheers, boys. Come again. As out of the way and shoveled wide is Harry Radcliffe. 3 wide now down the back straight. Hamish Gordon in about 5 corners has just gained 4 places. Brilliant driving. Absolutely brilliant. And even more battling going on there. The 23 of Ryan Townsend. Hop, skip, and a jump past the likes of Hugo McCluskey. 1, 2, 6 there, back down the inside. Harry Radcliffe now. Side by side, big contact. Both drivers around. Nose cone completely dislodged from Harry Radcliffe's kart. And look at that, the bodywork floating up in the air, but nothing he can really do about it now. There's just not enough room in the world for them there, was there? I didn't quite catch who the other driver was. Was it Eddie Duncan? I didn't quite catch that one, I'm so sorry. But big contact into the final corner. Amazing. That shows how sturdy the karts are. They could both continue. This is the fight for the final podium spot, I should say. Ryan White down the inside of Otis Cleary. Makes a move at the final corner. Otis says, right, I'll have that back, please. You can borrow it, but I'm going to be on the podium at the end. Otis now needs to fight into this last lap. Tries to go late on the brakes, tries to get a cutback done. Big push halfway through the hairpin. This is going to be a Titanic scrap right to the end, this is. It's going one way, then the other. Tries to go around the outside line and get a cutback. It's not going to work, though, because Ryan White parks it perfectly on the apex. Look behind them. 24, Arthur Farrow. He's becoming part of this fight as well. He wants to get in on this one. A bit sideways there from Ryan White, but not enough room for Otis Cleary to get back down the inside. This could change here, and I'm telling you, Arthur Farrow could end up with a podium, much like his brother did earlier on. But at the front, capping off an amazing weekend, Emerson McAndrew-Uren takes the victory, wins every race this weekend from Alfie Ward. And what about this one? Otis is going to do it. Otis Cleary on the road gets 3rd position ahead of Ryan White and Arthur Farrow. Max Jolly ends up in 6th position, a solid drive, gaining 8 places from 14th on the grid. And it was busy, busy stuff further down the order, wasn't it? With a bit of contact here and there. But what a weekend from that man. Emerson McAndrew-Uren wins every single heat here today. Well, and this weekend even. Won Heat 1 and Heat 2 yesterday. Then the Super Heat and then the final. It doesn't get much better than that. Solid, solid result for the 0-1. Nose cone's being checked here. A thumbs up from Kev. And Otis Cleary making his way onto the weighbridge. Alfie Ward shifting out of the way. Ryan White making his way in 4th position. Just losing it on the line as well. Less than 100th of a second between the two of them. Incredibly close as they cross the line. As you see Kev on standby there for interviews. You could see his facial expression actually there, I think, as he checked the times between the two drivers. They were so close together. And in just a moment we'll look at the result. There it is. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, without doubt, taking all the wins here this weekend. Alfie Ward in second place, Otis Cleary in third, Ryan White fourth place. Arthur Farrow in fifth position ahead of Max Jolly and Soren Gallagher, with Hamish Gordon and Eddie Duncan. Buddy Hugo completing the top 10. Hugo McCluskey finished in 11th, George Quinlan in 12th, with Ryan Townsend in 13th ahead of Hakeem Batt, Ian Campbell, Adam Batt 16th, Teddy Higgs 17th, and Harry Radcliffe finishing the 18 kart field. Not quite sure who it was that's listening back to the broadcast there, but you can clearly hear that my voice is coming back through for them, with the delay added in. Just in case you wanted to listen back to the end of the race, of course. But again, just that shot there shows you just how scenic this place is. It's one of the most unique racing venues I've ever been to. It's absolutely fantastic here. I really do implore you to try and make your way over here at some point if you ever can. I've had the absolute pleasure of travelling to some wonderful racing circuits around Europe and over the globe, and FIA Grade 1 circuits and all sorts, and this has to be one of the most lovable circuits I've ever been to. I've never seen a racetrack in a quarry like this, and such a well-presented racetrack in a quarry as well. Great, great venue. Really is. Hopefully the first of multiple visits here. Not that I can hear that. I can hear the Alpha Live guys shaking their heads at the moment. They love me, really. We have good fun. We have really good fun. And obviously we all hope you're enjoying the coverage as well. Alpha Live doing a fantastic job. And so is Kev. Kev's down there ready for some interviews for us.
Well, here's the man that brought it home in third there. Locked in a battle for a lot of that, Otis, with Ryan White, but you just nicked it on the line. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, just strong race. Just had nipped out the inside on the last corner.
Ahead of you was Alfie and Emerson, but you were in that battle with Ryan for most of it, and it could have gone any way, couldn't it, really? And but another strong weekend for you. You must be really pleased with third overall at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, Alfie and Emerson were just far away. They were long gone this weekend, very quick.
And as we look at your results this season so far, you've had an 11th, a 17th and a third, and now another third. So you're enjoying the podium, aren't you? You've got a taste for it.
Yes, yeah, mostly the champagne.
Yeah, mostly the taste of the champagne. That's what it's all about. All right, mate, who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
I want to thank my mum, my sister, my dad, all my sponsors, Dan Holland Racing and Time Engines.
Hey, listen, well done to you. Congratulations. Go and finish off scrutineering. We'll see you for podiums later.
Thank you. Bye.
There he goes. There's Otis, brought it home in third. Let's have a chat with Alfie Ward in second. Alfie, congratulations for you, mate. That's more like it, isn't it? On the podium. A great super final from you there.
Yeah, it was really good. Just Emerson kept his calm and just kept the gap.
Yeah, Emerson had that gap out to you, but there was quite a gap from you back to the rest. You've obviously been fast all weekend long.
Yeah, I've been pretty fast, qualified P2, but I think they're scrapping, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think prior to the super final there, you had a second and a second earlier on, didn't you, in the weekend?
Yeah, I've had all seconds, so.
All seconds, brilliant. So, well, listen, not bad, consistent. And as we look at your results this season, what we got, a 9th, a 21st, an 11th, and now a second. So this is brilliant.
Yeah, you're really good.
Really, really good. Who would you like to thank, mate? Who's made it all possible?
My mum, my brother, my nan and my great nan and my granddad's.
Well, listen, well done. Whether they're here or watching elsewhere, they're really proud of you, and we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, Alfie Ward, the man that brought it home in second, as we welcome in then the youngster that I get very used to talking to in this position because he's won every round and has won multiple heats and multiple wins in the UKC this year. Emerson McAndrew. Emerson, business as usual for you this weekend.
Yeah, obviously we've had a clean sweep this weekend, which was pretty good. Obviously set the lap record in qualifying, which I was pretty happy about. And then, yeah, just kind of drove off from there.
Well, you have driven off from there, and safe to say this season you've driven off, haven't you? What do you think this year, because it's all clicked for you really well this year, what do you think has happened this year that has just meant that you can consistently get the results?
Well, I think in micro, I just started improving, and then from then I've just carried that momentum through.
Yeah, you've really sort of slotted into the Mini Inter kart, haven't you? Presumably everything's going well for you and the team at Dan Holland Racing.
Yeah, obviously Dan Holland Racing is a great team. They always help me out with my power and everything, and I think their strategies and that are really good.
Brilliant stuff. Well, listen, obviously that's the team to thank. Who else has made it possible? Who else is here looking after you?
Time Racing Engines, Alex Goodson for coming up to watch, Darren Malotti, Louis Westover, Matthew Higgins, and everyone who supported me.
Well done to you. There's many of you, many people out there who are supporting you. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. Thanks, Emerson.
What up?
There he goes. Good stuff. Emerson McAndrew taking the win in Mini Inter. Another win from him. Let's catch up on the highlights with Chaz.
Thank you, Kev. I've had time to finish my sweets now. A brilliant, brilliant race, that one. Lots going on in the mid-pack and, well, a dominant performance once again, though, by Emerson McAndrew. And he was very happy with it, wasn't he? And that's the thing. He's got to keep that tenacity and that want to win alive. And it's what's helping him continue on at the top end of the championship. In the opening stages, it was lovely and clean, though. Hats off to the drivers in this category for that. Really one of the cleanest first few laps that we've seen all day. And the battles ignited from there. Max Jolly making some great moves through the order, but Otis Cleary and Ryan White were never really far away from one another, were they? Especially into the later stages. Let's move down the inside by Otis to get up into third place. Was soon stolen back away from Ryan. A great quintet in the middle of the pack, but some lovely racing indeed by Hamish Gordon, just gaining 4 places in just a couple of corners from these drivers involved in that. The likes of Hugo McCluskey, Harry Radcliffe was involved as well. He eventually had some big contact later on in the race, which we're about to see here actually. It was the number 37 that he was involved with Ian Campbell, the two of them locking wheels and going over one another. A great save by Ian, and to be fair, Harry Radcliffe able to continue, but I believe came into the pits just before the end of the race. But Emerson was absolutely untouchable at the front, and Alfie Ward completed a full weekend of second places as well for some strong championship points. A big gap behind, though, to Otis Cleary and Ryan White. Otis taking that third place by mere thousandths of a second. And you can see now the wind has died down slightly, still affecting the flags there on the right-hand side of shot. And the conditions have remained dry. There's a lot of grey cloud in the air, unfortunately, but it doesn't look like there's a threat of rain or anything for the remaining races of the day. Things are about to get a bit bigger in size of kart as we go into the next category. It's going to be the Rotax 177s that are the next race on the bill. A championship again that has a dominant leader at the moment of Edward Matthews. But Edward had a little bit of a disturbance in his domination in the championship when Will Ellswood appeared at round 3 last time out. He won heats 1, 2 and then the super heat, but was 17th in the final. The final which actually Edward won. There you see the karts being moved out onto the circuit. Drivers with them as well. A lovely parade of them past our cameraman there. They play the music out. I was worried that the number 22 kart was going to go over the top of the camera there, but luckily not. A well-positioned shot for our guys. And they will all make their way now down to the grid. And with just a few minutes before the race, let's get the Rotax 177s underway, shall we? So everybody now making their way down into their grid slots, so to speak. This race scheduled to get underway at 21 minutes past 3. So we have still a couple of minutes left to go. This is the first of the finals that we're going to see that is 14 minutes and a lap. The others that we've seen so far have been 12 minutes and a lap, owing their shortened races to the sort of relative size of the karts, obviously the younger drivers as well. And we have on the front row of the grid Louis Large on the right hand side of his shot there. We'll take a look at the grid. Edward Matthews starts on pole position, as he has so often done this season. Louis Large alongside him in the Red Speed machine. Then it's Harrison Crook on row 2 with James Lingard. The two of them all had a busy old scrap in the superheat just earlier on this afternoon. Scott Clee will start in 5th position with Ian Branfield in 6th, Joshua Gollin in 7th and Samuel Cornwell in 8th. Then it's Jack Taylor and Rhys Llewellyn, Jamie Zera in 11th and Rob Simpson in 12th position. Jason Haitley is in 13th with Josh Howard alongside him, Matt Lear 15th, and he's got Mark Gilley with him on the 8th and final row of the grid. Plenty of action still to come your way here from Rowrah, so do not go anywhere. Let us know again in the YouTube chat, who are you cheering for in this category here today? And even if you don't have ties with a particular driver, let us know who you predict to be the one to take the win, and why is it Edward Matthews? I mean, you can look at the previous results that Edward has had before now. There is the O-plate of Louis Large, having a good run this weekend, the 3rd, 2 second places. And he will be wanting to take a victory to round it all off before the weekend is complete. And already visors down on the helmets there. It certainly doesn't let a lot in, if that makes sense. I think when you see the facial expressions and you can make eye contact with the drivers, it sort of opens them up to that engagement, let's say. There is Edward Matthews. Eddie Matthews, as you see on the side of the helmet. And a perfectly clean, full front bumper there for James Lingard. Don't know if that's a sign of things to come, whether he plans on using that, and that's why he's not wrapped it all pretty. But a great looking grid once again here. That is one of the key things that you can always take away from kart racing at this level. If you've never actually been to the events or seen it for yourself in person, you know, the presentation of the karts is always absolutely top draw. At the end of a weekend, you know, they've got the odd scratch and little mark on them here where a logo's been smudged or tyre marks, but it's never anything that makes them look too scrappy. But they are always really, really well produced. There's Mark Gilley at the tail end of the order, just preparing, getting his gloves on. The whistle is blown. Personnel are to leave the grid and head back into the paddock, and the drivers will get ready. That is the effective 1 minute board here in this category of racing. And there the elegant sound of all of those trolleys. Beautiful noise. In a similar way to a car jack being one of the loudest things that you will ever hear in your life. A congregation of them is certainly not subtle. Sorry, I just wanted to listen and enjoy the noise for a moment. We'll enjoy the noise of these fantastic karts in just a moment, though. And it's going to be a busy, busy race, this one. The 177 category, just to reiterate as well, the 177 is the minimum weight for this category, 177 kilos driver and kart. Our cameraman able to run a lot faster than I can to keep up with them all down the start-finish straight. Fantastic commitment to those sorts of shots. You have to love it. And well, it's quite a smoky grid. Makes their way away on their first of 2 green flag laps here at Rowrah in this beautiful setting. I love that little chicane at the top of the circuit. Really key part of the track to get right. You see a lot of dives and moves down the inside there, but it's how you tidy it all up on the exit. They've come screaming past us here in the... Well, I'm next to the timekeeping office. I don't think this is a particular commentary box as such. More of an office. It's almost like a reception desk, actually, where I'm sat. Not that you all care. You didn't ask either. Still, Edward Matthews is going to be the one to lead us away, and he's going to hope for his own championship charge that he can lead us right to the end of this race. He is 45 points clear of James Lingard at the moment. It's close behind, though. James only 16 points clear of Joshua Gollin, who is then only 3 points clear of Jamie Zera. Jamie having a bit of a poor run in that last race, so he's dropped down in the championship behind Josh. Josh is starting 6th on the grid, I believe, and Zera starting down in 11th, so even more opportunity for him to gain some time. And much like in the earlier race, it's one of the slowest grid procedures in the Rotax 177s. They do almost come to a complete stop here. And I think on the inside line around the final corner, they will do. Let's get it underway then. Round the final corner, across the tram lines they go, and Edward Matthews leads the Rotax 177 final around the first corner here at Rowrah. And it was nice and tidy in single file through those first couple of corners as well. Second place, Louis Large, already under attack. But it's Harrison Crook that is right behind him. Then James Lingard in 4th position. Scott Clay and Joshua Gollin in the mix there as well, with Ian Branfield in there. Very tidy stuff on that opening lap though. And Louis Large has now got Harrison Crook all over the back of him in this later sector of the lap. Crook not looking down the inside just yet though. He doesn't want to let Edward Matthews get away. He needs to think about the bigger picture here. Doesn't want to fight it too hard in the opening stages. At the end of the day, if he sends it on lap 1, which is the time when the field is at its closest together, he's just going to let Matthews get away. A move down the inside there by the 77 of Joshua Gollin. Scott Clee on the receiving end of that manoeuvre. Contact and more contact. The 99 into the back of Gollin. Shoves him out of the way. And, well, by no sort of fault of his own, Joshua Gollin is thrown backwards. I think he actually lost a place to Jamie Zera there. Jamie was running in 8th position. That must now mean that Jamie's back in front. Let's see as they cross the line. Lingard, yeah, Zera's up to 5th. Clee, Branfield, Taylor, Cornwell, and then Joshua Gollin down in 10th position now as a result of that contact. It's just a little bit of wheel-to-wheel stuff, and it just bounced this way and that way. I think it might have even been Zera that not necessarily caused that, but was involved in the chain of events that unfolded. He's just ahead of Scott Clee, then Ian Branfield, kart 46. And looking is Louis Large. Louis doing everything he can do to try and take a victory away from Edward Matthews. But Edward has been supremely quick at the front of this pack all weekend. And it doesn't look like he's phased at the moment, does it? A little bit of a manoeuvre there. Having a look, and to be fair, it was Jamie Zera. He looked back at Scott Clay, and Scott sort of put his hand up as if to say, well, come on then, go forward. Don't worry about looking at me, sunshine. Just keep your foot planted and get on with the task at hand. Look at the way they lift the rear wheel off the ground. It's always a fantastic sight as they head into the final few corners. Edward Matthews again does the fastest lap of the race, a 46.48 on that tour. Louis Large a 10th of a second off. Harrison Crook, pretty much identical time to Louis. And it's all staying line astern at the moment. Jamie Zera was the only one making any major progress. He's gained 6 places. There's been 3 places gained for Josh Howard. He's up into 11th place. Joshua Gollin has done the fastest lap of the race last time round, actually. He was just 0.2 of a second off the kart in front of him. There's some of the younger drivers watching on. And there is Harrison Crook all over the back of Louis Large. Harrison just filling the space behind him at the moment and just waiting for an opportunity, I think. You see very mature drives from this category. They don't make a move as soon as possible. It's more that they really do plan out the bigger picture. That's not to say that the younger drivers are doing anything wrong by making the moves. At the end of the day, get on with it, get the job done. But Louis Large is doing everything he needs to do, and he's doing it in the right way at the moment, holding on to that second place. I think he's not really focusing on what Harrison Crook's doing behind him. He just wants to push forward and go after the race leader. But Edward Matthews unfaltered at the moment. Really putting in a solid showing here. Again, let us know who you're cheering for here. We've got a great battle on our hands, so between Louis Large and Harrison Crook, it's anybody's guess who will end up taking the necessary position. Will it be first even? Will they overtake Edward Matthews? Or will the pair of them have to settle for second and third places? Looks like actually Edward lost a little bit of speed there, and he sort of gestured to the right a little bit there, saying to Louis, look, if you're going to go for it, go down the inside. Looks back slightly. Keeping an eye on things, isn't he, Edward? He just went a little bit hot into the hairpin, and it's put him under attack very suddenly. But this is what I mean. It's the opportunity here that Louis Large and Harrison Crook have been looking for. And just behind, not far off them at all, are the likes of Jamie Zera and Scott Clee, who we have on screen right now. As there's the move, Harrison Crook says, right, if you're not going to get him, I'll get him. Down the inside and up into second place. And Louis Large will now try and follow in his wheel tracks. He just has a little glance behind. He's thinking, right, where's James in all of this? James Lingard has been quite quiet in this one. We saw a little bit of an adjustment there from Louis before he got into that hairpin, so see what happens in the later stage of this race. I don't know whether he's... I think he's opened the rad up a little bit more, hasn't he? There's Wolfett, who we were watching earlier on. It does look like Harrison Crook has maybe got the pace here to beat Edward Matthews. He just did his personal best lap of the race as well, 46.35. He was over a tenth quicker than our race leader. Is he able to do anything about beating him, though? He's got to get the move done yet. Looks like James Lingard can't quite stay with this lead trio. He's not been able to catch back up yet. The thing is, this could all so quickly erupt into a battle as soon as one of them just makes enough of a mistake to really bunch them all together. Then they need to be opportunistic, then they need to make the moves and try and scythe their way down the inside. I've got shouts for Joshua Gollin in the chat. He's still got the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.31. But after dropping down there earlier, he's not been able to gain further places. Josh is right up behind Jack Taylor, though. The 77 right behind the 99. And right now in front of us, though, we have Harrison Crook all over the back of Edward Matthews. You can see that Edward is looking around. He knows that he's under threat here. There's a few people in the chat saying, come on, Harrison. He's got some support here. I know that when there is a dominant factor in a championship, like we're seeing with Edward Matthews, a lot of people do want to see them dethroned slightly in a meeting or two at least. A mixture of winners is always exciting. Harrison Crook has only won one race this season, and it was a superheat back in round 2 of the championship. He's had seven other podium appearances this season, but none of them coming in finals except for one, which was at the very first round of the championship where he finished third. So this would be the perfect time to get that first win of the season under his belt in a final. He's currently 5th in the championship as well, and again, not far off the likes of Jamie Zera or Josh Gollin. Only 15 points back, in fact, but there's only 40 points between himself and Jack Taylor in 8th in the championship. And for context, 40 points is what you get for winning a superheat. You get 36 for winning a heat. You get 45 for winning a final. A bit of frustration there visible on Jack Taylor, as Josh Gollin has got past him, and now Josh wants to line up Ian Branfield. Down the inside he goes. Lovely move that by Josh. I couldn't figure out if he was wearing a fully white tuxedo or something there, or whether he's just been in the cafeteria helping cook before he heads out back out on the circuit. Someone did say in the chat he was going to be cooking, and he really is. Yes, chef indeed. But Josh Gollin has moved forward now up into 7th place. Scott Clee will be his next target. There's the number 34 kart of Josh Howard. Just behind him is Rob Simpson and Jason Haitley. Gollin and Taylor both moving ahead of Branfield actually at the end of that lap. So Branfield losing 2 spots. We see him on screen now trying to get that position back from the 99. And back to our race lead battle. We have Edward Matthews and Harrison Crook together, 79-72, and then the O plate of Louis Large. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in this race here, with a lap to go after that. A question asking where Harrison is in the championship. 5th place in the championship at the moment, 15 points behind Jamie Zera. In front of him is Jamie Zera on 380, Josh Gollin 383, James Lingard, I should say, on 399. Edward Matthews 444 points, and that's with drop scores included as well. It seems like they don't get every single point score added to their total. Great chase this by Harrison Crook. It's just not quite been enough to unsettle our race leader. Still over 1.5 minutes left to go. And as they cross the line, we should get 3 more laps, I believe. We'll get this one more, and then the additional lap once the clock hits 0. We may be a few seconds off getting a 4th lap, actually. We'll have to wait and see how it counts down when they come to cross the line. But Edward Matthews continues to lead us here at Rowrah. The last lap by Harrison Crook was 1/10 of a second off, actually. So all of a sudden his charge has been halted slightly. He wasn't miles off, though, at least, but he also wasn't completely all over the back of our race leader and championship leader. He's been in very dominant form as Edward Matthews, hence the gap in the championship, using all of the road out there. They're allowed to do so. Little battle going on there for 4th position as Jamie Zera continues to move forward. Just behind them they have Scott Clee. Joshua Gollin up into 7th place, but hasn't been able to really reel in the other drivers since then. And as they cross the line, yeah, we have mere seconds left before the last lap board is shown. So we do have this lap and then one more. We look now at James Lingard in 4th position, just ahead of Jamie Zera, and Jamie sends it up the inside from what seemed like about 15 miles back. And with the Prancing Horse logo on the back of his helmet, certainly sent it down the inside there like the Prancing Horse would. Not sure if Jamie Zera's got something written on the front of his visor, you know. I think he's got some sort of design across the front of it. It looked like he's got some sort of text on it. I don't know. Louis Large holds on to 3rd place. Zera now up into 4th ahead of James Lingard. Scott Clee is in that fight as well. There's definitely something on the front of Jamie Zera's helmet. Up towards us comes the race leader, and this will be the last lap. Great performance once again this weekend by Edward Matthews. It's actually going to be the first time this season that he's taken a clean sweep of a weekend, and he's going to do that here at Rowrah. Round the final corner, hands together for Edward Matthews. A fantastic weekend, and as you can see, he's very happy with that. Harrison Crook finishes 2nd, Louis Large finishes in 3rd, ahead of Jamie Zera and James Lingard in 5th. Thorough entertainment from the Rotax 177 category. Not quite as busy and chaotic as some of the other races we've seen so far this weekend, but I tell you what, still a good time was had. For your race winner, Edward Matthews, Harrison Crook and Louis Large, I think, had a bit of a chat back there. Now, well done indeed from Louis Large. And I think a number of them will come by and congratulate him. You can see them, look, running out to the wider part of the circuit, picking up some of the dust and the marbles and so on. There is a minimum weight in this championship, so obviously they want to pick up everything they can. Minimum weight being 177 in that category. Look at the smoke and things being burnt off from the carts over there. The driver's now led in. James Lingard cleared and good to go. You can see the amount of fuel that they put in these things as well, obviously, to contribute to the weight. And Louis Large, you can see there, sort of hunched back in his seat, maybe hoping that he could have done more with that result. There, the 95 of Jamie Zera, chatting away with scrutineering. And I think they do need the number 23 in. A handshake and a well done to Louis Large. And James Lingard not going through scrutineering. I think they dragged the top 4 in by the look of it. We'll have a look at the race results then, shall we? For the Rotax 177 final. Edward Matthews takes another victory with Harrison Crook in 2nd, Louis Large in 3rd, and then Jamie Zera in 4th. James Lingard 5th ahead of Scott Clee. Joshua Goll in 7th, Jack Taylor in 8th. Ian Branfield ended up in 9th ahead of Samuel Cornwell. In the 11th position was Josh Howard and Jason Haitley in 12th, with Rob Simpson 13th, Mark Gilley 14th, Matt Lear 15th place for him, and Rhys Llewellyn completing the 16-car field. Although I believe actually he was out on the first lap. Apologies. Rhys, it says here, was 18 laps down. So the first 2 laps he completed and then he was out. There you can see Matt Lear just getting into the sort of Parc Fermé-ish area. And the guys will then go and discuss their individual races. And then they'll get the carts and the machines back to the paddock. And a handshake and a well done to Matt Lear. But it's great to see them have the debrief and the chats with their engineers. And obviously in just a moment they'll be having a chat with Kev as well, who will be preparing for interviews down there with the top 3 finishers. Again, just a reminder that obviously the results we give here on the live stream are all the provisional results in case there's anything done afterwards. Let's go down to Kev, shall we, and see what the drivers have got to say.
So here we are then with the man that brought it home in third, and what a result, Louis Large. I mean, you just told me your first time back in a kart in 12 months.
Yeah, absolutely. Last time we raced was actually here. We did a race here last August, and then we've stepped away, set a team up, and in the meantime I've had some parental responsibilities. We had our first child born earlier this year, so haven't been able to be in the kart. Using this as a chance to get the rust off and get back at the sharp end, ready for the national trophy at the end of the year. So we're really pleased with the pace, really pleased with the result.
Yeah, well done to you, mate. I mean, that's incredible because, you know, so much experience in that field, including your own. But a strong weekend, a third, a second, and then bringing it home on the podium at the end there in the super final. So you know you're still quick.
Yeah, which was a nice surprise. You know, we came with the intention of getting closer as the weekend went on. We've raced against Jamie, yeah, you know, we've raced against Matthews, we've raced against Lingard for years. So we know how quick these boys can be, Krug as well. I think the length of the final caught us out, and you know the next strength started to go by the time we caught Eddie. But we were really impressed with the pace. The engine's been great, the cart's been set up really well. My old man's on the spanners, which is always nice, and just a really positive weekend and a good way to end it.
Well, congratulations with your parenthood, by the way, as well. That's been great for you. Shame we haven't seen you every round of the UKC, I'm sure, but maybe see you for the next couple.
Yeah, absolutely. The plan is this, Warden, which is our home track, and then both rounds of the national trophy. So really looking forward, tracks we do well at. So yeah, hopefully some more good racing to come.
Brilliant, well done. Who would you like to thank? Who's been with you this weekend?
So I've had my old man, Darren on the spanners, LRG Motorsport setting up the kart, Nigel, HRS Engines with the power, and everyone back home who gives me the ability to come away. You know, leaving a small child at home is always difficult. So, yeah, everyone that chipped in at home to get me away is always really appreciated.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure they're all super proud. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for the podium a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There he goes, third place man, Louis Large. Let's get Harrison out here. Brought it home in second. If I can just grab Harrison Cook, maybe. Stand by. Harrison Cook. Let's get a quick word with him. He's deep in scrutineering. Here he is. Stand by. Here we go. Be with us in just a second. He's got himself on the podium. Started round one with a third place, then he had a fourth, then an 18th. But let's just see if we can get him out here. I'm going to have to give him a quick nudge again. Grabbed him from the garage. Harrison, great to see you, mate. Well done to you. What a battle that was. Yourself and Louis Large. You were kind of wheel to wheel in the early stages, and then you started to just stretch away from him.
No, it was difficult. We struggled in the super heat the race before. We changed loads for that one, but we think we came on a bit too early in the race, started the race. I was pushing Large around. All of my boys were telling me just follow him, because originally he was quicker than us before that race, so we was like, I'll follow him if he catches Eddie, but then I realised Eddie was starting to edge away, so I had to go. But other than that, it was really good. I think we got it spot on for that one, so just came on a bit too early.
Yeah, you did really well. It did, like exactly what was happening from where I was watching, like you say, battling. Then you got ahead of Louis, but then Eddie, he was just a bit too far down the road, wasn't he?
He just kept edging away at the end. We've all spoke about it now, realised we're all on different things. So, but no, we know where we went wrong, so it's all right.
What have we got to do to beat this man, Eddie Matthews? He's winning everything this year in the UKC.
Yeah, he's doing really well this year. Really strong year for him. So hopefully we'll see what the next round's like and hopefully we can take it to him.
I'm loving watching the 177 because you guys have been racing together for years and you're continuing to do it in great style. So thanks for entertaining all of us. Who's made it possible for you this weekend? Who's looking after you?
Lewis, my mechanic, all of the people at TH Course, all the Venator side as well. My mum, my dad, sister, girlfriend, everyone's helped me out. So yeah, it's been really good.
Brilliant, mate. Great stuff. We'll go and finish off scrutiny. We'll see you for podiums a bit later on. Let's welcome in Eddie Matthews if he's there. Here he is. Yeah, brilliant. So what a result again for number 79, the man from Dan Holland Racing. Eddie, another weekend and another win.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend, to be fair. We pulled the quali, won both the heats, the super heat in the final. I think we've led every single lap this weekend. Like, yeah, it's been really fast from the get-go. Yeah, it's felt really good.
And what a season as well. First year that we've had Rotax 177 in the UKC. And when we started out, cast our mind back to round one, did you think at this point in time, at the end of round 4, you would have won every round?
Not really, to be honest. I thought I wasn't actually going to do the races. But obviously Wilton went really well, and then with the prizes for Larkhall, we did Larkhall as well. And yeah, I'm just trying to stay nice and calm and not be nice and consistent with it, because yeah, there's no point crashing.
And what I'm loving is, I just said to Harrison there, you guys have all been racing together for years. This Rotax 177 class this year, it's just been brilliant to watch. I'm guessing you guys are really enjoying doing it again.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's a class where we all have to work. Like, well, for me, I'm at uni for part of it, and then working for DHR for the rest of the time. And it just means that we still get to have a little bit of fun. And at the end of the day, that's what karting's all about.
Brilliant, mate. Well, well done. As always, who's made it possible for you?
Obviously, my sister Jess on the tools. Been faultless again. Dan Holland Racing for the car, and Time Racing Engines for the great power they put on the side of it every single week.
Mate, well done. Go and finish off scrutiny, and we'll see you for podiums a bit later on.
Thank you very much. See you later.
There he goes, the man that is untouchable, it seems, Eddie Matthews from Dan Holland Racing, taking the win once again. Let's have a quick look at the highlights then with Chaz.
Cheers, Kev. Thank you very much indeed. And a solid drive once again there by Eddie Matthews. Started on pole position with Louis Large alongside him, and the likes of Jamie Zera and Joshua Gollin were hoping to take some big points in the championship as well. James Lingard, second in the championship coming into this one. He was hoping to come out with an extended advantage over the other two, and he'll be happy with the fact that he managed to remain up there. Early moves being made there, of course, by the 77 of Joshua Gollin, hoping to move up the pack. There, another look at it, down into the hairpin. A fantastic overtake indeed on the 116 of Scott Clee, although it would then come unstuck. A bit of contact between the carts behind Joshua Clee and the 99 Jack Taylor would eventually mean that Gollin was pushed off and out of the way. Gollin would then make further progress back through the order, overtaking here the number 46 of Ian Branfield with this lovely move up the inside, and the Viral Art machine looking nice and tidy throughout the entire race. The 95 making his way back up the order. Jamie Zera all over the back of James Lingard. Again, another great drive by Jamie. Lovely move down the inside here at the top end of the circuit. He ended up gaining 7 places from 11th on the grid to just be outside of the podium spots. But the man that's been on top of the podium all weekend is Eddie Matthews. He finished ahead of Harrison Crook, who had a great race there. Louis Large in 3rd place. The wind has once again picked up here at Rowrah, and with just 2 races left for the weekend, it's incredible to think how quickly this has all gone, to be honest. And we're going to start with the penultimate race of the weekend now, which is the Junior Rotax final. And here we go then, the Junior Rotax Super Final all lined up and ready to go on the grid. Much larger grid for these drivers, so we'll make our way through it just now. Pole position for championship leader Jacob Ashcroft. He's got Thomas Jackson alongside him, with Lewis Sumner and Lucas Howell starting on row 2. Then it's Matteo Palazzo. He's second in the championship at the moment after a number of wins this season. Jared Fox-Whiteley joins him on row 3. Daniel Minto next with Riley Bishop on row 4 ahead of Luke Sawyers and Alfie McBain completing the 10. Then it's Kian Bernard and Charlie King on the 12th spot on the grid. Albie Lapper is 13th, hoping to make some progress through the order. Max Colbert 14th, Finley Smith and Charlie Wolfett, who we saw just earlier watching the 177s. And it's Finley Buck and Rory Armstrong on the 9th row. Blair Smith and John Buchan on row 10 ahead of Zach Starbuck and Jake Grufferty. Connor Large is 23rd on the grid, I should say, ahead of Jensen Chalk in 24th. Then it's Riley Morgan and Blair Smith. And it's Daniel Kilpatrick and Nathaniel Gray starting in 28th place. Bella McConville and Joseph Mills complete the top 30. Then it's Eli Badan and Louis Radcliffe next up in the order. Sam Mott 33rd and Luca Holmes-Bellac in 34th. Obviously the last 8 drivers there in this huge field made their way through in the repechage earlier on. Eli Badan putting in a particularly fantastic performance to get that win from the very back of the grid. Certainly excited to see just how this one plays out in the end. But it's anybody's guess as the whistle blows at the front and the drivers are reminded to get in their karts and be ready. Yeah, there's a pep talk you want. Fantastic. If I ever do any more sim racing with teammates, that's going to be the pep talk that my teammates get as well. Fantastic. There's nothing like a raw bit of audio from the world of karting. Obviously, we apologise for the language, but I'm sure a lot of you at home will appreciate the entertainment value that adds as well. We have good fun here on Alpha Live, and particularly with the UKC as well. And here at Rowrah today, it's been a lot of fun. And I, Chaz Draycott, have thoroughly enjoyed being back with the team at Alpha Live and my first visit here to Rowrah. And I hope I've done it justice and that you've all enjoyed listening to my voice today. So this race, another one that is 14 minutes and a lap, as opposed to the 12-minute and lap finals that we saw earlier from the likes of the Micromax and the Mini Inters. But a huge, huge field getting underway now to warm their tyres and prepare the karts for this next race. Their final race of the weekend, though. A lot of hard work going into this. And this, the biggest point-scoring opportunity of the weekend. The speed that they're doing, even on the green flag lap, is pretty remarkable. This is going to be a very thorough race, this one. I'm being warned by my producer to be ready and be on it, because this is going to be a very busy race indeed. It's certainly going to ramp up from the previous one. Let us know in the chat who you're all supporting, and if there's not particularly any driver that you have ties to here, then let us know who you reckon is going to take this one here today. Jacob Ashcroft leads the championship and starts on pole position. He's also the Rotax World Champion at present too. So he's the one with the target on his back, it's safe to say. All these other drivers wanting to be the one to beat him at the moment. This is going to get busier than busy can be. Round the final corner we go then. Junior Rotax Super Final is underway. And there's a false start flag being shown on the right. So we're very quickly not underway. And they get another formation lap to head round. Interesting. I didn't see any key indicators there as to what was the reason why. A producer is telling us it's just too quick, simply too quick. There is acceleration lines laid out on the circuit, so there's a point where they can get on with it, basically, and yeah, they were way too early on that one. So they need to now be set up to get going once again. We'll look out for it, actually. I'm being told it's at this circuit, it's a yellow line about 15 meters before the start-finish line, so we'll keep an eye out for it as they head around the last corner. And Jacob Ashcroft and Thomas Jackson on the front row, a little bit eager for that one. There we go then. Underway once more. There was a little bit of a move to the right in the middle of the field there, actually. 7th position, Riley Bishop, I think, going left to right and making a little jink to try and defend that inside line. There's a kart off in the background, but managing to keep it all together. A bit of contact here and there in the hairpin. A lot of karts hopping and skipping and jumping. Wheel-to-wheel contact, not too friendly in these machines. 2-3-2 making moves. That is Riley Bishop as well. 4 wide on the exit of a hairpin doesn't always work. 3x2 down the back straight they go, and Alfie McBain in the middle of that. And the number 88 getting in a bit of contact as well. Wheel-to-wheel stuff there, and tyres, puffs of smoke everywhere. They really do sort that out nicely, though, on the exit of the chicane. And look, there's a big gap in the field now. And look at the train of them further down. Absolutely nose to tail The 155 in the thick of that too, as off the road. Number 74 having a little bit of an excursion there. Further down the order, that is Charlie King that lost some places as a result. There's a car off the road and a driver at the side of the circuit very unhappy. Heading down into the hairpin for the second time. Everyone trying to figure out their positions. It's Jacob Ashcroft, Matteo Palazzo, Lucas Howell, Thomas Jackson, and the 155 off again there. That's Eli Badan. He had a great race earlier on in the repechage, but that good fortune has not been carried through, unfortunately. Hit into the back there of the 27 machine. A bit further down the pack, that was Jake Gruffity. But at the front, Jacob Ashcroft leads, Palazzo second, then it's Lucas Howell in third place. Thomas Jackson was on the front row of the grid at the start of this race, but he's now under pressure from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Riley Bishop. Daniel Minto in there as well. Kian Bernard wanting to gain places. Very busy indeed, as there is the move by Riley Bishop down the inside. Thank you very much. Great opportunism there by Kian. No, it's not Kian Bernard. I do apologise. It's the 282, not the 182. Daniel Minto down the inside. Riley tried to get past Jared Fox-Whiteley, and then, well, they both lost a place as a result. Netted Riley Bishop nothing, actually, because he gained one, then lost one. Right in that fight with them, though, is Kian Bernard and Lewis Sumner. Luke Sawyers will be the next one down the road from those guys. I can tell you the smell of these wonderful carts coming through the window is just amazing. Matteo Palazzo was the owner of the fastest lap for a moment there, but Daniel Minto now has that one. This is the battle for the lead. Jacob Ashcroft and Matteo Palazzo right together. Palazzo in the dark blue and white machine. Look at that defensive move there from Jacob Ashcroft. Knows exactly where to put it, or does he? Palazzo gets a great run. Look at the speed off the corner there by Ashcroft. That wider line on the exit really did help him out. And the reigning world champion is putting on a heck of a defensive drive here already in just the opening few laps. Right behind them, though, Lucas Howell wanting a piece of the action as well. Howell looks to the inside. He's going to work on a cutback on both of these pair. They've got to be really wise to it, though. What about Thomas Jackson and Daniel Minto here? Down the inside goes Howell, and through into second place goes Thomas Jackson. It looks like, though, Jacob Ashcroft isn't quite at full chat here. I wonder if he's got a problem. He's looking around as if he has. He knows that he's got to defend harder than usual here. Big move down the inside there by the 16. Matteo Palazzo back up another position. He's got Riley Bishop to fight with now. Goes defensive into the hairpin. He's saying, use your head, think about it, go forward together. Second place is now Jacob Ashcroft as Thomas Jackson has gone into the race lead. Daniel Minto wanting in on this now. Lucas Howell, fourth place for him. Then a slight gap back to Palazzo. Is Ashcroft able to still capitalise despite having an issue? Not quite sure what sort of issue it is. I mean, issue alone goes back into the lead of the race. There is the production studio in the van. Hello, boys. It does look like Ashcroft isn't able to get away here. Not quite sure where the issue lies, like I say, but he's still leading this race, which is the best thing. Oh, Daniel Kilpatrick is dropping down the order. Hand over fist, losing places as, ooh, big hit down the inside, and that Minto around, Palazzo involved in that as well. Palazzo goes a long way around to come back. There was a little bit of contact initially there between Thomas Jackson and I think the 19 of Lucas Howell. And then Minto was backwards. Bishop down the inside, tries to squeeze through, and out of nowhere, Fox-Whiteley says, cheers, boys. I'll have some of that. A big wiggle over the grass there as well for Riley Bishop, I think that was. Thomas Jackson loses second place. Fox-Whiteley now ahead of Kian Bernard. He's made some good ground there. Lewis Sumner next up, Riley Bishop and Albie Lapper. Excellent, excellent racing so far. We hope you're all enjoying this one at home. Let us know who you're supporting in the YouTube chat. We can see you. Blair Smith having a good shout out as well. Thomas Jackson as well. Shout out to LM Motorsport. Shouts for Riley. Also, Riley Bishop 232. He's got, I think, is his teammate in front of him, Sumner, both in the same overalls and colour schemes. So at this level, you'd hope so. 182 of Kian Bernard now, just in between this fight. Kian Bernard is holding on as best he can, but it's Fox-Whiteley there, not even bothering to have a little look back. Ashcroft still leads the way now. Lucas Howell second, Thomas Jackson third. It's Jackson at the front of this group. trying to maintain that final podium position. You can see the bodywork moving around a lot on these machines. The 29 there of Albie Lapper doing what he can to move forward. He doesn't have to worry about anybody immediately behind him, but I'll tell you what, Thomas Jackson does, because that's Fox Whiteley through up into third position. Started 6th on the grid. He's gained a number of places. Cian Bernard, though, started 11th on the grid. Great drive from him so far. Still 7 3/4 minutes or so to go. And now the defensive driving begins there by Fox Whiteley. You can see, put it in the middle of the road. Tried to hide as best he could. A little point forward there from the 182 of Cian Bernard, and down the inside. Thank you very much, says Albie Lapper. He's got ahead of the 2 teammates now of Riley Bishop and Lewis Sumner over these last couple of laps. And dare I say it, settled down. It never settles down in junior Rotax. Great racing indeed. As whoa, big send up the inside there. Big send by Cian Bernard on Thomas Jackson. Huge move into the last corner. Even caught me off guard. All I could do was make silly noises. Looks like somebody has lost a few places. Finley Smith has lost 5 spots on that last lap. Daniel Minto has lost 2. Again, Cian Bernard involved in the fight, and once again Albie Lapper opportunistic. Not as opportunistic as Riley Bishop though. Thank you, says the 232. Up on the right hand side, he says cheers, and he's away. But it looks like Thomas Jackson's swallowed up by that group there. He just lost 3 places out of that hairpin down towards the next corner. And he's lost another one as well. He's wide there, and another position on top of that as through goes Charlie Wolfett in kart 95. Tough stuff. Very tough stuff. 6 minutes to go here at Rowrah. Jacob Ashcroft continues to lead. He's a second clear of Lucas Howell. Wells now, I think maybe the issue that he had with the kart before could be dubbed as sandbagging. Lucas Howell, kart 19, position 2. And then Fox Whiteley in 3rd. Jared doing everything he can to try and get up into 2nd place. There's a black flag for Jared Fox Whiteley. So as I was just saying, he's going to try and get up into 2nd place. He's ended up with a black flag. Terrible news for the driver in 3rd place. I saw BF come up on the timing screen, and Jared Fox Whiteley, I think it's because of the bumper. The bumper has come down, and that is that. As on screen, the main shot right now, Cian Bernard trying to hold on to that 3rd place that he's just inherited. Riley Bishop in there with him, Albie Lapper behind, and it's Lewis Sumner. It's side by side in the background there between Rory Armstrong. He's come out of nowhere. Charlie Wolfett in that one as well. Rory Armstrong in the 266 machine towards the tail end of this sextet. The DHR Dan Holland racing machine. It looks actually like Cian Bernard is getting away. But for how long can he continue that going? Because it's hard to get away from a group like this at this talent level. And it's now going to become a septet as Thomas Jackson closes back in. Although then again, it was like there was a bungee cord on the back of the cart in front of him as he suddenly disappears away from it. Thank you, says Rory Armstrong. Strong indeed. Elbows out. Down the inside. 29 of Albie Lapper, but once again, who's the opportunistic driver? It is Riley Bishop. He just sits there and waits for them to all make mistakes. 2 places gained. Cheers. Cian Bernard was being overtaken there by Albie Lapper, and now they've both just dropped a place each. Riley Bishop finds himself in 3rd from 8th on the grid. Contact warning for Lewis Sumner, Riley's teammate. He's the bright green kart in the middle of this now septet. It's nearly an octet. As down the inside once again goes Armstrong, and Albie Lapper hung out to dry there, and down the inside Thomas Jackson can't really do anything about it. Lapper says no, I'll have it back, thank you. Sumner also barged out of the way. Contact warning for Albie Lapper now as well, funnily enough. These guys all getting contact warnings, so there's no others coming through just yet. Perfect time to figure out what the letters mean on the timing screen, actually. The penultimate race of the day. Well done, Chaz. Jacob Ashcroft does the fastest lap of the race, 46.27. Everyone else in the 46.4s and 46.5s, actually. And even then, in this battle, they're all in 47s. So Jacob Ashcroft, whatever that issue was earlier, Control-Alt-Delete has sorted it out. And he now has a fantastic run at the front of the order to go on and take another win. He's not won a final since round 1, actually, though, as Ashcroft. He was 8th in the final at round 2 and 2nd in the final in round 3 last time out. Big move again down the inside by Albie Lapper, but again, a mention of the fact that he's on a contact warning for stuff like that, so he needs to be careful. Lewis Sumner there was making a move down the inside of Thomas Jackson. Just 2 minutes left of this race. I can't believe how quickly it's flown by. There you go again. Albie Lapper, contact warning. A little bit of a swap of positions there as Rory Armstrong gets past Cian Bernard. Bernard gets hit from behind as well by Charlie Wolfett. No position gained there by Thomas Jackson this time. He tries to find an opportunistic moment to get past Sumner. Doesn't come together for him. But it's still Ashcroft, Howell, Bishop, Bernard, Armstrong, Wolfett, Lapper, Sumner, Jackson and Sawyers, the top 10 here at Rowrah in the Junior Rotax Super Final. What a great race this has been. If not race of the day, one of. Fantastic action so far in this epic category. Just one more race to come after this, the Senior Rotax Super Final. And then our day and our weekend here at Rowrah is done. But it's been highly entertaining so far, and fantastic view at the UKC is, unlucky moment there for the 32 of Luke Sawyers, just getting elbowed out of the way down at the hairpin, loses one place as a result, then with the loss of momentum on the exit, loses another position to boot. Rory Armstrong wants a podium position as, some drama further down the order there, a driver losing positions. Across the line goes Riley Bishop in 3rd place. He looks comfortable for a podium spot right now. It's Rory Armstrong that is definitely the least comfortable driver of the lot, although to be honest, Cian Bernard, he's getting hit by just about everybody behind him. Charlie Wolfett, he's saying go forward, he's saying stop looking at me and get on with it. They're all pushing into the back of him, and Wolfett now on the inside losing a bit of momentum with that tighter line. I think to be fair, we've seen Cian Bernard looking backwards more than we've seen him looking forwards in this race. Constantly looking over his shoulder, trying to defend. There'll be one more lap after this, or at least there should be. No, the final lap. Yes, sorry. Jacob Ashcroft just crossed the line just then, actually, to begin the final lap of the race. Lucas Howell 2nd, Riley Bishop 3rd, Rory Armstrong 4th, Cian Bernard 5th. Last lap ball being shown then in the Junior Rotax Super Final. And there is your, I know, wondering where everybody went. A fantastic performance by this young man again. There's a reason he's world champion. You can see there he's even closed the rad off as well, just to give it that little bit more that it needs, and that is how you do it, everybody. What a weekend for Jacob Ashcroft. Very well done indeed. Punches the air with a great victory here at Rowrah. Wins the final. Lucas Howell in 2nd place. Riley Bishop, a hard drive up to 3rd. And it was Rory Armstrong, Cian Bernard, Charlie Wolfett, Albie Lapper, Lewis Sumner did the fastest lap near the end. Finley Smith eventually taking that fastest lap. Eli Badan finished in 15th position. And very well done to Jacob Ashcroft of the DHR team. The LN kart branding on the kart as well. I can tell you the smell in this office right now where I'm working. I call it work, it's not work, it's just pure enjoyable. And now the carts head back in, and look at the nose cone there on the 19 of Howell. As long as the thing is still attached, it doesn't matter really if it's dented in or anything. Everybody check. 95 is all good. Top 4 all in. Rory Armstrong just next to our cameraman on the left here, getting out of his car. Oh, and I think, was that the 116 of Thomas Jackson? I think the nose cone was too low on his. I think that's what the verdict was from the gentleman there. And you can see some of them know it's all right, so they barely even stop. 254, Max Colbert there, Connor Large, Charlie King. 73 is there, Connor Large, sorry. 282 of Daniel Minto, 14 of Alfie McBain, 16 Matteo Palazzo. Wasn't really seen much further through that race. That nose cone is definitely down on the 20 of Daniel Kilpatrick, and unfortunately he will not be scoring those points by the look of it. Jacob Ashcroft though, amazing performance once again. Lucas Howell second place, Riley Bishop third, great opportunism in that, loved watching. Fourth ahead of Kian Bernard, Charlie Wolfett sixth, Albie Lapper seventh ahead of Lewis Sumner, Thomas Jackson and Zach Starbuck in 10th position. Behind them, John Buchan in 11th place, 12th place Blair Smith, Finley Buck ahead of Finley Smith, then Eli Baden and Max Colbert. Connor Large 17th ahead of Luke Sawyers and Charlie King, Matteo Palazzo finishing in 20th. Alfie McBain was 21st with Daniel Kilpatrick in 22nd ahead of Louis Radcliffe, Daniel Minto and Sam Mott. Nathaniel Gray 26th ahead of Jake Grufferty, Riley Morgan and Joseph Mills. Jensen Chalk completing the top 30 drivers. Then it was Blair Smith and Jared Fox-Whiteley, Luca Holmes-Ballack in their 33rd place. Bella McConville, no laps completed in that one. Well, we are ready now for interviews with Kev. We'll throw down to him in the paddock.
Well, here I am then with the man that brought it home in third, and congratulations, Riley, your first podium of the year. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Oh, I am. Honestly, it's been such a difficult weekend. We've gone from, I think it was really fast through practice, qualifying there or thereabouts, and then the heats we sort of were up there, and then we'd fall back off, and then we'd catch back up again, but the lap time showed that we should be up there. And then this race, we started, I think it was P6, and we started, went through, got into, I think, 4th, and then I got overtaken, and then the two in front of me that were battling for 3rd crashed out, and then it just let me through. And I was like, oh my God, yes, 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 yes. And then going through the whole track, I was just keep checking over my shoulders, like, is the back gap getting bigger? And it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I was like, oh yes. And then when it was start finish, I was like, get in.
Mate, fantastic, really, really good to see. I can just, your excitement is tangible. But yeah, I mean, what happened was really that you three did stretch a lead, and then it was all going on behind you. So like you say, you've had the pace, and clearly you have had previously. I mean, 8th in round 1, then there was an anomaly, 25th in round 2, 6th in round 3, and on the podium here at round 4. You must be really thrilled. Who's made it all possible?
Oh, my dad, X-Kart, TV Kart, Matt Street, the Motorsport Mentor, Driving Force FFM, Run For Your Mind, and Force Motorsport as well for the speed as well. And then my family, my friends, and my girlfriend. I like to thank them all.
Get in. There we go. There's somebody who's very happy. Who's that, Dad?
Yeah, that's my dad.
Well, he should be this weekend. You've done brilliantly well, mate. Huge congratulations. And now we look to rounds 5 and 6. 2 to go in the UKC. Could be good at the back end of the season for you.
Could be very good. I'm good at Wimbledon. Last time I was out there, I won there. Yeah, we're on the top 3 for that. So should show some good results for the next round.
Mate, exciting times. Go and finish scrutineering. High five your dad, and we'll see you for podiums.
Thank you very much.
There he goes. Brilliant stuff. Genuine excitement from Riley. Let's find Lucas Howell if we can. Lucas, where are you? Come on out, mate. Put yourself on the spot there, sir. Feet on the line there. Mate, congratulations. 2nd place at the end of the weekend. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so it started on Friday. We were a bit off the pace, like in the wet and dry. Come to Saturday and we went straight to P3 in the first practice. We knew that we had like the pace to win. Went to quali, a bit unlucky. We came P7. We were like first for the whole thing pretty much. And then went into the first heat, finished 4th from 8th or 9th, I think. and then went into the second heat, P2, well P3 on track the penalty. And the super heat got a bit unlucky again. A little bit of a racing incident caused me to drop back. Fought my way through, and then in the final, just literally slotted into P2 and stayed there the whole race.
Mate, congratulations as well. And I tell you what, a credit to you and your race knowledge, reeling off everything you've done through to Sunday. Well done. The mark of a very measure indeed. But I mean, listen, what a great weekend for you. Previous to this, a 7th, a 15th and a 13th in the championship over the last 3 rounds. This weekend, it's just all come right, obviously.
We found, well, the first round was decent, had quite a good final. The second was just shocking, really. And then the third round we got unlucky with a disqualification in the super heat. But in the end, no, we come here and found P2, which we're happy with.
Yeah, and you found some clear air as well. Behind you, obviously, you had a big gap, but the gap up to Jacob Ashcroft, it's just, what have you got to do to beat this young man?
Become world champion. Yeah, really. He's like in a league of his own, pretty much. There's not much he really can do.
Well, it's well done to you. Who's made it all possible this weekend?
The team, TH Course, my family for the endless support. Sam Hugh and Jacob Elliott, and Teddy Clinton back at home.
Brilliant, well done, mate. Go and finish off screening and we'll see you for the podium. In that world champion, the man that is untouchable, Jacob Ashcroft. Come on in, Jacob. Pop yourself on the spot there, mate. Listen, nobody can catch you at the moment. From Le Mans to Rowrah, you're unstoppable.
Yeah, it was a very good race. Not at the start, it wasn't very quick at the start. I don't really know why, but it then came on at the end and I was rapid.
You were really rapid. That gap from yourself back to Lucas and then Riley behind him, it was just, I don't know how many seconds it was in the finish, but it was just huge. It was vast. So clearly, you're just on a rich vein of form.
Yeah, I've been driving very good recently, so hopefully I can keep that form up all year.
And a quick word about last weekend. I mentioned it there. Le Mans must be really thrilled with that. Dan Holland Racing doing the business for you, all of you out there. Once again, Emerson and Macaulay as well.
Yeah, Le Mans was a really good week, but the past 2 years I've had problems in the final where I've started pole, so third time's a charm and I managed to do it that year.
And as we look at the UKC, 2 more rounds left with us, and you're the man to beat. But I don't know whether anyone's going to be able to do that, are they?
I've got a very big lead and I've now just made it a little bit bigger, so see what we can do in Ward and see if we can wrap it up there, or if needing to go P, I'm all ready.
Awesome. Who's made it all possible?
Dan Holland Racing, definitely. Time Racing Engines, Russ, my dad on the tools, and my mum me on.
Well done. We'll see you for the podium.
Thank you.
There you go, the young man who is untouchable in junior Rotax in the world right now, doing the business here at Rowrah in Cumbria once again. 1 to go here, and it's senior Rotax, but before that, here's Chaz with the highlights.
Thank you very much, Kev. Our top 3 there, and Riley Bishop indeed very, very happy. It's great to see that lovely little celebration there with his dad. You could see just pure emotion outpouring there. Here's a quick look back there at the race itself, and boy, where to start. What a all the way through, and Jacob Ashcroft certainly didn't lead every single lap of that one. It looked like he had a problem. He didn't quite have the speed in the opening stages, but it came back and gave him the performance that he needed to take another important victory. But it was the 116 of Thomas Jackson that was looking threatening for a race victory from the start, but unfortunately it faded in the later stages. Minto and Palazzo there having contact with one another. Minto would go on to finish down in 24th place, Palazzo in 20th position. Great fight in the middle of the order, and a lot of these drivers all just trying to find as many opportunistic moments as they could. It was Riley Bishop that was the real opportunistic driver throughout that one, but Ashcroft once again showing everybody exactly why he is current reigning world champion, and here at Rowrah he put on a stellar performance, and as you can see, still very happy with that. Maybe world champion made winning any form of boring for him. What's wrong with that? You only have to admire the incredible performance of the team and everyone involved. Let's move on to the final race of the weekend, shall we? And the Senior Rotax Super Final. So the whistle is blown, the personnel will now make their way off the grid, and here is how it lines up. Macaulay Bishop on pole position with Gabe Fairbrother alongside him. Angus Scrivener and Cian Geraghty just behind them on the second. Row 3, we have Joshua Turnbull and Louis Merica, then John Brown. and Tristan Rennie. Then we have Morgan Hudson-Brown and Alex Cull and Max Taylor with 12th. 13th place, Kai Hunter, Stephen Napier, Joshua Graham 15th, and Maxime Smith in 2nd. Then it's and Ewan Sharman on the 9th row. Neo Clark, Bailey round out the top 20. Kieran Ives and Ben Donkin make up row 11, ahead of Mac and Ethan. Then it's Ethan Critchley and Callum Kinder, Louis Harvey, and unfortunately I didn't see the driver in 28th there as I was just checking the timing screen. Apologies, but we'll get it in the end. I'll let you know actually as they all leave the grid. It may not be the exact order. Benjamin Lee was 28th off the grid, then it was Jack West, Palazzo, Jack Baker, Alex Moody, Louis Harvey and Jack Gillingham. That completes the field here in the senior Rotax super final here at Rowrah, round 4 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship. You're listening to Chaz Draycott here on Alpha Live, and I hope you're all enjoying your Sunday afternoon, whether you're here at the circuit and still watching the broadcast as well, or whether you're watching from home. And for one more time today, everybody, pop your driver of choice in the YouTube chat if you're watching at home. I see over 200 of you here this afternoon. Let us know who you're supporting, and if not specifically tied to any driver, like Nigel Geraghty is there, let us know who that you would like to see win either way, who you think would be a driver that you've had your eye on over the course of this weekend's action. You can see there some of the drivers choosing to weave very aggressively, others maybe not. Macaulay Bishop at the front of this one with Gabe Fairbrother just behind, laying some rubber down on the circuit with some very aggressive weaving. The pattern that it leaves on the circuit, very, very interesting indeed. Making sure that the steering rack is definitely working. To be honest, it's like a little strength of, a test of your neck strength as well, throwing it around like that. Some of the drivers sort of mimicking the iconic shot of Kimi Räikkönen back in Formula 1, where everybody else was weaving around and he was just going in a solid straight line and not bothering with any of it. Are we ready, everybody? Final race of the day. One more race to go here at Rowrah. It is the senior Rotaxes. Around the final corner they go to get the start underway. And it is time to get moving. Senior Rotax Super Final underway here at Rowrah. Looked like a really tidy and clean start at the very front. No false start flag on the right-hand side of shot, which is a great sign to say we are fully underway for the last time today. It's getting a little bit busy in the middle of the pack there. Contact and a car over to the right and a driver off into the barriers. There's 4 of them off the road, 5, 6, 7 even included in that one. Hopefully all able to continue. It looked like a bit of a hit into the wall, but not too heavy. The 34 being shoveled off the track there. That's Jack Gillingham having a little bit of a physical fight on the exit there. Looked like there is a car out. The number up from that one, I think, was it the 20 of Ethan Critchley? It is. Critchley has not come all the way back round. So unfortunately, he has been taken out of this race. I think it was just in avoidance, and we've gone full course yellow, I think. We can't declare the race result just yet, boys. Full course yellow indeed. Called here at 26 minutes past 4. Just while they, I think, sort the barrier out mainly. And obviously try and get carts out of the way. But it's Macaulay Bishop, and it is, yeah, the 20 and the barrier being sorted out there on the right-hand side. Macaulay Bishop leading the way from Gabe Fairbrother, Angus Scrivener, Cian Geraghty, championship leader, Joshua Turnbull 5th, and John Brown. And then Morgan Hudson-Brown, Max Taylor in the S plate, Kai Hunter with the O plate, and Tristan Rennie. Out of the race also there, the 28 of Harrison Crowther. Unfortunately, he is done, giving a very honest debrief there. It seems like there was a number of them all involved in that fight. Waiting to see how many of them have come through. Neo Clark it was actually that was in the pit lane there. I do apologise. I think other than that, Alexander Cull has dropped 21 places. Harrison Crowther was 28th. That's where the confusion came in. I saw the number 28 and just went for it. But of course, Harrison Crowther in the 31. He is still out there, actually, in 28th place. So, my apologies. But yeah, Neo Clark and Ethan Critchley, the only two out of the race. Everybody else still continuing on. Again, another sign that these karts are very, very strong and sturdy. They can deal with a lot when it comes to contact. And we now get back underway then, back to green flag racing. A little bit of a defensive move there actually going on from Joshua Turnbull, having to move over to the right to keep John Brown behind him. And look, even more movement as well as they scrap in the middle of the pack there. That is the O-plate holder Kai Hunter trying to get in. And look, even more movement as well as they scrap in the middle of the pack there. That is the O-plate holder Kai Hunter trying to get in amongst it. He's got Max Taylor around him as well, and just up the road, Turnbull having a right old fight. The 17 there of Morgan Hudson-Brown running wide. Moving over to the right was Kai Hunter. It's getting very feisty between those two just up the road, John Brown and Turnbull. Hopefully that doesn't escalate further, because they were really throwing the kitchen sink at one another. And to be fair, Tristan Rennie is now right up behind his teammate as well. He's moved up from 10th position on this lap and gained a few places. A big gap to the lead quartet. There's, some contact there down the start-finish straight. One of the drivers' front end going up in the air, and out of the race by the look of it is the current O-plate holder. Seems like damage to the front left. There's some more contact down there at the hairpin. Kart's going slowly over on the right, and it's a flat tyre from Kai Hunter. As down the inside there is another move. Tristan Rennie making further progress there, getting past Joshua Turnbull. Just behind them, Max Taylor now, the S-plate holder. As whoa, into the pits there. Forgot that's where the pit lane entry was there for a moment. Scared the life out of me, literally made me jump in my seat then. Somebody else coming into the pit lane will confirm exactly who that was in a moment. I think you can see actually, it's John Brown. John dropping down the order. He had a lot of contact earlier on, and I believe we're now back under full course yellow again. Are we? There's apparently a yellow flag on the graphic. And the timing screen has gone yellow as well. I know, back under full speed racing now. There's the number 8, Joshua Graham down the inside. And there is John Brown in the pit lane, unfortunately. Kart 95 taking no further part in this race. Stephen Napier is also out of the race as well. Macaulay Bishop still leads. Gabe Fairbrother second. Angus Scrivener next. Cian Geraghty behind him. Tristan Rennie 5th. Josh Turnbull and Josh Graham and Max Taylor. Jack Thompson and then Louis Merica completing the top 10 drivers. The top 4 have broken away tenfold from everybody else. They're 4 seconds clear. Sorry, 3 seconds clear of the following group. It's Macaulay Bishop leading the way. Kart number 1, position number 1, Gabe Fairbrother. Oh, a lovely cutback there. Puts himself on the outside line into the last corner, but it's actually cost him a position as down the inside goes the 94. Angus Scrivener fighting his way through and being as opportunistic as we saw Riley Bishop being earlier on. Now defends the inside line into the hairpin. It doesn't work out for him though, because look at that from Fairbrother. Tries to give him the signal to say, get on with it, let's work together. Let's move forward as a group. That's exactly what they're not doing. Cian Geraghty now, championship leader, finds himself on the inside line. Gets a bit of a shove through the hairpin, but can't blame him. The number 1, Macaulay Bishop, is 22nd in the championship. He's only made 2 appearances so far this season. But when he turns up, he turns up and wins. He didn't win the final when he turned up at round 2, but he won the second heat and then the super heat. So far this weekend, he's won all 3 races, heat 1, heat 2 and the super heat. Can he take a clean sweep of round 4 of the championship? 6 rounds this season as well, so this is us getting into the halfway point, or into the second half, I should say, of the season. Good battle going on there. The 27 of Joshua Turnbull with Graham just behind him, then Taylor, Thompson and America. Don't think anybody else has dropped out of the race just yet. I say yet because it's been quite the attritional race, this one, unfortunately. With the incident earlier on, fastest lap of the race by Max Taylor with the S-plate. Flying at the moment, 45.43, 0.2 of a second quicker than the drivers ahead of him, except for Tristan Rennie. Tristan actually just 100th of a second off of Max Taylor's time, so they're both making solid progress, but they're off the back of this trio here. This is second, third and fourth. 3 of them wanting 2 podium places. Down the inside, a big send by Cian Geraghty, and look at that, it opens the door for Gabe Fairbrother. What a move that is. Fantastic stuff that by Fairbrother. Cuts back down the inside of Angus Scrivener and then slides on through on Cian Geraghty. That was gorgeous stuff as all back on the road comes the 40. Slides on through on Cian Geraghty. Back on the road comes the 45 of Luca Palazzo. He's just had a drama. Scrivener now holds into... It's back to Cian Geraghty. Says thank you. He's having a look. Sort of confirms the signal and they say, right, okay, let's work together a little bit maybe. Let's move forward. Is it a bluff? Who knows? Gabe Fairbrother, though, that was one of the most opportunistic moves of the day. That was a delightful thing to watch. Down the inside through this left-hander. Managed to make it work. Then down the inside into the final corner. Great bit of racing that was. Phenomenal stuff. Cian Geraghty now. 3rd position. With Angus Scrivener in 4th. Just behind these guys, though, Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor, 2 teammates, I believe, hoping to spoil the party. They're bringing with them Jack Thompson as well. Sorry, Joshua Graham and then Jack Thompson. And they're getting closer and closer all the time. The 173 and the S plate of Max Taylor. Continually closing in on this group in front of them. Four minutes left to go here at Rowrah in the 4th round of the championship. This is the senior Rotax super final. And there's lots of signals being handed off to one another here to say, go forward, go chasing Macaulay. Look at him, he's off up the road. Kart number 1, position number 1. Looking to do the clean sweep this weekend. That is an unhappy driver off at the side of the road. We'll take a look and see who that was. See who doesn't come through the... I think that was down at the 2nd sector. We'll figure it out for you. You'll soon see, actually, that a driver drops down on the timing screen. And it looks like it is Joshua Turnbull. Turnbull out of this race, the number 27. He's dropping down now. I'm afraid that is the end of his weekend here, with a DNF from the final. Not how he would have wanted it to go. So we continue on with this fight then, as, ooh, big send up the inside by Angus Scrivener there. I think it was him that was just giving the signal a moment ago, or it might have been Geraghty to say, come on, move forward, just eyes forward, don't worry about me. And then a send down the inside. Nothing like a quick bluff, and then put all your cards on the table. Tristan Rennie right on the back of them now as well. Then Max Taylor in this. 4 of them fighting over 3rd position. All of them really want to talk to Kev. That's what this is all about. As down the inside, goes Tristan Rennie. He wants the airtime. Max Taylor says, no, thank you. You're my teammate. Please give it to me. This way, then the other. Around the outside, Kieran Geraghty shoveled off again. Joshua Graham says thank you, and a big shake of the head by Kieran Geraghty, and shake of the head by me as well. It was late stuff by Joshua Graham, but it's not for me to decide whether it was legal or not. That's down to the stewards later on. Over the crest of the hill, two more teammates there just behind in the form of, I think it was Ewan Charman and Jack Thompson. Look at the speed they carry into the final corner. It's fantastic. Kieran Geraghty on that last lap, though, losing 3. Look at the speed they carry into the final corner. It's fantastic. Kieran Geraghty on that last lap, though, losing 3 positions. Not something he will enjoy at all. But this sort of 8-wheeled cart that Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor are driving is still moving forwards. We've got a full course yellow with 1.5 minutes less to go here. There's been a contact warning for Angus Scrivener and Jack West, but we've gone full course yellow for a car off down there at the hairpin. You can see the marshal running over to them. There's, oh, the damage to the number 20 machine, quite heavy. It looks like. And with 1 minute left here, there's a little bit of a disagreement there between two teammates. That looked like Morgan Hudson-Brown and Louis Merica. They're coming to a slight disagreement. This may be a one-lap shootout at the end here, you know. There's a driver off at the side of the road there as the barrier is repaired. Harrison Crowther has dropped down the order. And they're being told to slow down. I mean, they're going as slowly as they can, I think, Sunshine. There's a number of carts off down there and in that hairpin. Harrison Crowther is the latest kart to have not completed a lap. I don't know if they'll be ending the full course yellow for us to get under full speed racing again before the end. We've got a few corners left of the lap before we'll find out. It seems to be going a bit quicker around that part of the circuit anyway. A big shame that, to have the later part of this race, and yeah, apparently race is now finished, but I don't think it is. No, it is. Macaulay Bishop wins, Gabe Fairbrother second, Angus Scrivener third. Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor complete the top 5. But I believe they made the decision there to... Gabe Fairbrother second, Angus Scrivener third. Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor complete the top 5. But I believe they made the decision there to end the race there, almost like when you get a red flag after 75% distance. Macaulay Bishop, well, it wouldn't have been the way that he wanted to finish that race, but at the end of the day, he finished it in front of everybody else, and a fantastic display. His capability here for DHL. He will now head on into the pit lane. Very well done to Macaulay. A clean sweep of the weekend, winning all 4 races. They usually get stopped there to check the nose cones. I think the gentleman that has been doing so hasn't been told yet that they've finished the race. Gabe Fairbrother, a very big well done to Angus Scrivener there. They had such a big fight earlier on. Straight away, big congratulations to one another. Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor saying well done to each other there, two teammates. You love to see it, though. Great sportsmanship from these lads. They know what the score is. They're all in it for the same reason. You could hear a well done, mate, off camera as well. More congratulations being handed out. There, the S-plate of Max Taylor pushed away. It's all looking good so far from everyone we've seen. That nose cone does look a little bit low there for the 65 of Jack Thompson. and he is being noted down. Looking all good for the 39 for Louis America. 17 there. Next up to make their way through. And this huge field of karts all makes their way in to have completed the final race of the day. That there, the 46 of Kieran Ives. The 62, the next kart along, and that is a very low nose cone you've got there, sir. The number 37 of Jack Baker. A very damaged nose cone on the 07 of Alexander Cull. Let's have a look at the result then. The final race of the weekend, Macaulay Bishop taking the victory and a clean sweep, all 4 races this weekend. Gabe Fairbrother in second place with Angus Scrivener in third. A great fight between those two. Tristan Rennie and Max Taylor, like I said, driving one 8-wheeled kart throughout that race. Joshua Graham next up with Cian Geraghty in 7th. Ewan Charman in 8th, Jack Thompson 9th, and Morgan Hudson-Brown completing the top 10 ahead of Louis America, Rhys Bailey and Ben Donkin, with Louis Harvey 14th, Kieran Ives in 15th, Mac McGilvray 16th position, Jack Baker 17th, then Alex Cull, Ethan Head and Jack West. David Mitchell was 21st ahead of Benjamin Lee, then Callum Kinder, Jack Gillingham, Maxim Smith, Luca Palazzo, Alex Moody and Harrison Crowther. Then we have Josh Turnbull, John Brown, Stephen Napier, Kai Hunter, Neo Clark and Ethan Critchley. A number of those drivers, Harrison Crowther in 28th place down, were all out of that race, unfortunately. So we're going to have a look at some highlights now of that race. The last one to round out the action here this weekend. And Macaulay Bishop, once again, I was going to say untouchable, but it wasn't until the later stages of the race that he really started to break away. We had some big contact near the start of the race here. 5, 6 and 7 karts off into the grass and into the barriers, but after a short full course yellow, we got back racing once again with some wonderful battles, but it seemed like everybody in the background wanted to just fight behind Macaulay Bishop. Some big scraps going on between Turnbull and the 173 of Tristan Rennie making his way through the order as well. The 79 there, Cian Geraghty, championship leader, ended up 6th in that race, but not after a good old dice and some fantastic opportunistic moves from Gabe Fairbrother. That possibly the move of the day for me. Absolutely wonderful bit of driving by Gabe. But once again, Angus Scrivener getting right amongst it in the fights as well. Some lovely position swaps between him and the current championship leader. Not many points between them though, to be fair, before that race, so obviously when the results come out there may be changes. There was only 9 points between the top 3 in the championship, and Tristan Rennie was in amongst the guys that outscored our championship leader, so it'll be interesting to see how they all end up. But unfortunately, after a full course yellow at the end, the checkered flag was drawn slightly early just to round things out, and that completed our day of racing here at Rowrah in the 2025 Ultimate Karting Championship and round number 4. Well, that's going to be it from me, unfortunately, here in the box, or fortunately, depending on how you've judged my commentary today. It's been an absolutely wonderful experience. Thank you to Alpha Live for having me again, and thank you to UKC, and I hope I've done the meeting justice. It's been fantastic here at Rowrah. A great first visit for me personally. Really enjoyed myself, and I'm finally going to hand down to Kev, who's going to do our last interviews of the day. See you again soon, everyone.
Angus, huge congratulations, mate. End of a fast weekend for you, and I'm pleased to say for the first time in 2025 you're on the podium. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend overall. I'm really happy to get a podium, so yeah.
And an interesting end to that race there, finishing under the safety car, basically, the Battenberg flag. Never seen that before in the UKC. Did you know what was going on in the closing stages?
Well, I came round on the safety car and there was 55 seconds left, I think, so I was expecting to get a last lap, but they just went straight to checkered, so it's a bit annoying. Would have had one last shot, but it is what it is.
Must be pleased with the podium, though, because throughout that you were really battling with yourself and Gabe Fairbrother, and behind you actually catching up with Tristan Rennie. So a really strong race with you senior Rotax lads.
Yeah, definitely. I'm happy to be up at the front where I should be. So
yeah, exactly. We know you're a quick driver, and great to have you on the podium once again. Who's made it all possible this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Olive Hunter Motorsport, my dad on the spanners all weekend, my mum, my grandma, Venator Racing Engines, all my sponsors, Colorado Construction, Fife Kart Club, Life Science Technology, and everybody else that supports me.
Brilliant. Listen, they're all really proud of you. We'll see you for the podiums a little later on. Well done, Angus.
Thank you very much.
Right, there goes Angus Scrivener. Let's try and get our second place man out here, which was Gabe Fairbrother. I haven't chatted to him much this season, I don't think. Gabe Fairbrother, where are you, sir? Come on this way. We'll get him out and we'll see what he's got to say for himself. Second place from Gabe. Brilliant work there, mate. So strong battling with yourself and Angus through that, but in the end, you got the better of him.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a hard race and he was definitely the one putting me under pressure. Unfortunately, Bishop got away from us, so couldn't quite catch him. So it's one of them. It's been a good weekend, some good points in the championship. I think we've gone from P8 to about P3 now, so definitely back to where we should be. I just want to thank the Ultimate R boys. The kart's been mega this weekend. And I also want to thank all my sponsors, All Round Security, HSS Hire, Dorma Carber, Vinyl Detail, and Position 1 Management.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, mate. I think I'm right in saying, is this your first podium in the UKC this year as well?
Well, we had a P3 at Mansell, but post-race penalty, which was a little bit questionable, but we move on from it. So, yeah, it would technically our second, but on the road second podium, but penalties our first podium.
Well done to you, mate. We know you're quick, and another great result for you. But what about that man, Macaulay Bishop? He gets away from him. When those tyres and that cart locks in for him, he's just off and away, isn't he?
I mean, yeah, it's really hard. I mean, he's in the kart every weekend. For me, it's quite hard because I'm only out for UKC, so big credits to him. He's a really talented driver and he wins everything because he's good enough to. So, yeah, he's definitely the one to beat.
Exciting for you, though, with 2 rounds to go. We're going to Warden Law, then we're going to PF, and you're at the sharp end now. Good to see.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really confident at Warden Law and definitely PF as well. So we've shown some very good results there with the UKCO plate at Warden and the GP plate at PF. So, yeah, definitely 2 favourite tracks, and we'll see what it brings.
Gabe, well done, mate. Huge congratulations. We'll see you for podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you so much.
As we welcome in Macaulay Bishop onto the spot, getting used to standing on the top step of the podium and being interviewed. Macaulay, well done, mate. The smile says it all. From Le Mans to Rowrah. What a couple of weekends you've had.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Yeah, I've been on a roll recently. Won like 4 out of the 5 major finals in the summer. So no, this is number 6. No, number 5 rather. So no, it's good. We've got some good momentum. So we just need to try and carry it to the other races like the GP plate, British and all of that. Obviously, it's easier said than done, but yeah, we're looking good.
When I was watching that super final just there then, it seemed like in the early stages of the race you're all bunched up, there was a bit going on, but then either you found your form or the kart sort of came in for you, and then in the latter stages of that, no one was going to catch you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a good start into first straight away. Fairbrother was right behind me, had to defend for a couple corners, got a gap and then just started managing it, and then the Battenberg come out. Yeah, we slowed down for about a lap. Got another good restart rather. Yeah, got another gap and then just managed it. Yeah, we had a massive gap. Yeah, and just when I saw that gap, I just knew that the race was over. So yeah, there wasn't really much they could do.
Yeah, and then in the finish there, an interesting finish, finishing under the Battenberg as well. Were you getting set to just take off for another lap or two?
Well, yeah, they put a checker flag out a lap early. So I just bolted around the last corner to get obviously another good restart for the last lap, but it's already checker flag, so it's just done it for me.
Well done, mate. Promising rest of the season for you to look forward to, I'm sure, after a run of great results, and congratulations to Le Mans again last weekend. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
All of DHR, their support's really good. Darryl for tuning up the car, Time Racing Engines, and my brother on the tools.
Well done, mate. We'll see you for podiums later on.
Thank you.
Lovely, huge congratulations then go to Macaulay Bishop, taking another weekend win. And with that senior Rotax result, that just about wraps up our live coverage here at Rowrah. It's been a brilliant weekend in Cumbria once again. Is this the prettiest racetrack in the country? It might just be. Thanks to you for watching wherever you have been. Thanks to Chaz on commentary this weekend, doing a stellar job. And James and all of his team from Alpha Life have been bringing you the pictures. It's been a brilliant, brilliant weekend all round. If you want to keep up to date with us, please do. It's at UKC on Instagram. I'm Kev Harris, so find me on Instagram as well. Go with Kev. And next time, of course, you can join us live when we will be, when will it be? Mid-August, 15th to the 17th of August, round 5 from Warden Law, Karting Northeast, the circuit that's been voted the people's favourite many times with us here at UKC before. So that's it from all of us here in Cumbria. Until next time, see ya.